Okay, and we should be a go. Hello, Wastelanders! Hopefully you are hearing these words because I haven't done a setup this big in quite a while. I've got 4 windows open. The actual stream video window, the OBS, the YouTube stream manager window, and then of course our Discord, howling at the moon and calling all of our cast and crew to come and join us for this fantastic occasion. Please let me know that you guys can hear me in the chat, that this is all streaming, because that would suck if not. It is going to be a very, very long stream. I thought when I finally finished getting this Overstory thing together that I would probably be doing something like this. Because that was just after we had the Terminal Secrets Marathon stream, and I thought it should work out well enough. You see, the key to this, I'm not sure if anyone actually watched this yet, but I think the key to it for the longtime fans is the editing. It's the choice of clips that I use in the compilation that kind of tease what we're going for here. You know, the general idea is it's unresolved plot lines, but so you might get an idea of what the finale has to come based on what's covered in this. But more than anything, it'll be a great chance. We're going to keep it casual. It's 10 hours, so we're definitely not going to be uncasual about it. And we'll answer questions from the chat. Whenever people pop in, we'll talk to them, talk about their time with Confessions and the studio in general, and have a lot of fun. Just try to keep it a nice, fun Saturday stream because I haven't streamed in a while anyway. I have been literally nose to the grindstone. I look like a feral ghoul at this point with how much I've worked on this. And ironically, thank you to Corona-chan, Corona-pona, because without that extra time off from work, I'm teleworking right now, which means I don't have a commute, means I was able to actually get this done in time, which is so great. Do we have a guest? Maybe not. Nope, he logged right off. Okay, I don't want to string everyone along. I mentioned, I forget where I mentioned it, but that I would be announcing the date of the release of the finale. I'm going to put that right here at the beginning so everyone knows. So please look forward to joining us next Monday, June 15th. The 6th anniversary of the original release of Confessions of a Wasteland Pony for the premiere of the finale. I remember posting it at 11 p.m. on Eastern Standard Time, American East Coast time, on that day in in my Virginia apartment, and I am so happy I was able to nail this anniversary date. I've been looking forward to nailing this since the last 5-year anniversary live stream we had. I knew I wanted to try to make this. So, ironically, thank you, Corona Pona, for making it so I could nail this date. It's going to be great. It's going to be a stream like this. I promise it's not 10 hours long. But it's close. No, just kidding. It is longer than the Red Reaper, though, I will tell you that. So, the stream will start, and then it will hopefully wrap around 11 p.m. Eastern, which is, that's the 6th year, so it's like poetry, it rhymes. It all comes back together. So, it's gonna be fantastic. The watch together is in the Discord. We have a couple people that are in the wings, so whenever they come on, they can come on, but for right now, we'll kick things off and let it run in the background. And the first couple of clips are nice and tight because most of the early episode stuff is already resolved. So welcome everyone. Get settled in. Grab yourself some drinks and some Mentols or whatever you need.
Okay, tap number 2.
Oh, do we have Voimont?
Finally, holy shit. Okay, so my original plan didn't work. That's a shame.
Welcome.
Vermont is here. Finally. Holy shit, that took longer to get sorted than I expected.
Not sure if you were paying attention, but we do have the release date announced for June 15th, the Monday. I think you already saw it in the chat anyway.
Yeah, I did.
So it's gonna be super fun.
Right. I'm super excited for the part where EAST Corp is about to see the end of its biggest view count series.
That is true. Yeah, I could float it out there that I do have a general idea for a one-off Fallout Equestria side story to do like later in the year, but we'll see how that works out. And we do have Wasteland Survival Guide to finish. We are going to finish that. The text is already done, so at the very least, I'm going to be working on getting the actual physical book, print-looking thing together while we wait for the last audio to come in.
Exactly, and the text that's there is an absolute doozy. Like, damn.
Yeah, wait until you guys see like the final assembly of the book. We've got everything in like a certain order, and it's broken up into sections. I love it. I really love it.
I'm very excited for the end of the Wasteland Survival Guide, because it's also like the last pony thing I've done.
That's true.
The last Fallout Equestria thing I've done is probably the better way to frame it.
Yeah, it's funny. We've had the Great Experiment on the very top of our like homepage playlist thing, because I want to make sure that it got as many viewers as it could. And I think we nailed everyone who cared, is the right way to phrase it. Everyone who remembers those days or still likes us or whatever, they all got the chance to see it. And we even heard back from Mr. Reddit, which was also fun.
Right? It was like that was so cool. Like we got to hear back from both the have we spoken about that on the podcast before?
I don't think so. We haven't had a podcast lately.
Oh yeah. So, for those who haven't, who probably didn't notice, the guy who did the original Reddit leak heard about it and apologized for a fair amount of what he said. Not everything, if I recall. I don't remember it all offhand, but he was like, he wasn't as angry at us, and particularly Sky, as he was back in the day.
I remember recording my section for that. I was like, I tried, it was a split thing, because I tried to be as conciliatory as I could, but at the same time, I wanted to carry across my emotions at each phase of the thing, and and definitely my emotions at that segment, I put in my best voice acting to go back into that headspace, so didn't want to dig up old wounds, but at the same time, I'm like, it's key that they feel how I felt without freaking punching a wall, so that was fun.
It was nice to hear back from him, and we also heard back from the one dude who defended you on the guy who just wanted to know when the next Confessions was out.
Oh, that was amazing. That was so fun to see.
Mr. Final Sight, that's his YouTube name, Final Sight.
And even better, we had a comment on the Duchess Rose Petal video, Duchess Horror, where someone's like, oh yeah, after seeing The Great Experiment, this makes a lot of sense now.
But yeah, I think so. As of this year so far, The Great Experiment was our biggest thing, but we are now about to have. It is now about to be superseded with the fucking Confessions finale. Holy shit!
I've been so excited. So much work has gone into this.
Right? I mean, 6 years, and because obviously I'm going to speak in vague terms. Not that I know much, but I want to speak in vague terms. You showed me the final collected runtime of the whole series.
It's amazing. It's I look back and I'm like, because here's the thing, a lot of these Fallout Equestria audiobooks, they were already written, okay? I had to write the story first, and then we made this, pseudo radio play audiobook thingies. It was a lot of work. I hope people like it.
right? So much of the time that goes into that just goes into the writing of it, especially every time you throw something out. Like, I posted it up on the Discord a few weeks ago, but I found, but it was a post I'd made on Twitter in like September of 2017, where I posted a picture of an empty circle and a few story notes on there, and I was like, I'm starting the script for the Terminal Secrets finale today. Like 2 years and 1 month before it would eventually release. The script takes freaking long.
It's wild.
I can't imagine how long you've been working on this.
Yeah, at the end, I'll mention I have a whole video promo ready too to explain all the different packages that are gonna come out with it. And one of them with the actual scripts, that took a lot of time too, just formatting those to actually look nice, which has always been my problem. So they look nice now, they're much more prose-worthy. And then at the same time, at the very bottom, there's the credits, and then there's a little blurb about the production process for that episode. Like, it was started in spring of 2015, and then it didn't wrap until, 2016 or whatever.
What is the odds? Because you did these with your episodes of Terminal Secrets on your own channel.
Yeah.
What are we going to get your original reading of confessions lines?
I do have all those old demos. I don't even know like how I would release those. Like, it's probably not. I do have a very small blooper video from the finale. It's just like a handful of things that were able to get pulled out, but everyone was also nose to the grindstone to get that done. So, because the thing is with confessions lines, it's like it's big, so people aren't like. There's usually some editing done even on the voice actor side, so a lot of those do get cut out, but it's a little fun blurb. And then, of course, all the real fun is going to be talking about it, a month down the road, and when everyone's seen it already, and we can jam, and all the VAs, we can have our little, our little improv session.
Yeah, the rap party, as it were.
Yes, that's what I'm going to call it. I think that's perfect.
Yeah. Which... I've been on very few productions, like physically speaking, where which have ended with a rap party, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're actually in the industry, so that should be a lot more common.
Yeah. Well, because the thing is, I try to freelance on. These days, I try to freelance on shorter productions, so those don't have rap parties. Those are just send in the work, the dude sends you money back. So the two I've worked on 3 seasons of TV for 2 different shows that have been long term, and for whatever reason did not have a rap party, but the other one had for both the seasons, and we got horribly drunk.
Oh, nice.
Because the restaurant was right next to the studio, so we didn't even have to like stop working very long to go over, get pizza and tequila shots, and then go back and try and finish up the last episode of the season.
I remember, ironically, I got into that 70s show when the show was ending, and so one of the first things I saw was the rap party where Topher Grace, the lead character, Eric Foreman, he showed up again after being gone the last season, and it was fun, but it was very bittersweet, because you could tell, like, obviously they didn't split on good terms, and they didn't like the fact that, it was a very awkward conclusion, but it was a great show. Anyway, we're gonna get this rolling, and then we can keep on talking, but I just want to get it kicked off just because it's long.
Exactly. We've got 9 hours of confessions.
Yeah, it's a lot. A lot of it is more tale heavy. Like, there's almost a solid hour and a half of Red Reaper at the end, so FYI to everyone. But some of these early cuts, it should be a good little, little teasers for what's to come. Can you see it on yours? You've got the link pulled up?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, confess.
Hello, Wastelanders.
See you all
this
in
is
9
DJ
hours.
Pony reporting to you live from this fine piece of pre-war broadcasting ass that I call home. And I do call it home, because while I disagree with many of the policies of my landlords here in Ten Pony
Who's
Tower,
this guy? Sounds like an
microphone
asshole.
helps me deliver the truth to more of you ponies
I don't
than
know,
these
but,
rusty pipes could yell.
You
see,
know,
children,
the issue is
I
that
know
I'm
what it's
seeing
like
right
out
now
there
is
in
that
the
the art
woods.
style
I've seen
looks
more
too
than my
similar
fair
to the
share of
show and not
horrors
the
that many
animated
do face
series.
this day. This harsh
We
life
gotta
of
shut
ruin
it down.
radiation is a sad descent from the Equestria of
So
days past.
just delete
But
it
is
right the
world
fuck
we
now.
have.
I cannot
A world
believe
where we
that
must
that guy
make
said that
decisions of life or
unironically.
death on
He
a
was
daily
serious
basis.
in one of those
Decisions that do
meetings.
not conform to the luxury of morality.
You know, the
And
funny
force
thing
us
is
to
that there are so
confront at
many
our very
things
core
that didn't
what
even make it
means to do the
into
right thing.
the Great
It
Experiment.
is for this
Like
very
the,
reason
all the
that I'm
little
beginning a
stories.
new
I
segment
can't imagine
called
what you've cut from
of a
Confessions, like
Wasteland pony.
ideas
Here
or
I will
small
be talking
concepts
with
that might have
you,
not
the
made the
average
final
citizen of
version.
Post-apocalyptia, so that we can hear
Oh,
your
absolutely.
stories, celebrate your triumphs, learn from your
Especially
mistakes,
in,
and above all,
I think,
find out just how
not
small
including the
we
finale,
really
it currently
are.
stands at like 23 hours, so
Good
in terms of
evening,
deleted
children.
scenes or cut
This is
content,
your number
God,
one
that must.
Andalusian of the airwaves,
And there goes
DJ
Battered Blade. Bye,
Pony.
Battered!
In case you weren't listening last
Yeah,
time,
she doesn't even talk.
What
It's
is
just
that?
for
airing this
DJ Pony's
Sunday
little
evening
blurb at
block
the very
whenever
beginning.
we have an episode. However, you
I Am
have to
Shadow is
forgive
gonna
me if I
sue
end up
me.
rerunning it as well. At
Okay,
least it
let's
gives more
scroll.
ponies
Let
a
me
chance
scroll
to
back to the
listen
top
to
two
it.
and see if we had
Because
any
you don't
questions
wanna miss
earlier
the
in the
next episode
chat.
of Confessions of a Wasteland
Everyone can
Pony.
hear.
The new
Is
interview
it? It
series
is
where we
longer than the
talk
Red
to
Reaper.
you,
Yes,
the
yes, it
everyday
is.
mares and stallions of the
Oh,
Equestrian
is it now
Wasteland.
longer than the Red Reaper?
Last
Oh,
time
yeah.
we interviewed Battered Blade.
I don't know why I
The
thought it
Equestrian who
wouldn't
told her
be. That
touching
was dumb
story
of me,
growing
to
up
be
in
honest.
Probably the worst home life
So
you can
what, does that make it the
imagine,
longest
and her
episode?
harrowing
Oh, yeah,
tale of
easily.
personal redemption.
I will have to admit, though, the
Unfortunately,
reason
a
for
few
that
the
is it has a
residents
bit
of
of a
Ten Pony
Return
Tower
of the
weren't
King
pleased with the
style
fact that a
ending,
foreign
where we
raider
really
walked
we
onto
close
the
up
road
every
and made their
last
complaints
thread.
known
I
to
do
the
not
show.
leave anything
Honestly,
open-ended.
I'd be more upset, but
Oh,
there's just no
okay,
talking
okay,
So that's
yes.
part of the
Yes.
reason. Like the
So,
climax,
having my
so
assistant
to
Orange
speak,
look into
is
possible
1 hour
off-site
before the
locations for
actual
use for
end
the
of the episode. So
undesirable ponies in the future.
Oh, okay, yes.
Whose
See, I
moving
just
stories will tug at
see
your very
my
heartstrings in a way
theory
that
with Terminal
fancy
Secrets
pants
was just
snobs
kill off
can't.
as many major characters as possible, and then there's no Return of
But
the King
until
style
then,
ending.
welcome, because our next guest is a rotting talking corpse.
Yeah, just murder
No
them.
offense, Doctor.
that's another thing we're still waiting for. I want that Terminal Secret soundtrack so bad because I like all the music you guys did for that.
Right. I'm gonna sit down and chat with Kelly because
come
some of the
now.
stuff we
You're
couldn't
going to
get
make
done in
me
the end.
blush.
Like there was that group song that I don't think ended up working out. But let's chat with
Yeah.
him about the other stuff because there's some really good stuff that they put together.
Yeah, mainly like the piano piece when Rose and Rose and Needle are totally not lesbian with each
I
other.
appreciate the offer, Doctor.
That's a great
I've gotten
track.
Quite cozy
Yeah,
here.
it's Butterfly's
However, we
theme.
may be in contact because we are looking for off-site interview options.
Or Dr.
There are a
Fractal's
lot
theme,
more
which
stories
appears
out
at the
there,
beginning
and I'm
of
already on thin
episode
ice
5.
with
It's also
Ten Pony management.
a piano piece that's just this very daunting thing.
Oh, that's cool too. Definitely need to
Good
get those
evening,
together.
my fellow Wastelanders.
Scrolling
This
back
is
up in the
DJ
chat,
Pony.
it's a book ? Yes, the Wasteland Survival Guide at the very least will have a nice stylized PDF, but I'm looking in options
Looks
that
like I might have pushed my
it could be
luck
like
bit too
a
far
printed
last time.
like
Ten
book
Pony
of some
management
kind
was not
too,
happy
like
with
kind
the
of
voice of the
not like
new
tattered
Dr.
like
Grimshift being
Halsey's
transmitted from
diary from the Halo
Mom, it was
3
startled by
launch
our
or whatever, the
proactive
special edition,
security
but like kind of
personnel
a
when they
general
showed up
look,
to
something that people
apprehend
could
the
hopefully
lovable bag of
purchase like,
bones.
you know, at
But
one off.
guessing that
What's the
this might
word?
happen, I
Per
made
order.
Sure to have the interview with our
Oh,
great
yeah.
guest from Dusselhof
So we're looking into
recorded
those
earlier.
options because I do want to
Since
do
there
that
was no
somehow.
evidence of him
Because I'm really
actually
proud. I
being
mean, all of our great writing and the art and
There was
everything,
simply
put a
nothing
lot of
they
time
could
into
do.
that.
By the time I
What
was
I
done
really wanna
broadcasting
do
the
is
interview,
when-
I'd received a very
Like,
professional
honestly, I
looking
couldn't
cease
attend.
and desist letter
Well, none of
posted
us
on
could.
my door.
Yeah.
The
Event
fancy
this year.
letter and
Um,
everything. Now, you may be asking yourself,
Naturally,
wow, DJ
if we're
Pony,
allowed to-
how do you get away with these shenanigans?
If we're allowed to travel, I would
Well,
love
my
to come
lovely
to the
listening
con. What would be
audience,
great is if we
while
could
they
get
may hear
you,
me as
myself,
some
and Needle
loudmouth
to
buck with
to
too
sign
much
some
time on
copies
my
of the
hooves.
Wasteland
I
Survival
actually
Guide
do a
physical
lot of good
version.
for
Oh,
Ten
exactly.
Pony
That's the
Tower
dream.
to
So
residents.
that's sort of
Sounds
the new thing I'm hopefully going to be able to get that ready for con season next year. We're going to do that. We have to do that now.
You see,
We
I
have to
natural
do that.
aptitude at using a little thing called the
Let's see, other
So when I
questions.
stepped on one too many
What is your
rails,
favorite thing that Chris Blessing has been in. My thing, the Red Reaper.
Just so happens to be my next guest for Confessions of a Wasteland.
She is really good though at doing the narration
So, why
for
don't I
some of the
introduce her?
Dead Tree
Please welcome
episodes. She's really great at
the
that.
Duchess of Manchester.
Yeah, she does really good job with that. I think
It is lovely to be
now,
here.
Duchess
I've
is
been
one of the most gifted
absolutely
designers of
adoring her
pre-war
work
fashion and
in
architecture
Aria
that
Moon
the
at the
Wasteland
moment.
is blessed with. She
She's
is
basically
also
stealing
much
the
too
show
beautiful to be
in
limited
every
to a
in every
medium
episode
like
she's
Aria.
in, which is hard because
Always the
the other
smooth
half of the
talker.
show is
You
Maddie at
already
full
have me in your
monologue. So
studio. Stop
It's just,
trying
it's
so
something
hard.
about, like, her accent is so unique, the way she
sorry
learned
about that,
English,
folks.
that
I think
it's
my
got this cute combination. It's so hard for me. Whenever I
The
try to
Duchess is
duplicate it,
visiting
I
the
keep
Timboni
defaulting
Tower
to
a few times
Sypha
over the years,
Belnades,
when she would
which
take
is totally not the
Yes!
same, but it's
Holy
hard not
shit,
to for
yes!
some reason.
Homage has emptied
I
out our
also
spare
every
capital
single
on
time I
more
go
than
back to
once
Cypher.
The dear is just
Oh
so
my
good
gosh,
for
can we
fancy
talk about
occasions.
Castlevania Season
She's
3?
usually the
Oof.
first one.
We
Everyone,
Like the one
everyone
that
gets
rented.
naked. Everyone.
Perhaps
Everyone
if
gets
you
naked.
amazing.
shadows more, you would have some fun
There
too.
was,
No, you see,
the-
there's a reason.
unfortunately,
I
the
stick to
show
radio.
never really
No
tops
pony wants to
itself
see
after
this
its
ugly
first
bug.
episode, just with
Plus,
that
I did
scene
attend one
of
of the Winter Galas a few years ago.
Trevor
We even
going to
danced.
get
It was
beer,
very nice.
and the guy's like,
Yes,
"I'll give it to you for free,"
masquerade
and Trevor's like, "I love
that
you."
hot
I love you. Dog's drinking, and he's
I
like,
like being
"That
the
is better
Mustang
than
of
sex."
mystery.
And Cypher is just
Now, why
so
don't we get
fucking
back to
pissed.
It's
you?
amazing.
After years of short visits, I have finally convinced Duchess Rose
I'm,
to settle down
I'm
to make
glad
10
those
Pony
two
Tower
like
her
sort of
new
hooked
home
up off
and
camera
her
like
new
between
project.
seasons.
Given enough time, she'll have this place looking better than it
It's
did
like we
before
needed
the
that.
war.
We needed a character that was
Very
actually, you know,
persuasive.
some kind of
I am looking
romantic
forward to the
connection
restoration.
that doesn't
This
end the
place
way
is
Alucard's
impressive
romantic
for your
connections
record.
end.
Right. I was
appreciate
about to
the
say
latest in
the
Penny's taste.
Alucard had
It is a
romantic connections. He
travesty
had
to see
two.
the use
Just
of
you
his
know.
business empire with such
You make an Alucard sandwich, but it, you know, the
So are
both
we
both
still
slices
friends,
of bread are
Pony?
rotten.
I promise
They've got
the
mold
first
on
thing
them.
restored will be the fountain in
The problem
lobby.
is that each bread,
And Homage and I
each
believe
slice
we're
of bread
closer
tried to
establishing
slice.
an off-site broadcasting station.
Man.
We're
It's
just
so
Oh,
good.
God.
I love the animation. I like the new world building they're
So,
doing, like all
until
those
then,
stretches
we
with
hope you are not
Isaac, where
only
they
an
did
artist
some of
in
the,
the
you know,
utmost
the
class in
general
society,
world building
but
and
a
the
member
greater,
of a
you know,
bona fide
beyond
royal family.
beyond the Balkans kind of storylines. Those are
Really?
great.
Oh,
I was
without a
going to
doubt,
say,
that was
if
that was
Raiders had been there,
fantastic.
I'd expect them to have at
Um,
least taken some of the
there was some
silverware or fine china.
genuinely excellent stuff this season.
And
It felt
speaking of fine
a lot
china,
more like a setup for season 4,
Yes.
but a really compelling
Thank you,
one.
dear. You're much too kind.
It was entertaining in its own right, but it also set up a bunch of new stuff for the coming
you
future.
have to admit that you're probably
Exactly.
The only
Whereas,
pony in
like,
this
I think there
town
are a lot of
that's
shows
chattier than
where
I am.
Well,
I'll watch a
would
season of
disagree.
it and I'll get to the
Mr.
end of it,
Nationwide
and my primary
Broadcast
takeaway will
Audience.
be, oh, okay, so that season
But
was
I
just
don't do this
set
for
up
my
for the
health.
next
I
one,
provide a
and
service for
most
all
of
the
the time I
good
won't
ponies
have
of the
enjoyed
Equestrian
getting there. Like, that,
Laser
that was a
We still
not
have one of these?
insignificant part of the most recent season of Westworld, which I binged over
Well,
last
shoot,
week.
it must
Oh,
be
good.
my birthday. Wait,
I don't know
what
if you ever
about
caught
my
up with
biscuits?
that.
I haven't. I need to start from halfway through 2. I dropped off.
Fine.
Oh, real quick,
Understandable.
from the video, I'll comment. That was the one bit of replacement I ever did was put in Maddie's lines for Homage in episode 3 versus the original actress, which still kills me because you remember how badly she wanted to play Homage, and then as soon as I had episode 4 on a plate for her, that's when she left the studio. And I'm like, well, wait, don't you want to do this? This is what you always wanted, and nope.
The logo and styling of the screen were
There's-
quite different from the
No,
Pony
no,
and
it-
Stapletech logo.
I
Episode
don't
4
think I've ever seen a
was
turtle
like,
that wasn't made by Stapletech.
because
Neither had I. Instead,
I was
the
only
home
really
screen
watching it
was
from the
branded with the
sidelines.
name EAST
Um,
Corp.
East,
because
like,
I was still
the
fighting
direction?
to get Terminal Secrets up,
Exactly.
but watching
It was an odd
episode
interface to
4
use, but
try to
once
come
I got
together,
past the aesthetic
um,
differences,
I think you spent like a year on it.
Yeah, that was honestly the first real place I almost quit just because of the hellish production process on it.
When I noticed a few
Mm.
sound files they had sent back
Episode
and forth to
4
one another,
was, I mean, it was
including some
worth
of
the wait
Memoria's
when it came
songs
out. I
and the
remember,
organ piece she had mentioned.
because
Curious to hear the samplings
I
put
remember
back into
walking from my
console
house
download.
to the nearest
Hold
mall,
on.
which was
If you're
about
going
an
to give me
hour's
new
walk
Memoria
away.
songs, you might just become my
I
new
probably
best
should have,
friend. Same
taking
goes
my
for the
bike
rest
or
of you
something. But
Wastelanders. If you come
Confessions
across
4
any
was
music
4
in your
hours.
travels,
Was what,
you
3
just
hours
bring
long?
DJ
3:45, I
and
think.
I'll be sure to broadcast
Was almost
them
4
for all
hours
to
long,
hear.
so I
Well,
figured,
I'm
oh,
afraid
okay.
in my case,
I
you're
guess
going
I'll
to be
walk to the
disappointed.
shop and back.
My pit buff was
That
only
should
plugged
use
in
up
for a few
some of this
seconds when
episode.
sparks started shooting out from both sides
It was
of the
good that it was long because that
had
did
the
help
same
make up
blue
for the
coloring
time
before I
between
unplugged it.
the
One
episodes. So
final
people
arc
like, oh fuck,
electricity
4
that
hours?
me
Well,
down
okay.
and melted away part of the tunnel's
Right.
basement and slot.
I mean, I'm
Had I left it
really,
in any longer,
really hoping
I
that people
fear it would
have
done the same
have
to
a similar
me.
reaction for the
Yikes.
second,
Talk about
third,
not
and fourth
playing well with
episodes of
others.
Untypical, like,
I've heard of
because
faulty
those are taking
terminals,
fucking
but those
forever,
are usually
ages
bridges
to come
exploding
out.
traffic.
But they
Yeah.
are
Because the
also,
wasteland is full of
they
dear
are
hearts and
also
gentle ponies.
all of them longer than Terminal Secret 6.
Well,
They're
luckily,
all
it didn't
like
turn me
an
into a
hour and a
roast
half
salad.
to 2.5 hours. I think the
They
fourth
definitely
episode
made
might hit
themselves
3
comfortable, and
of
apparently have fallen
full
prey to
cast
the same
voice.
mistake as me.
No matter
Six.
what it is, it's never as bad
Yeah.
as Avatar: The Blue Monkey movie.
Yes.
How many years has James Cameron been saying, oh yeah, there's 4 sequels in the works, and that was like 10 years ago? It's like, come on, brah, you gotta release one of them at least. Just episode 2, that's all we need.
And no one even likes the first Avatar anymore.
However, the main directory was
James
a collection of
Cameron's Blue
nonsense,
Monkey
as
movie
most
was,
of the files had
like,
been corrupted by the failed
why did we give
production.
it so much money
There were
again?
luckily a few
Why
failures
are
that
they literally the movie, the only reason it made more money than Titanic and some of those is because of 3D. It hit right at the crescent of the 3D glasses like zeitgeist, and it only came out in 3D. I don't think you could watch it in 2D.
throughout the years.
And so every single ticket was $13 US here because of those damn glasses that you couldn't just bring your own for.
I mean, there was the benefit of the fact that they at least James Cameron shot it for 3D,
Yes.
as opposed to what every other studio does now, where they
And I'm
just
pretty sure most
do
Wastelanders
where
are
they just do
used
something
without
in
speech
post
just
to
for
make it
walking
look a little
past
bit more
radio
3D. So
places.
watching Avatar,
Indeed.
I do remember being like, holy shit, this looks fantastic.
And don't get me wrong, the visuals are incredible, and I can see why people got like depressed that it wasn't real in the months after the movie. But the story was still ultimately dances with wolves in Fern Gully in space.
What stable is
Exactly, it
designated
was
for my region?
George
I
Lucas's
don't buy
attempt
your
at
horseshit
Pocahontas.
for 1 second.
Oh, also, if you want to see a bit of irony that it's, James Cameron isn't, besides the fact that the movie has one of those awful white savior storylines, is the video by this guy Sideways, who's a music
Oh, I love it.
YouTuber. He did a whole video on the irony of Avatar's soundtrack, where James Horner, the composer, he brought in this, like, ethnomusicologist, and they were creating their own super unique, like, very non-Western musical sound for the Na'vi, and James Cameron rejected every cool, unique ethnic thing they could come up with for the sake of standard orchestra.
See, this is a big part of the reason why so many people make the argument for letting people tell stories that relate to their culture and their
Exactly.
people, because they have, like, as a writer, I believe that everyone should be able to tell every story, but I also recognize that I will be able to tell certain stories as well as certain people.
Exactly.
I lack a certain perspective. There will be a little bit of a thing missing, and that's exactly what happened with James Cameron, is that a native director, or if he had had a native producer next to him or over him, would have brought the more interesting music in.
It's just so awful. Like, it's a great video. Go check his whole channel. I've been binging Sideways for the last couple of days at work, and it's really good stuff. He just did an episode on The Matrix, and I had no idea how complex some of the musical themes in the Matrix movies were.
Dangerous forces. Each one of those
I watched his
powerful
video
enough on their own.
on The
What was he
Prisoner of
intending on doing
Azkaban,
with
where he
all of them
basically
together?
analyzed,
He was
like,
clearly looking for
what,
something
4
specific.
bars of
He
music
had notes and
for
markings
20
scribbled in
minutes?
the corners
Yeah.
of the pages.
and
The
it was
walls were
it,
covered
it
in
made me
off-written sheets where
it
he was
somehow made me
combining the
respect
different
John
kinds of
Williams
spells together in
even
different ways.
more.
Oh yeah.
I could identify bits and pieces
That
of
shouldn't be
Manchester
possible.
magic,
We
but
should
most
all
of it was
be
completely
at the
foreign to me.
maximum John
I was
Williams
getting
dick
more and
sucking
more anxious.
level.
The pages seemed to get less coherent. The
It's
further
hard
I
not
went
to.
into the room. The sheets were more crumpled.
I really
or
want
torn,
that.
and the markings were
I wish
written in
Disney would
heavier
release that
pen,
3-hour
sometimes
score.
punctuated
Yes.
That he-
The for your
I
consideration
began
cut.
seeing an increase in the number attached, each through a yellowish sap of some kind, which
Okay,
ran
I
through
think it's
all
back.
the skeletal pieces, like marrow.
We're just gonna let it run. People know that people know what we're watching, and we're kind of talking more than listening anyway. But that's fine.
Exactly.
We honestly, it's been so long since we've had like a podcast. It's pretty overdue.
Only the foul-smelling muck behind.
Um,
Rising out of the bowl of ooze was
Exactly. I'm
preserved
really
a
glad to
mummified
be in a
head.
podcast again.
The skin was covered in symbols and
I don't
various
think we've had one
colours, and
since-
the muscles had distorted
since
to
the
the
Great
point that
Experiment.
I couldn't even tell if it came from a pony or
Yeah, it probably
It
has
sat
been.
there, staring up at me with its lifeless eyes. I walked back.
Yo, what was it? I remember at the very beginning of the plague you did that one Final Fantasy playthrough that became a podcast with us and Chris. That was a lot of fun. That was one of my best times I had on a podcast in a while.
Oh god, that was a lot of fun because I think
Good
the funny
evening,
part about
citizens of
that for me was that
Post-Apocalyptia.
originally
This
I
is
was
your
like, all right,
disc
cool.
jockey after
I haven't
Doomsday,
written anything
DJ Pony. Well,
in a
I
week.
have to say, Tony
Um,
management has been
and
quite
I need
a
to
bit
work on my
nicer
book.
since
So
Duchess
I'm going
Rose has
to
taken
go
up
onto the
residency
EAST Corp
here in
channel.
the tower.
I'm going to
We
live
have a
stream
freshly
myself
revamped
writing because
lobby
that way,
that
if I
now
have
has a
an
beautiful
audience, it will
obsidian
force me to
tile
sit down and write.
Not to mention
But the
fountain
mistake I
never
made
has
was saying,
20%
hey,
less chips
anyone
and
in the
cracks
Discord
than it
channel
did
is
before.
welcome to
Once
jump
it's
into the
fully
general
patched,
chat.
we'll get a new
And then
water soap coating
Web
and
Shutter
look like a
and
million
Chris
cats.
jumped
I
in,
guess you
and
could
so
say
naturally
results
I
matter,
almost
but
immediately
the
stopped
Duchess strutting
writing.
her stuff up and down the hallways
It was
hasn't
really
hurt
fun.
either. If you ask
It was
me, that's a
fun.
much
They
better
distracted
view
me,
than
then you
the
arrived, and at that point I was like, all right, cool, there's no
chandeliers.
writing that's going to be done. I'm just gonna
I was
Final
literally
Fantasy.
in the middle of watching Outbreak, the 1990s plague movie with Dustin Hoffman.
It probably doesn't
When I saw that you were streaming, I'm like, oh, let's go check that out. I was like, oh, fuck, it's a podcast. Well, screw this. I know Dustin Hoffman dies. I don't need to watch this movie.
But
As
it
you
turns out
Wastelanders can
there
hear,
was one
my
after that,
wonderful
which was
assistant
Break Room
Ahmed has been
episode
making
90,
guest
Babs
appearances on
Gone.
the air lately,
Yeah,
which, believe
that was
me,
shit.
wasn't easy. She used to be
Streaming
terrified
for
of the idea.
420,
You would have thought the
and
microphone was a rat
it was on
scorpion
April
tail, the
11th.
way she used to look at it.
So just under a month ago.
But I'm new at this.
That is true. She's not used to being on the air.
Although,
But for the past
looking at the
years,
comments, I
she's
do find it
been
really
a
funny.
huge
So,
behind
Comic
the
Sans
scenes on
Pony
the production
shows
side of
up
things.
pointing out that the name of the podcast aged well since BabsCon Line was announced. But what's really funny to me is that it was announced during the podcast, so we started discussing it in the podcast.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and honestly, come on, it's not the same. I mean, come on. Obviously, it's not the same as a real convention. And this is coming from someone. I remember when the first big BronyCon 2012 happened. I watched it quote unquote online. I was just watching video after video that Everfree Network was posting, and it was fun, yes. But is it the same as screwing around in a motel room with your bros and sisters or whatever? No, I mean,
Exactly. Like, at least I really, really hope it's not the same, because I would not want to spend 20,000 rand to fly over to America and get a visa to go and have the exact same experience as I would on a live stream.
Well, the one good piece of news is whenever you do fly, it'll probably be cheaper than it would have been this year, because no one is flying. I was looking up for a family trip. We're thinking of going to Florida in like next year or something. And the prices are like bottomed out. like they're almost giving away free tickets to places.
It was ridiculous, because I remember, because it usually comes to about a flight to the States from South Africa usually comes to about between 14,000 and 16,000 rand. Now, a month before the con, maybe just under a month before the con, I was looking at tickets, but this was about the time that the plague had started, so the prices had dropped down to 9,000 rand. So that was
Confessions of a
almost
Wasteland Poet.
almost half the
Welcome to
price
program,
gone,
Miss Amber Horn.
which was ridiculous. Unfortunately,
So,
you know, traveling was obviously a bad idea, and also, you know, our borders got closed.
Yeah. Kind of a thing. Two things in the chat I'm seeing. Scrollkeeper had a question for you, and then Crimson Commando on Plague movies. And yes, Contagion was my first movie, because that one, I mean, Contagion's what actually happened, so. Yeah, that's a good movie. Question on a FOE story.
Scrollkeeper, Vermont, what do you think of the concept of a full-out Equestria story set 998 years after Pip's sacrifice? You know, actually, I think that would be very interesting. So, a while, maybe in about 2014, 2014, I started doing text-based role-playing, and I had this one scenario with Mohan that basically ran from 2014 to now. It's still running. And at one point, one of the situations that we use it as a way of test driving characters and test driving storylines before trying to work them out before putting them into scripts. Or at least that's how I use it. And one of the things the scenarios we'd explored was something quite similar to that. We didn't go as far as 998 years after. I think it was about 500 years, but regardless, I think it is a really fascinating idea because you could do quite an interesting piece of world building on it. I thought Somber, if I recall, I didn't obviously read all the Project Horizons, but if I recall, the ending of Project Horizons is a flash forward to a significant portion of time after the end of Fallout Equestria, and Little Pip is almost mythologized, and you could arguably tell a really interesting story with really interesting world building. I think it would work only work well as a one shot, but you could pull on Fallout Equestria fans' heartstrings by showing sort of the mythologized versions of these characters. Does a religion form around Little Pip? What do people think of Velvet Remedy, Calamity, and Zenith all these years afterwards? Are they going to be changed as a result of racial bias? Because, no one fucking likes the Pegasi and the Enclave.
Oh, that would be neat.
So does Calamity get left out of the history books? Does Zenith? How will they view Steelhooves? Because he was a ghoul, he was an immortal. Would that change how he is mythologized? So I think you could do a really interesting world build and one-shot story with that kind of setting. You would just have to think very carefully about how you would pay all of these things off. But it would work.
I mean, honestly, if you're going 1,000 years forward, you could almost have a second Mega Spell War, but it'd play out differently because they have the history of the first one.
That would also be really interesting.
It's like the fall of the Roman Empire was in the 480s, the Western Roman Empire, and then the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire was in 14 whatever, when the Ottomans came. It's almost 1,000 years there, and it was a similar kind of culture shock for that people who saw themselves as a continuation of Rome, even though they didn't control Rome for 1,000 years.
I mean, you could arguably set the story during the second Megaspell, and you could have like the Church of Little Pip in the background being like Little Pip, the second coming of Pip. She will come down. Lesbian horse Jesus will come down to save us from the second Megaspell War.
It could be different foes too. Like it could be the zebras and ponies on the same side against griffins or some other race, and it's just one of those like awkward things of maybe it digs up old wounds, sort of like the Sino-Soviet split of the 60s, where they joined together on a similar ideological unity, but then once that broke down, then the Western NATO side of things were able to like get a foothold into each side in different ways.
That would
We're
be.
not going to talk about the Kieran.
Hey, there's Web Shoulder.
Oh,
Hello.
web show. Yeah, the
Sorry,
Kieran.
sorry about that. I've been listening for a little while. I was kind of waiting for a good point to, drop on in and all that. I didn't want to be rude, but
Oh no.
anyway, so as you guys were saying, there is, to an extent, there is a lot more materials that can be used story-wise for after the ending of Fallout Equestria. I mean, that's what Project Horizon and some of the other Fallout Equestria fanfics are, right?
Exactly.
I mean, how best to. And again, when you're talking about the Griffins, what kind of adds interest to me there is that at the end of Fallout Equestria, Gord is now the president of the New Canterlot Republic, and the Talons act as her enforcers. So, would a post-Pip sacrifice, would a post-Pip Equestria, and let's say 1,000 years in the future, would Griffins be the new master race essentially because they hold power?
I was gonna say, what were some of the ideas you guys had going for the Fallout Equestria sequel when you guys had that as an idea?
Ooh, let me find the document.
Oh my gosh. You have to give a short primer for that again, because I remember when that first started showing up in the Skype chats, I was like, you guys gotta be kidding me.
You like the first Fallout Equestria? Well, guess what? There's more as soon as we finish writing it.
Oh, also, I have a note for Scrollkeeper. Instead of 999 years after Lil Pip, what if it's 1,000 years after Confessions?
Well, if you go 1,000 years after Confessions, you can't have you can't have the Kieran. You've got to have the Confessions Kieran. That's the only place.
Don't get me started on that. I'm gonna say gamer words if you start talking about the Kieran thing again.
The best fucking part.
It's the same fucking week I released it. God damn it.
Yeah, I remember you being steamed about that.
The episode came out like 3 days after Confessions 7. It was fucking hysterical.
I thought I was being all original because I was referencing the Kieran from Upheaval Breaking Point and Upheaval Reckoning by Vizidane. And no, they decided to pull out the freaking Asiatic Kierans for an actual episode of the show. Damn it. I'm glad I pivoted and used the Dragon Buck nickname throughout most of the story because I could almost feel it. Could almost feel like that something like that could happen.
Oh, that was fucking beautiful.
No, it'll never work. It's not canon. Wait, what's canon now?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I loved the Kieran episode, but the meta, everything around it sucked so bad.
Yeah. It's a good episode on its own, but...
I liked it mainly for the musical number with the Phantom reference. I thought it was a really cute song. Phantom Kieran. The Kieran of the opera.
Right, she also wrote Hamilton, which I thought was quite funny.
Oh yeah. We have a question.
Citizen Kane?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, we have a sort of a question from the Discord of you could talk to Ministry of Image about the Wasteland Survival Guide print. Yes, those are all on the table. I'm looking at like formatting options first. Like I have this one software I downloaded that I might be trying, but like I said, I'm finishing Confessions first, and then probably that'll pick up in full in July again or something.
Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds, then I will give a primer on Friendship Never Changes, and then I will read the document.
Oh, fantastic.
So it wasn't a way.
But no, yeah, you definitely need a break, Skybolt, after you put your baby to rest.
Oh,
or put your
man.
baby to bed, however that saying goes.
I don't think it'll honestly take too long because I think it'll be such a vacuum of production for me that I'll rush in to try to make something again. Like, I already have that one-off FOE story idea that I kind of want to do now. It wouldn't be a big thing, but it'd be sort of like the Twin Terrors, like a little short, self-contained kind of radio play, or whatever. So yeah,
Hey,
we'll see what happens.
Question, can you still hear me? Yes or no?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay, no, my computer's being odd on me again.
Oh, that's all right. Totally understandable.
For some reason, it's like, oh, you're on Discord. Here, let's pop Steam up for you. Why? I don't want to play right now.
I didn't think anyone else had ever seen those.
I also, hopefully people can see on the video, there's the time code with where we are in the so obviously we're talking more than listening, but this way you can, layer them later on if you want to do that. But I'm having fun. I think people miss, hearing us just podcast anyway.
I completely forgot we were watching the Overstory.
It's fine. It's mainly an excuse for us to chat and just talk, confessions and stuff anyway. The real fun thing will be the rap party that we're going to do later on at the end of the month. I'm not sure if you were here for that, but yeah, hopefully after everyone's seen it, because here's the thing too, is I haven't told any of these guys how their character ends beyond whatever lines they recorded. I gave them all just their specific lines, so it's going to be great. A surprise for everyone. Who survives and who dies?
Yeah, Skybolt's been real hush-hush. He teases every now and again, but he's been mainly, shh, you're gonna find out at the end.
Yeah, between the, if you mention EAST Corp, that would be definitely fun. I tried to put as much detail about the backstory in the Wikia as I could for easy access, and then the finale will also give some closing details about the corporation as an in-universe entity as well, so hopefully people enjoy that.
On the other hand, my dad grew up toying around with the physical.
Okay, I'm back.
You're back?
I am back.
What about your friend?
I am not George R.R. Martin. I finished my stories. Don't you put that evil on me. I finished my stories.
Wait, what about George R.R. Martin?
From the start.
I'm afraid I'm a little out of the loop.
If anything, I am. Well, if anything, I'm Michael Crichton because that's who I've always modeled my writing career after. But
right.
My the Wikia articles are my silly Marillion.
Okay, so. Fuck.
What, did you lose it? You just found it, now you lost it.
I poured Coke into a glass.
2 centuries
and then the fizz spilled out.
You went too fast. Okay.
That's why you shouldn't have drunk the rum first. The rum goes in the bottom of the glass.
I do not have rum, but I do have cider because they A, because it's pony themed, but B, because after because alcohol's been banned here for like a few weeks.
Oh shit, really?
Really?
Basically, since quarantine started in early March.
Oh damn!
So from early March to the 1st of June, alcohol was banned because we were on lockdown. And we still are on lockdown. We're at least allowed to leave the house, kind of. We're just not allowed to leave the house without a mask, and they highly discourage leaving the house if they can. But we're not in a military enforced lockdown anymore.
That's good.
Kind of.
Alright, nice.
Okay, so I have to excuse myself for another 2 seconds.
Epic.
Because I spilled Coke all over my hand, and now it is very sticky. And I sit with a sticky hand for 9 hours, and I'll be very drunk.
In the center of
So,
the north side
Skybolt.
of the
Yes.
island stood a single main
George
tower.
R.R. Martin.
The tower
What
had
what's the
radio
joke?
masts and other
The joke
communications
is that he's never
equipment
finished the
placed on top
damn
of it.
Songs of Ice
The
and Fire
tower
yet,
itself was a
even though it's been 10
rectangular
years
base
since the
that
last
was
book.
intersected by three
I get it in one sense where he's sort of focusing on world building now, like they had to make that Fire and Dragons book where it's like backstory of the Targaryens and some other stuff that's going on, and now they're making that prequel series. So I kind of get that. You don't want to end the series until you get all the little stuff out first. But at the same time, I guess none of I don't think people expected how incompetent Benioff and Weiss would be with the ending of the series. That was the worst thing. I personally, as a non-book person, I thought episodes or seasons 5 through 7 were okay. It's literally just season 8 where it seems like they just wanted to rush it out the door. Like, and it kills everyone because HBO were like, we'll give you as many seasons as you want. You know, this is our golden goose that shits eggs like crazy. But no, it's like they immediately wanted to leave so they could make their Star Wars movies or something, and everyone's like, but you just ruined, like, one of your life's work. 10 years you put into this show, and then you didn't stick the landing at all. You broke your neck on the bottom of the pole vault.
It will go down in history as the most disappointing ending.
Yeah, I mean, people don't even mention things like Sopranos anymore, because Sopranos, at least there is an artistic argument to their ending, but there's no excuse to the Game of Thrones ending.
That's
Like,
clever. Good thing they were
with-
appropriately named. Not that you.
Here, there was an argument that I heard someone make, or a comment that I heard someone make that I think is very telling, is that is a fantasy book reviewer who was talking about how, despite the fact that his entire circle of friends and collaborators and peers are all massive fantasy fans, he doesn't know a single person who, in lockdown, with nothing to do, is rewatching Game of Thrones.
How sad is that? It's like, it was one of the biggest shows ever, and like, it changed the way a lot of, like, that kind of television became, especially for streaming, and they couldn't stick the landing? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
That show needed so many. I mean, Martin himself said they could have gone to 12 seasons.
But it was
Easily.
rushed.
And, like,
Well, wait a minute, hold on. It was rushed, if I recall correctly. It was rushed, and also they had no idea how they wanted to finish it.
Yes, that was a big problem too, is as soon as George gave them whatever notes he did, they should have sat down after season 4 and been like, okay, we need to really plan out how is our show going to end then? Because we're diverging now, and so we need a solid, you know, ABC plot line.
What they could have, what they could have done is, once they got to the end of season 4, which I think season 4 ends a strong place, with Tyrion going to
Pissing off the edge of the world.
What year did season 4 end?
Season 4 ends on the wall. It's the big battle against the free folk at the wall.
Yeah, it's the battle at the wall, and Tyrion has his trial over and dies, and Tyrion goes to Meereen and kills himself.
Oh, Tyrion's trial is one of the best moments of the show.
So what they could have done is, at that point where they've run out of material, is stop making the show. Just like stop, be like, all right, cool. George R.R. Martin's got fuckloads of other supplementary material and stories that he's been writing instead of the books. So we're going to put the show on hold. Like, just put the fucking show on hiatus, go back and give us the Duncan Egg story, or give us the Blackfire Rebellions, or the fucking Roberts Rebellion. Just make something there. Make one-shot seasons. And
make sure you remove all the water bottles and whatnot out of the scenery.
I'll be honest, like, I started watching some of those lore videos from, like, Alt-Shift-X and the Y Create channels, and I want to see, like, a whole show based around, like, Sithorios and Yin and the Black Stones and Ashai. Like, those all sound like awesome Lovecraftian plot lines that I want to see happen.
right? Give me an entire story about Oberyn Martell. Except they've already done that. It's called The Mandalorian, and it's fucking amazing.
Oh, no kidding. I'm so excited for season 2 of that. Like, that was one of the best shows. Like, the best ways Disney could have launched is with that. It was well executed.
Have you been watching
Season 1 of The Mandalorian was definitely very, very good. It was enjoyable. Although with some of the things that have been going on behind the scenes, I am a bit cautious and skeptical about how they're going to implement season 2 of The Mandalorian. Like, what's gonna happen next? Who's going to be in charge, and who should not be in charge of it?
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a power struggle behind the scenes, which is like, obviously whoever did the first season, just let them do it, because they knew what they were doing. Yes. Don't meddle, but they always meddle. What the fuck?
Like, just let Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni continue doing the thing they're doing, because they fucking nailed it.
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah, it was just mainly them, but oh, that's right. One of the things I heard was that the reason why that was good is because, as you said, they were doing their own thing. But what was her name? Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen. She had her hand in the Star Wars movies, and she was wanting a big part to have her hand in The Mandalorian. Supposedly, she was the reason. She's the one that made the suggestion for there to be a Baby Yoda, and
that's a great idea.
And apparently, the Baby Yoda was supposed to be female.
Okay.
But
Baby, what was the Yada from the prequels? Baby Yada.
Yaddle.
Yaddle.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Because
Baby Yentl.
There, I guess if I recall correctly, I'm trying to get all my info here correct because it's been a while since I even thought about Disney Star Wars at this point.
Yeah.
I kind of sponged it out. It's like, oh, that was a thing? Oh, I don't remember. Anyway, point being, apparently Kathleen Kennedy, she wasn't able to have as much control or direction in The Mandalorian. And to be perfectly honest, that in a way that's a good thing because The Mandalorian itself was phenomenal. It felt like Star Wars. It looked like Star Wars. It was Star Wars.
The thing that kills me with the movies, and that was sort of the breaking point with the Rise of Skywalker, was then everyone realized, oh wow, they really didn't plan it from the beginning. And it's like, no matter what direction they took, like, honestly, if Rian Johnson did have the whole trilogy, that would have been neat to see an entire well-executed plotline. But it was the struggle. It's the fact that there wasn't a single creative voice for the whole trilogy that things fell apart. Like
I'm still mad at what they did with Finn. I mean, they...
Oh, yeah.
In The Force Awakens, they reveal him to be a stormtrooper, and he's like, nah, I don't want to be a stormtrooper no more. And I'm oversimplifying the explanation, but that's beside the point. Anyway, he changes sides, and throughout most of the movie, it's like he's being built up to be like the main guy.
Yeah. The very first trailer, he's the first one that shows up. They have several scenes of him with a lightsaber. I'm like, Finn as the Jedi would be great.
He has a lightsaber. He's fighting, and then the lightsaber gets knocked out of his hand, and then Mary Sue Ray takes over.
Oof. It's like, or at least have them in different sides of being the next generation of Jedi. Like, make her, she's the kid. She's, the blood of Skywalker or Palpatine or whatever. That would actually been a better plot if they knew she was a Palpatine from the beginning, and that was the secret of Luke, like, that he saved her from her parents or whatever when Grandpa was trying to take over, and then that was like a big thing. He was trying to protect her from her grandfather. That would have been a great reveal if they fucking planned that from the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on record real fast. The only Disney trilogy I've seen is The Force Awakens. I did not see the Last Jedi or the Rise of Skywalker because of all the crud that was going on behind the scenes and with the media saying, oh, well, if you don't go see this movie or if you don't like this, you're this.
Yeah, the media is its own problem. Ironically, the one-off movies were better. The Rogue One and the
Yeah.
Solo. I actually really like Solo. I feel bad that Solo got a bad rap because of the controversies.
It was the advertisement. It was the way it was advertised.
It's not just the way it was advertised, it's the fact that it released 5 months after The Last Jedi.
They should have held it for Christmas. There's no reason not to.
I don't know why they should have held it for Christmas, because at the time, the Star Wars fandom was just in such fucking disarray that releasing another movie, one that no one asked for it. No one wanted
movie in May over the summer, and that they had their big Star Wars releases over Christmas, which was genius. I don't know why they decided to break that with Solo. It was so dumb.
It was ridiculous, which is such a shame, because again, Solo was really fun.
It was.
I loved it.
The whole third act, flying through, that's a great way to explain the parsec problem of, so it had to be a shortest route through a storm around a planet rather than a race. That makes a lot more sense. That was a good retcon.
Okay, which part are you talking about?
Was it the Kessel Run, where they're getting through the atmospheric storm around Kessel?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Rogue One that we're talking about now?
No, this was Solo.
No. Solo.
I did not see Solo.
Oh.
Sorry.
It was fun and it was solid. It wasn't anything special, but it was, it was good.
I have to say, Danny Glover? Donald Glover. He did a great job, I thought, as a young Lando. I don't know. It seemed like he really got the mannerisms down, in my opinion.
No, I honestly, I wanted to see more of him in that role.
Also, the music was good. Like, I kind of have been disappointed with John Williams' sequels trilogy music, but John Powell, he came up with some really clever themes, like the child choir when what were they called, the Marauders were flying around. That was a really good piece of music.
Though I gotta say, if we're talking about Star Wars music being good lately, Ludwig Göransson.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Fucking, the soundtrack for The Mandalorian is the best Star Wars music we have heard since the prequels.
It's amazing.
I don't like the prequels, but the music in the prequels is fucking astounding.
Yes.
And The Mandalorian soundtrack is so good. It's so fucking good.
Oh, another thing too is with the Jedi. Was it the game over Christmas? They had the Who band, the Mongolian band, did a song for that is also freaking amazing. It was really funny too because there were some Mongolian speakers in the comment section for it. They're like, "Oh wow," because it's an alien language. So like, "Oh, this must be what non-Mongolian speakers hear when they're listening to regular Who band songs."
Hearing you two talk about it, I mean, words. I know how to use them. Sorry. I guess I should take the time and track down Solo and give it a watch.
It was okay. I mean, obviously, I think there were a lot of little moments it did really well, like the very final confrontation between Solo and what's his name?
Harrison Ford's character. Not Harrison Ford, Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson's character. That was a really well executed scene. The tease they did at the very end for a movie that will probably never exist kills me still, because it would have been a great Clone Wars-esque plot line. Damn it.
Right, also, it was one of those things that made me feel so vindicated. They put something in a Star Wars movie that was probably going to confuse so many people who were in the theater who were like, wait, is that Darth Maul? And all the Clone Wars fans next to them were like, yeah!
Exactly, it was for the fans, which is why it felt so good, where it's like, oh, they care about the greater lore, they care about the people who invested the time in all their other really deep lore kind of stuff, and it makes you feel appreciated.
There are so many beautiful things that I find in some of these that are for the fans. I thought one of when I was watching the Clone Wars animated series, the most recent season.
Oh, I still need to do that.
Oh, have you not done it yet?
No, I was waiting, I think, for it to finish, and also my Disney Plus expired, and I haven't gotten a new one or gotten a friend to log in yet.
You're doing the free route.
I won't talk about details, but there are so many sort of just like really good one-off lines.
Oh yes.
That pay off shit for the fans in a really good, in a really effective way. And that's nice. It's the sort of thing that like only fans would get. And you'd be like, oh god, they did that for me.
Yeah.
Almost in a way. I love it.
And those are great moments. Like, what still kills me is I kind of wish there was more, like, canon, like, fleshings out of the Jenny Kartovsky series. Like, I want a bigger arc with, what's her name? Asajj Ventress. She was a great character.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Exactly. Well, I mean, Asajj Ventress, because it was one of the big frustrating things. I haven't read it yet, but one of the arc, she got a finishing arc in the Clone Wars that never made it into the show, and didn't make it into its final season. It did make it into a book, but it was a story about her and Quinlan Voss trying to assassinate Count Dooku.
Ooh.
I think it's Dooku they're trying to assassinate. But apparently it's absolutely fucking fantastic. It's almost like beat for beat what was expected from what the animated series version was going to be. So Ventress does sort of get a story conclusion, even if it didn't appear in the series.
Also, the General Grievous in the Jenny Tartakovsky series was really frightening. Like, even up until the end explanation for how he gets his cough, it was a really scary character in that show.
Oh, yeah.
My dad said giving abalone an annoyed face.
That is an interesting naming scheme.
Well, I don't mean to suddenly change the subject.
No, it's totally free conversation.
All right, James, did you find your story, or did you spill more foam on your hands?
No, I did find the story. Okay, hang on. Let me just.
That is
I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick.
Security protocols.
Get me one too. No, kidding. Suddenly drinks appear in everyone's house. Like what? So someone's listening to this podcast as they're driving, and a random drink appears in their lap. What?
What?
I swear, officer, I wasn't drinking while driving.
Only kind of.
I was holding my phone in my hand and watching this video while I was driving, and this tall glass of liquid appeared in my lap. How much have you had?
That's a tall drink of water right there.
Actually, you know what? That would randomness aside. Randomness aside, that would be double trouble. You know, drinking and driving and using your cell phone at the same time. I guess it depends on where you are.
It'd be even better if you were speeding.
Nah. Make it too easy.
We need autobahns.
Let's see. Did you find it yet?
Yeah, I found it. Okay. Let's talk about friendship never changes. Okay, so basically at some point during our time at Stapletech, myself and the and JD, who was one of the other writers, and he would eventually become the studio's co-director. We got to talking about the period in between Little Pip's sacrifice and the actual ending of Fallout Equestria, because there's a 10-year time skip between the epilogues. And I thought, and we really wanted to see what that period of time would look like of them, of the Griffins trying to take over Equestria and instituting the new Canterlot Republic, how people would view Little Pip's sacrifice. And what we realized was that you could arguably get a whole series into that. And so we were basically like, all right, cool. So we're going to work. We've been working on the animated series, but now we're going to put this together. We're going to write a whole season of scripts for it. Do a whole series plan, and then we're going to pitch it to Stabletech so that when we are done with all 5 seasons of the animated series, then immediately move on to this. We were that we believed that this was gonna get done. Not only that we're gonna get the episode done, but that we were gonna make 5 fucking seasons.
Well, we know now that that's not gonna happen.
Right.
Honestly, it still kills me they never did episode 1, because literally everything was there. Literally everything.
Dude. Right.
We've talked about this, but then that's another thing too. Then as soon as Great Experiment came out, this one guy who was on the puppeting team pokes his head up like, "You didn't put my name in the credits. You didn't put my name in the credits." And then one of his comments was, "Oh yeah, I was one of the ones pushing for the puppets so hard." I'm like, bro, why would you stick your neck out and like admit to something like that? Like, you are one of the main problems of why the thing never got done, and you're mad that we didn't credit your work? By accident, by the way. We credited everything was based on a credit document from the end. I have no idea. I don't even know if they had a department in the fucking puppets.
Right, because that was another fucking hilarious thing that where we had to clean up some of Stabletech's mess, was the fact that there was... When Stabletech originally uploaded the animatic, not only did they not use Skybolt Studio, but also they didn't put credits up, which meant that all of the people who worked on that episode over the so many fucking years did not get a credit.
Yeah, I worked damn hard trying to get everyone's credits put together for my animatic, and the one guy who gets left out is like he was mentioned in like the static art credit, so he wasn't uncredited, but it's like out of nowhere he's acting all like uppity about it, and I'm like, bro, you should keep your fucking head down saying things like that. I mean, that's like saying, oh yeah, I'm the guy that stabbed Sicaro, or what's his name, the fucking 60s movie. Anyway, it's like, why would you admit to that?
It was probably just to be a part of something, be recognized. I can kind of understand that. I mean, you work your tail off on something, and then it just kind of disappears into the shadows.
Oh god,
I get it in the general sense, but anyway.
So, and I know this is stupid. Plus, just me being tired right now because I just got off work. But every time you guys kept saying puppets, I know it was about the rig puppets, the digital, and all that. But I can't help but keep imagining some of the people for Stabletech, like, okay, this sock puppet's almost done. I just need more felt for Little Pip and some more plastic for Iron Hose.
They fucking might as well. It would have been something anyway.
So, okay, so I'm not gonna read the entire document because the entire document is 20 pages.
Oh no.
We got time.
That's true.
Everyone got their drinks.
Okay, so Okay, so here's the opening. Overall storyline in one paragraph. An amnesiac alicorn attempts to recover her memories in the wake of the rebirth of Equestria. However, as she travels through the wasteland, she discovers a mounting threat from her own dark past and gathers a new group of heroes to prevent Equestria from falling prey to this new threat. So basically, the new threat is demons, and this is very original. Are you ready for this originality here?
Sure.
Demons who are manifestations of the 7 deadly sins.
Woo!
That's so original. I never would have thought of anything like that.
And I cannot remember if that was my idea or JD's idea, but it sounds like the sort of stupid shit that 2014 Vermont would have
Wait,
come up
we
with.
need descriptions now. What are each of these characters looking like? How do you approach the Lust character?
I do not remember.
probably just-
Let's hang on, let me control F. Lust find. There we go, found them. Okay, in order. Pride, a hero who claimed not to a hero who claims not to be one, inspired by Little Pip. They set off to become noted in the Manchester, Nadenborough area. Their claims of humility and humble status do not match their acts of behavior. Gluttony. Center Pierce. She takes over the Cope, which I do not remember the acronym. I'm sure it's somewhere else in this document. And her obsessive desire to be an endless party results in her gaining the vice of gluttony. Oh, that was it. It was ponies. The ponies who most exhibited those traits would be possessed, I think. Okay, lust. Courtesan. The daughter of an aristocrat. Courtesan. Oh shit, her name was actually Courtesan. Holy shit. Why did we do that? Okay.
Why not?
Courtesan found she enjoyed certain activities when one of these liaisons...
My cutie mark is a mattress. What does it mean, mommy? The little 10-year-old? Oh God. I have failed as a parent.
Okay, I'm lost. Where are you at?
I'm just imagining that scene from the end of Confessions 2. Being a ghoul is quite invigorating.
I was gonna say, you could have been progressive and had a male Lust character that's just like you know, Mr. Horse.
But unfortunately, JD and I did not lean into that. We went with the very... When one of these liaisons was discovered, she was disowned. With a few caps to her name, she spent 5 years building up Golden Temptations. Her bordellos spread across the Manchester Nadenborough area. Unlike most madams, she still happily beds bucks and mares for a price. Susceptible to lust, she is approached by Windbreeze, who tricks her into wearing the vice. She revels in the newfound power it gives her, and soon begins to lead the vices in public, influencing her own people in turn influence local members of both the Republic and the Empire. She sets the two budding nations on a collision course to war.
So she becomes Cleopatra, basically.
Yeah, one half Cleopatra, one half the actual Lust from Metal Alchemist.
Fantastic. So are they basically, they would have had to make a rig of frickin' milkmare from Derpy Burial?
Wait, what the... Why did we name the Roth Cider Barrel? Wasn't Cider Barrel one of the... He was the voice director at Stapleton. Right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that was...
at one point.
Well, he replaced you after you were, you know...
I got replaced with that Overmare girl first.
Oh, yes, you were replaced by Madame Overmare, and she was replaced by Cider Barrel.
Yeah.
I remember now. Madame Overmare was the original voice of the Crusader mainframe, which after the reboot we then somehow stumbled onto Maddie. I still do not know how that happened.
Oh, thank God.
I remember how we got most of our cast. I do not remember how we ended up with Maddie, but I'm very glad that we did. Okay.
Me too.
Okay, scrolling back up. Okay, the longer version of the story, okay, no, that's like one line longer. Holy shit, there are so many characters, what the fuck? Why?
Well, I mean, if your villains are 7 characters and you haven't even covered the protagonists yet.
Oh no,
Right.
one of them stories.
The protagonist. Okay, so the protagonist of the story was a dude named Rail Spike, who is simultaneously the protagonist and the embodiment of the envy vice.
Oh, sweet.
His issues with envy stem with him being born in the Holy Equestrian Empire. Not being from aristocratic blood meant he was always envious of those in the higher echelon of society, able to easily afford anything. He worked briefly for one of the aristocratic families in Buckingham, repairing things around their estate. Rail Spike would wind up falling for the aristocrat's daughter, but they were not allowed to be. The father... Yeah, so I guess we took plot lines from Pirates of the Caribbean.
So he's from the Holy Equestrian Empire, but it's not holy or equestrian or an empire.
Makes sense.
I'm assuming the bad parts of the world building are probably me. The father found out and Rail Spike fled to Trainline. The envy still simmers away, having never truly been addressed, which makes him susceptible to vices. The only thing that could fix this is his love for party peace, which helps him keep the vice at bay. However, it is exploited by an old friend and released. Party Peace was one of our other characters, I think. Yeah, there we go. Party Peace, born and raised in Funnyville. Why?
Not so much a ha-ha funny as a make you think funny.
Yep.
Apparently she wears a...
Unfortunately, I think I need to head off. I'm starting to nod off.
No, that's fine, Webb. Thank you for stopping by for a little bit.
You're welcome. I wanted to come and say hi and see what was going on. So, but
I think,
well, if you're up in 9 hours, we'll still be here.
you know what? That might be doable. We'll see. I mean, hopefully Chris or one of the other members shows up.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, James, thank you for sharing your 2014 story.
no problemo.
Or was it a 2015? I apologize. As I said, I'm trying to stay awake here.
14 or 15, I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, God. There are actually 2 characters that I do remember liking, and I still really like them, which was Chain Slash and Burn Trauma.
Oh, yeah. I remember all the art from them.
Yeah. So, for the audience, basically the idea was that... I lost my train. Okay, so basically, the idea with them was that we would create these 2 Raider characters who would appear and get, like, a noticeable amount of screen time every single time that Little Pip and Calamity and Velvet and whatever, like, would take on a group of Raiders. In the background, somewhere, there would be Chain Slash and Burn Trauma, and they would always be injured, but we'd always write it so that they got away in, like, the background of a shot or something. And we were basically trying to write this idea of these 2 Raiders who keep trying to find a new Raider group, but then as soon as they do, it keeps being destroyed by Little Pip.
Darn that little Pip! You know, every time we find something or someplace, it's always destroyed.
So are they basically like Team Rocket?
Kind of, but like sit completely in the background. And the idea was that eventually we would have them like show up supporting them in the final battle, like being on, like, fighting the Enclave, and there would just be this little arc for them in the background. It never happened, of course. So eventually, at one point, we were like, "All right, cool. We like these characters, so let's bring them into Friendship Never Changes." Obviously, that didn't materialize. I then tried to do something where I tried to do a Fallout Equestria version of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, where Fallout Equestria is told from the story of two raiders who only ever encounter Littlepip like 3 times across the whole of Fallout Equestria. So seeing it from their perspective would make Fallout Equestria look really fucking weird and hard to follow and understand, which is very much what Rosencrantz and Guildenstern did for Hamlet. But I think nothing has ever been done with the characters ever, aside from a lot of art, because the writing team liked them so much.
Yeah.
You know what?
No,
If anything, maybe we should see about bringing that into EAST Corp and making that thing. I mean,
maybe I'll give it a thought.
it's totally up to you, James.
I'll give it. I can give it a thought. You know, I'm working on a fuckload of things at the moment. I've got a lot of secret projects.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Our main thing, mainly, is we want to finish Wasteland Survival Guide, and then also I might do a one-off, which would basically just be me working on if I do that. But yeah, as far as major projects, I don't think we're starting up anything like that soon.
Oh, you mean we can't do actual sock Fallout Equestria?
I've been working on something. I've been working on some other stuff in the background, but I don't know how far they're going to get. There was something offered after the Great Experiment that it's too early to talk about, but might be fun. But again, like a lot of projects when they're early in production, like they'll reach the early in production stage, then I'll sort of start to work on them, and then after I get like, you know, a script or two in, or after I've worked on a couple of characters and an outline, it might just not be going the way I wanted to. It'll get set aside into development hell, which is why I've learned.
You're overly detail oriented.
Well, it's more like I tend to lose focus on a lot of things. Which is why if you go look at sort of my early time at EAST, if you look at things like behind the scenes, behind the scenes, our hero, the bureaucrat, and the anthem logs were like points where I didn't have the discipline to follow through. With behind the scenes, there were other factors, and that's why we still want to try and finish at least something of, because we all put so much fucking work into it. Holy shit! And it was a good story. It was a good idea. So basically, it's kind of had to learn to be a lot more disciplined over the years, which is why whenever I talk about secret projects or stuff, all I ever say now is, I am working on a secret project. You may or may not hear about it. It may or may not come out.
Exactly.
Because I know I've got discipline issues. I mean, fuck, trying to keep Aria Moon running is already killing.
At least you're getting practice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, this has been fun, but I do need to go.
Have a good night.
You guys have a great one. And everyone in the chat, you have yourselves a great one too, and stay safe.
So we got Okart on screen. Ow! The fuck?
Yeah, there's a pretty big chunk of engineer in this because it's sort of an unresolved story. We don't know how Amber's story ends, do we?
Exactly. You know, I thought. I remember when I was watching your trailer, and I saw it was going through everyone in order, but then it skipped Amberhorn, and I was like, wait. Why? I thought you were doing an in-order thing, and then you got to the end. It's like, oh, right, because Amberhorn's got like the biggest hanging thread.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Amberhorn's got two big hanging threads. One is that storyline about her, and the other one is, you know, the end of the Red Reaper.
It's interesting. I wonder how that's all gonna end.
I know, right? I have no fucking...
They knew I was a mistake from the start.
Who on earth told you that? It wasn't one of them.
Very secretive being.
Of course not.
That's the fun thing about the live stream when we do it on Monday, that Monday, is because then we get to all experience it together, including the crew.
Right.
But ponies don't always
Gonna have to set aside
and they can never see into the
many time event occur.
Yeah, I planned it out very intricately, and I even took an hour off of work so I could start it at the right time, so it wraps up right at the 6-year anniversary, which I'm very excited about.
Oh, what time is it starting?
It's starting at 3 p.m. Pacific.
It was alien through the gates in the first place.
Hey,
Felt that it was because of his misguided altruism and trust that he ended up getting my mum killed by putting
how
her
you
in a
doing,
dangerous
Susie?
situation for the sake of
Oh, wait, no, we're back.
And
Thank you,
Adeline, on the
Susan.
other hand, felt guilty that she had missed the
That was
shot
very
inside
nice
the
of you.
Scot's head. It destroyed her inside. She failed in the
I always like these little those little bits and pieces of art that show up every now and then. At the very least, it meant that you had a lot of art that you could show off for the finale.
Yeah, for the Overstory, the key was separating the scenes, and so I have like these slow pans so people can kind of have an idea of like the separation of the cuts and get an idea for, again, the editing is part of the tease. Same thing with the trailer, so hopefully people are enjoying those.
Robots programming. That was just some random book, and all she had to do was take a shot.
I'll be honest, based on the way she was talking, I thought Chris would be here at the beginning, but maybe she's coming later on.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
She's 8 hours ahead, so maybe she's just wrapping up dinner and stuff. Or
Yeah,
she's 8 hours ahead of me. She's about the same time as you.
We just had dinner, so that makes sense.
My dad was one to suggest
Uh,
they let the stallions in. He decided
Expecting one or two extra people. What is spent? Example spent 6 years building up a giant team of people.
Yeah, I thought more could drop in and out, but I also expected more to kind of be at the beginning, but whatever. Maybe they're all sleeping in.
Well, with that being said, hey, chat, you got a chance to ask us questions while we wait.
Oh, yeah, obviously ask away whenever you feel like. Obviously, we're not being super, it's pretty low-key.
Exactly. It's an informal podcast. Well, all up deeply. I'd also think from the chat it'd be nice to see some of your predictions, and let's see whether or not you can get Skype to react to your predictions for the confessions finale.
Oh, absolutely.
We can test his poker face, well, poker voice.
Poker voice, poker voice. No.
Poker voice. Poker voice. Poker voice.
Well, you can poker voice if you're in the right mood one day.
What about you personally?
I miss Zeppelich. We've got that Amber art on screen. He was such a great artist. I really miss him.
Because he did a lot of really good stuff. He did the second set of the Terminal Secrets art.
Yeah, he did.
Which was really good. The Terminal Secrets art just got the cover art just got better and better and better until we had Eldritch Horror Stella.
Oh yeah. He did the closing art for Wasteland Survival Guide. There's the Duchess Horror, or Rose Petal Bedroom Eyes art. There's this. There's the Sandstone and Carmina at Outpost Zeta art.
Oh, man, because that was his test art for when he was joining us back in the Stable Tech days. Was draw something from Confessions, basically.
So good.
And not much long afterwards, he comes back and he's got Duchess Rose Petal, and it's kind of like, what is she looking at? I think your theory was the dick in a box joke.
He's got my dick in a box. Yeah.
Okay, Maverick87, we got a comment, and it's what's going on with Untypical, because the thing that I love the most in all the world, whenever my shows are running behind schedule, is talking about why they're behind schedule.
It has an untypical production cycle.
Okay, so basically, obviously I'm not going to give all of the details because, shit's in production, some of it's sensitive information, and I need to maintain the slightest, tiniest degree of professionalism. But basically, Untypical is still in production. We had to wait on a few VAs. We've had to get a lot more retakes than normal, and that's not because of that's not necessarily a thing with the VAs, but more a thing with our standards of production going up. Because the thing is, so Terminal Secrets Episode 6 took us about just over 2 years from the beginning of script to release for us to finish production. And I think, and that was for an episode that was about 2 hours long. For Untypical, we are doing 3 episodes all of length between, so the Terminal Secrets Episode 6 script was 106 pages. The Untypical scripts are 94 pages, 112 pages, and 132 pages. So it's all that really, really, really high level of production, but also at nearly twice the length at times of what Terminal Secrets had been. The result of that, unfortunately, is that it just is taking way longer to produce than we had originally anticipated. So it is all going. It is all coming together, and we are hoping to have episode 2 out to you all soon. And we will be re-looking at our production schedule and our production cycle to try and make sure that future episodes don't take as long as these ones are. But they are coming. It does exist. We haven't given up on Untypical. It's not an animated series situation. It was just we did bite off a little bit more than we could chew at first. Woo! And it's just taken a little bit to adjust. But it's coming out, and it is awesome. It is really cool. So that's the answer to that awkward question.
Fantastic.
Final Sight says, quickly just to Maverick 87. Yeah, I'm not. You definitely weren't going to hear anything about it because I'm. For a while, because just whilst when updates remain scarce, I prefer not to give information until there's enough information that it's worth telling people about. Okay. Final Sight. I can't predict as I'm still behind on Confessions. Still need to watch/listen to the Red Reaper.
Oh yeah, you might want to do that. Before the finale.
No, ideally before this comment section spoils it for you.
Yeah, you're gonna see the ending at the end of this video, so,
loved mayors of our tribe. One of its leaders. In one action, he had exhausted all possible goodwill they might have had.
So in the background of my horse projects, I'm also working on like regular writing too, and a novel. I'm excited to see where it goes, but I'm taking my time. No hard due dates like I've been doing the last couple of months.
No one was in and no one was going out. Instead,
Sorry, what? I completely missed that. I zoned out.
No, I'm also working on like regular fiction writing in the background, like a slow burn for a novel that I'm excited about.
Oh, yes. We're book buddies then. We're book buddies.
Book buddies.
Book buddies. Every now and then I get the urge to do a short video on the channel just talking a little bit about it because I keep bringing it up.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything really real until it's done, until it's like released on Amazon, basically.
I find that talking about for things like that where it's not an EAST Corp project and I'm more comfortable talking about it because there's no vague release date. I always find that talking about it helps keep the excitement going, because on a longer project where like after a while your initial excitement starts to fade a little bit and then it's just like you've got to keep going. Discipline.
Yeah, honestly, the annual confession cycle kind of helped me have a rhythm of writing and also like something to, work toward you're releasing for people. So it kind of keeps you engaged.
I think you've got a question from Sunny Buns.
Oh, what?
From Best Girl.
From Best Girl. Oh, sweet. Let me scroll. Do you play Fallout 4? Yes, I do have Fallout 4 from on my Xbone.
That might have been what the council thought.
Let me scroll up. What was the last question? I can't predict. I'm behind on Red Reaper. Haven't heard it yet. And from Quill Feather, what is your biggest challenge for you writing Confessions has been? Ironically, the biggest challenges for Confessions have always been production. Like some weird random thing once I'm done with the writing and then actually trying to make the audio of the episode. So the first one obviously was it was shunned before it ever came out, and like none of the VAs even put in an audition for it. So that's why I had to go to my old bestest friend, I Am Shadow, for being Battered Blade. Green Shift went okay. The only trouble with that was after the first one got pulled from the channel, so it was in like a weird limbo state, and I didn't know if they would like pull it completely from the channel or not. Duchess Horror, the problem was the Reddit leak right beforehand. As far as the actual writing, I don't know. I sort of have like, I have a master document of like ideas, and then it's like slowly with each episode, those get distilled down into the final product. And so like for the finale, I had my big overall storyline sheet that was like 30 pages long. And then once I got that in with the individual finale notes, it was just like, it shrank and shrank and shrank, and now it's basically gone because it's all integrated into the story.
You destroyed down there.
Sorry, I'm looking for a leash thingy for my this flash drive that I got. There it is. That's what I was looking for.
Terrible, though. Living way down by guilt? That's one of the worst things.
Any other questions from the chat? Okay, it is again. Best Girl is asking about playing Xbox versus PC.
Oh yeah, I'm a filthy console noob, and I can never get Nexus to work for me. And so the Xbox 4 Fallout 4 mods for Xbox were like a godsend, that I could actually experience the creator-driven community, because I'm such a boomer Neanderthal as far as making mods work on my PC.
Oh, by the way, it is official. EAST Corp fans, all of us, we no longer stand Nexus mods. We are all boycotting Nexus mods.
Uh-oh, what did they do?
So I can't go into a lot of details about it because I'm under NDA. But they did have, but I was interviewing for a job with them.
Oh wow!
For a writing gig with them, and I got down to the final round. It was like me and 2 or 3 other people, and I didn't get the fucking job.
Oh man, I'm sorry. That sucks.
Right? I was excited that I made it to the final round, but like, so just so you know, the thing they're doing is very interesting. Obviously, I can't talk about it, but I think as in solidarity, EAST Corp fans are no longer we no longer use Nexus mods.
Nexus mods canceled
until they give Vermont a job.
I'll be honest, I mean, I know Creation Club was like a bad meme and stuff, but the regular mod function on the consoles, like, that was really neat. And, like, I haven't seen any other games even really try to do that. And, you know, still have the free mods. Like, I got the, once Siren Head became the new darling of internet creepypasta, I got that Whispering Hills mod for Fallout 4 and started a new playthrough. It's amazing. That is a fun mod, because it has the Silent Hills music as well. And the Siren Head is very well integrated into the game.
See, I actually haven't played a Fallout game in a really long time. I think there was a point where I finally got tired of Fallout after Lost. God, how many years have we put into this now?
Oh, I don't even fucking know.
6 or 7 years that we've basically given to very consistently thinking about Fallout. And my pony, like, those 3 brands have basically dominated our lives for almost a fucking decade.
It's really wild.
There is a point after a while where I look at Fallout and I think, if I didn't play this game again for another 10 years, I'd be cool with that. I have days like that.
We legit could be, like, good writers on a Fallout game at this point. In my personal opinion, that's not biased at all. We could be writers on a Fallout game.
Right? I temporarily was. I was on on a fan game, the Fallout Miami mod.
Oh, yeah. Fallout Miami had one main problem, which was the music. The music is much too subtle. They really needed to go a little bit harder, a little bit more Miami Vice. Like the GTA 5 soundtrack that Tangerine Dream did, that. They should have made a Wasteland version of that. Would have been perfect.
Oh, man, I think... so, we could honestly write on a Fallout game. By this point,
I'm unironically proud of, like, our stable stories and stuff. We could easily write some dungeons for, like, you know, Vault 85 in the Midwest or something like that. Or what, 65?
I really want to do, I think would be a fantastic companion character. Would be you meet a Brotherhood of Steel dude. I have to actively not say Steel Ranger when talking about the normal Fallout.
Oh, I've said Pip-Buck out loud more times than I can count, and every once in a while my friend will catch me and he'll be like, ah. I'm like, shut up, because he's not a brony, but he does know about my dark secret.
Yeah, I have it with Pip-Buck, I have it with Steel Ranger, and I have it with Stable.
Oh yeah, Stable is hard. It's really, really hard to keep them separate.
But so I think there's a companion that I would love to write, which is a Steel Ranger. I'm just leaning into it. Who is actually just 3 kids inside a piece of power armor.
Oh no, that's funny. That's like classical Fallout humor.
Exactly. I think that would be really fun.
There's a lot of ideas from like Van Buren and stuff that just never got executed that would have been really neat. Like, honestly, the space station plotline that they kind of worked into 76 with the crash space station, but it's like, but I want it in a game that's good. I want it in a game that actually, like, you want to write deep lore for.
It wouldn't take us too long.
Can Pony Player mod. I have the plushie mod. I'm not, and I know for PC there's the Fallout 4 mod that has confessions that Linux Pony made, which is incredible. But those are the only ones I'm familiar with.
A blanket of metal fog, but they weren't alone.
Okay, I gotta mute my mic for a second. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, no problem.
Being pulled by 4 stallions at the front.
So yeah, so obviously there's a good chunk in the middle here that is Amber Horn's story, kind of just unresolved plot lines, a little bit backstory that, you know, you might have forgotten if you haven't seen her story in a while. Yeah, so it's worth remembering
These buses
for
were
reasons.
lanes. Several ponies were sitting on the roof of each vehicle. They were dressed in various types of armor and all were armed. They were
I think I've told the backstory before too, where Amber Horn is basically like an inverse of my character, like the Skybolt character. Because the idea was the physical design was for this bronies of California group that I created when like this other group was being all like gatekeepery and like keeping a lot of people out. I was like, okay, well, fuck you. I'll just make my own group then, blackjack and hookers. And then instead of a hooker, I came up with a character called Poppy Seed, where it was this design, but she had a golden poppy as a cutie mark, which is the California state flower. And yeah, and she didn't have the horn. The amber horn was new with Confessions, and as the name and characterization. And then, of course, Poppy Seed, the name, got recycled into Come to Me, the poetry special. So that's why Amber looks like a surfer girl, even though she has the voice of a northern English lady. I think I mentioned before, too, she was originally supposed to have an Australian accent because this was basically written during the summer of Mad Max Fury Road. And so I binged the original movies and was full-on Mad Max. But, you know, it's close enough. Oh, yeah, that's another question. Now that there's, 8 episodes, what was everyone's favorite character or episode or whatever? It's always fun. I always tried to make each one like different enough so everyone could get something new out of them, and so it's like that none of them feel like sequel-y per se. I mean, they are all, kind of, they have their own individualized story aside from the Overstory that we're watching here. But yeah, I think it's been a lot of fun. It's really helped my whole writing, which was also part of the process too. It was, originally created to give all the VAs a character they could be proud of, and then also practice my own writing. So now I feel, A, I'm much faster at writing now, and B, much better at just compiling, like, story points and plot lines and set decoration, all that stuff. Battered Blade is a favorite. I was so glad, just, God bless her for that she came back for her parts. I still wish Ian Anderson and Nathy Khanna would have come back to play Duchess and Greenshift respectively. It would have paid off a lot more. Before I wrote their parts for the Ice Mare, I contacted both of them, and they both said they could come back. And then by the time I had the script ready, then it was radio silence from both of them. So that's why Needle's in the show, and that's why I had to play Greenshift Part 2. Which I thought was okay. I did my best. It was basically the voice I did during the demo, because that's the other thing, is each of the demos were a way for me to practice a character accent, It's just to be fun. And then it paid off later on in the What the Fix, when we're doing silly accents.
buildings and blowing up trees in the orchards.
But yeah, no, I Am Shadow, she's such a godsend to bring her back, and so then we got 3 solid episodes of her little opening bits with the Red Reaper, hitting on Sandstone, all her great bits about raiders in the Icemare, like, you know, oh, I've seen raiders impale you. And then, of course, all of, speaking of getting impaled, then all her interactions with Diamondback, which was so great. I love how Diamondback actually has one of the most memorable moments from the Red Reaper, even though he's not in it. Yeah, and then Freezy, of course, which is basically born of my love for Curie. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make my horse version of Curie, and in its own way, you know, it's the spiritual, you know, successor. It doesn't have to have all the same plotline details.
Require too much energy to support them all.
That sucks.
It pissed off.
Oh, the other thing I should mention that we've been hearing in the Overstory is this is the these are the tracks using the remastered audio from the old episodes that I think I have a working copy of everything because I remastered. It was mainly in the fall actually, between like September when Red Reaper came out and when this came out in late October for Fallout Day, and a lot of them were just basic EQ fixes, and some of them were noise cancellation. So, like, the main thing I addressed was my own mic. Like, in the Icemare, I don't know what happened to my own mic. It was right after I moved, I think. So, the audio was shit for my microphone, and it still bothered me. And that was, like, the first thing I fixed, was going through the Icemare, fixing my own voice audio. So, I think it turned out okay. I think some people will prefer it to the original, and some people will prefer the original versions, but that'll be a free download when the package is out, so people can download them both, and they're considered separate albums in, like, the software, and you can decide for yourself. But then the Red Reaper in the finale is just the same one, because I finally know what the fuck I'm doing now with audio, with noise cancellation software. I don't know why it took me so fucking long to learn how to make that work right. I remember trying the Audacity one years ago, and I kept doing something wrong, and I just kind of gave up on it and just tried to silence my environment as best as I could. But when it's Confessions, when there's no background audio or sound effects, it's hard to do that, because it's like a proper audiobook, basically. And so then there's all the little bits throughout the series of, like, excuses for why the audio might sound a certain way. Oh, we're sharing a microphone. Oh, we had to replace, you know, sound panels between the 2 studios. You know, little ways in universe that I could explain it away. I did my best. Obviously, I'm not a professional. I don't have a studio. I have a little felt box around my microphone and a pop filter. The one benefit I always had, though, over, like, certain other people is carpet. My family's always had carpeting in, like every house we've ever lived in. When I was in elementary school, we literally had shag carpeting, like 1970s shag carpeting, which was really convenient because that was the year I lived in Oklahoma, when my dad worked at the McAllister Army Ammunition Plant. And so it was this, like really blue carpet that was thick, like literally the blue of the carpet in the offsite broadcasting station. That's what it looked like, but without the stains. My mom was very clean. We had no stains. Anyway, so having carpet in all my rooms and all my houses really helps noise cancellation big time. What else are people saying? Ship Diamondback and battered so hard. Yeah. That's right, Ultramarine. Rest in potatoes. Ultramarine is great. Do you like Imagine Dragons? I do, actually. My very first thing of Fallout Equestria stuff was on my Skybolt channel, which was 7 years ago now. I did a parody of Radioactive by Imagine Dragons called Facing the Fallout, and that did really well. And so, responding to viewers liking that, I made many more Fallout Equestria stuff, because I liked it too. And now I've done like 5 Imagine Dragons parodies. And I have a small playlist on my channel called Imagine Ponies, and it's just those. So they're Facing the Fallout, which is Radioactive. There's Monster, which is Monster, the single. There's The Truth, which was Roots, which was also a single, I think. And then Natural, which was Natural. And then Survivor, which is the Believer song. And there's 1 or 2 more I have an idea for doing parodies on, but I haven't quite decided like a concept yet, and I've just been too busy doing this to actually try to develop it.
Could each be their own stable, but more realistically, they were
When the stream was scheduled, I decided to rewatch all of Confessions, but I completely forgot how much it all was. I only got past Duchess Horror. That's fine. That's the whole reason I created the Overstory thing back, last year, was so people could just watch that to get caught up for the original. It was a way for me to test the remasters to see if they were actually sounded better, which, again, it will be up for interpretation. And the file type's all broke, so basically the last version I generated is all I have. So, yeah, I hope there aren't problems in there, but sorry, I did my best. So this way, people could catch up on everything that matters for the finale within a short 9 hours rather than a full 24 hours. Yeah, so it was, it's been a fun... Waiting for a reset. Okay, I think we're back. How are we back? Okay, I think we're back. I don't know what this blue screen is. I don't know if this is an error that I made in the video. Like, let's see, 145? When the doors opened, 2 large sentinel droids marched out from each... Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's the slow zoom out from the whatchamacallit, from the gauntlet screen. Each of the giant mechanized monsters resembled a workhorse. These sentinel... I was wondering that too. I'm like, is that because the OBS crashed? Anyway, yeah, my dad did like a lot of like creative writing, and then also he was not a theater major, but kind of a minor. He did a lot of like Shakespearean theater in college. And then my brother was like a little like coffee house musician for a long time. He did that in college, and then a little bit afterwards with his own little like coffee jazz band. So that was a big inspiration for like singing and stuff for me. And yeah, I've had a lot of those people in my life. So it really gave me the raw inspiration. Yeah, the Whispering Hills mod is fun. Hydraulics and the legs were very robust, with very little effort put into making them quiet.
So it sounds like they were a better match for your aunt's description of them as clockwork killing machines.
Clockwork killing machines.
I was nervous just at the sight.
In the Wikia article about Ultramarine, she does have her own Wikia article to kind of cover just Sentinel droids in general. It talks about how the original design for them, I basically wanted to make them XJ9, Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot. Like, the idea of how their joints fit together and some of their, like their backpack wings popping out to turn into Pegasi versus standard, like, horse. It's all very, very heavily Teenage Robot inspired.
I thought you had lifted the code black lockdown.
I had lifted it for every...
Yeah, poor Oakheart was such a trooper. This was the first time. Duchess Horror was an hour 45 minutes, and then I had this 4-hour long thing for Oakheart. So thank God she could replace the original VA and do this. It was a total godsend. So otherwise, I was very close to giving up on the series and just quitting Stable Tech outright when that happened. And luckily it turned around. We got it done, and then Vermont pulled me out, and we did the EAST Corp thing, and here we are today. So.
The rounds weren't doing too much damage.
There we go. Now it's zooming out enough where you can see the edges of the gauntlet screen.
Both Hyacinth and Ultramarine extended their wings and firing their lasers from each side. The wing lasers were automatic, firing a succession of small bolts like machine guns, and then once every second a powerful laser beam would fire from their visor. They were starting to melt through the robot stallions.
Yeah, and then of course the visor laser beam, they're basically assaultrons, you know, a ladylike figure with a big cycloptic laser eye. Except I thought it would be cooler to have a terminal screen, like to kind of play with, you know, the robotness of the characters. And so I thought, okay, a continuous visor for both eyes would be great, because then you can have the two pupils, and, you know, if this were an animation, you could make it look really neat. And then when they go into terminal mode, it's just a warped screen, and you can see code trailing down their eyes and stuff, like it's the fucking Matrix. So I was really happy with that general concept. You can see the original concept drawings for the Sentinel droids in the bonus features package releasing with the Confessions finale. Oh, I prepared a whole promo to explain it all, so people know what everything is. And there's a whole document for new readers / listeners. There's everything. I've put so many bells and whistles into, like, the package as a whole. Packages. Because it's like, there's the actual series package, then there's the remastered package, and then there's the bonus features package. And then the idea is that if you want, you can just download all 3 of those, and then download the terminal secrets, and bada bing, bada boom. It's everything we ever made. Because that always pissed me off too. Whenever people would, like, have a release, but then, like, a download code isn't immediately there when the thing releases, when everyone's putting eyes on it, it's like, oh, come back later to download the song or whatever. It's like, I'm gonna forget that. And it's just, you know, it just sucks. It's hampering your own spread and growth and everything. It's like, all of those should be ready to go. Like, whenever I release something like that, I have like 10 tabs open, and it's like, you know, hit publish on Bandcamp, and then hit publish on Mediafire, and then post it on YouTube, let the link go live, and then immediately post that on Facebook and Twitter and Discord and everything. It's like, you want those to synchronize. You want it to all be ready for the people as soon as it's there. The one modification I'm doing with the live stream is we're going to do the whole live stream of the finale, and then right at the end, once the spoilers are all resolved, then I'll drop all the links, and then, you know, that'll all post out for everyone to download and enjoy. Or people coming in the next day will see it all there ready to go. So, but for the actual premiere, I want it to be kind of fun, you know, people experience it live. And then I'll be in the chat and doing this same kind of thing, but just in the chat, while we all actually listen to the finale. It'll be fun. And because of that, knowing that's going to be the format, I put a lot more images into the actual video of the finale. So there's like, every 10 minutes or so, there's some kind of image from the past of the series that goes along with whatever's going on in that scene. Yeah, it really has been a big legacy. If you combine this with Terminal Secrets and Wasteland Survival Guide, that's like, I think almost 40 hours of audio content. That's a lot. It's been a lot, honestly. It's been a blessing that we were able to finish them all, honestly. That was the whole point of EAST Corp, was finishing all the things we started at Stable Tech. But we had to get away from Stable Tech because we couldn't take the damn animated series comments anymore. This way, our only followers were people who came for us, rather than, you know, those unfortunate souls that were still waiting for the series. I still think if they ever got the one episode done, it would have been hilarious to do that alternate ending where Little Pip leaves the vault and, like, takes a few steps, starts coughing from the radiation, and she sees, like, Velvet's dead body at the end of the tunnel, and she's like, oh no. That she dies too. That would have been such a fitting way to end, like, a, you know, first episode when the studio's going bunk. But it would have been funny. It would have been a neat way to just have the one episode.
I walked up to
Oh yeah, we have Final Sight in the chat. Yes, Final Sight. You definitely, your comment really, like, nice comments like that are the only things that keep us going sometimes. There's a comment on my very first YouTube video when I had the shit headset mic, but there was one guy who's like, yeah, the mic is bad, but it's a really neat concept and the lyrics for the What's This Ponies, and I really like where it's going. And that's the kind of encouragement that it takes to go forward sometimes. And I was really lucky too when you posted that comment, because it was like, it was literally ready. Like, I was just 1 week out. I'm like, oh fuck, this had to happen now. So at the very least, I was like, okay, it is a good episode, I think. So hopefully people will enjoy it. And and obviously it did become a big favorite for people, so. Oh, and then of course the audio special was great too. Like I'm trying to remember. I think I contacted Valerie in the Balefire Symphony. We had one of our musicians, Valerie Walker, who was she did some other stuff on the soundtrack too. She's very like piano driven, and so we would take her raw MIDI and then we would do orchestration around it. And so when I mentioned to her doing the organ piece, she did like the 3 layers, and then I brought them into my setup and picked, I think, 2 different versions of the pipe organ. There's one of the VST file, one kind of pipe organ for the lower register, and then one for her very higher, like higher stuff. There's like three music things. Anyway, and then of course all the musical special around that, so I hoped it would help illustrate the horror for people. So I'm glad that all worked. It's all perseverance, man. That's really all it came down to, is just keep swimming, just keep swimming. And I've noticed that too with like a lot of internet controversies. Like, you know, once you say your mea culpas, or, you know, you apologize for things that you do need to apologize for, the key is just getting back to it. Like, keep doing the things that people liked you for in the first place, and they'll be much quicker to forgive you for whatever the thing was.
When I was notified that the reactors were up and running, I pulled
yeah, the Rocket Man song. Oh god. Sometimes there's just a meme that's music related that you gotta take a quick shot at when the moment comes. Just before it passes. Yeah, I need to do one more of those compilation albums too, because the last one was that summer fun. What did I call it? Summer silliness, and that wrapped up almost all of my like extant music, like stuff that was spread on other channels, like the Ponies with Pies and things like that. But I think the next one will be like something that includes all the EAST Corp channel music. And then there's a handful of other like new stuff, like one-offs from my channel that I could do. I guess I'm not like, there's not really much I can do to clean them up, because that was the original reason for the compilation albums, was fixing them, fixing EQ or mixing or stuff once I was more experienced. But now it's more of just a way to like bottle the releases into a definitive version. So I need to do one more of those. I want to do one, honestly, that's just all of my Fallout stuff. Like, that was kind of the reason for the Winter Solstice album, is it was all of my Fallout Equestria Christmas songs in one framing device. And then I always wanted to do the DJ Pony stuff around it anyway, because I'd been teasing that for years. And, but yeah, I actually had an idea for one that would just be the Pip-Buck radio stuff, you know, the Summer Winds and the Ain't That a Buck to the Head, Dear Hearts, and Gentle Ponies. One that was just those, and then I had an idea for one that's all the like dramatic, thematic kind of songs. You know, like the Luna's Future and the Facing the Fallout and Monster. Those kind of more like meta kind of songs. So yeah, maybe I'll still do those eventually. It'll be a way to wrap up my doing horse music at all. But it's like, I don't know. This was really the big finale point I was working toward. Not that I ever like was going to quit the fandom or whatever, but this was the big like, I cannot stop until I finish Confessions kind of thing. But now I also like, really, it's just if I get the opportunity or idea for something, Like with the L Train, with the symphonic metal operas, I really hope we can do part 2 of the damn Pillars, because I wrote out the whole plot, the outline already. It's just waiting for him to be ready. He's the, it's kind of important part of it. But that's all ready to go whenever we decide to do that. Or any other symphonic metal opera. I always have fun with those. And now, I really thought we'd be done with Wasteland Survival Guide before Confessions. That was out of my control. But I do, no matter what, want to finish Wasteland Survival Guide because I've been remastering those too. I've been remastering the old versions and cleaning them up because I want to package them all in order as an audiobook thing. And then, of course, package all the scripts and art together into a book kind of thing. So I'm going to do that for sure. If we can, at the very least, the book will happen, and then hopefully we get all the audio done eventually, and have that done too. Because I'm really proud of what we got done. Yes, regarding the greater world that we're trying not to talk about, but regarding the other situation that isn't virus related, yes, luckily I live in, like, the boonies. I live, like, on the edge of, like, suburbia and, like, rural wasteland, so I'm pretty safe from stuff going on in the cities right now. It's kind of ironic, actually. I have a job in the downtown, and we've already been, like, teleworking for 3 months, but now it's like, it's shut down for 2 reasons. Because the street in front of my building is apparently trashed, like just burning, and there's one viral video that came out of it. Is like, oh god, okay. So I'm double not allowed to go to the office now. Which is fucking fine by me, because I have a job that I really don't need to go to the office. I've been doing just fine working remotely, so I'm hoping I can get, like, get this extended for as long as possible. Because it helps everyone. I mean, I get to sleep in. I don't have a commute. I'm not driving my car, which saves me gas money. That's one more car that's not contributing to local ozone or the environment or whatever. It's a very green policy, and it's like, hopefully this has forced a lot of companies to, like, kind of like, what's the right word? Like, move on, I guess you could say. Like, I get the idea that, oh, you want to make sure people are working, so, having them in the office so you can creep over their shoulder is very important to some people who need to have that sense of control in their lives. But it's like, the thing that matters for most office-type work is results. It's, did you get the expense report done? Did you get this folder of medical files completed? Did you get the database sorted? And all that stuff can be checked remotely, just the same way that it can be done remotely, because internet's great everywhere now, relatively speaking. It's not the dial-up age, we're still far behind Korea and cool places like that, but we have functional internet so long as the damn VPNs for each of these company servers actually work correctly. So there's no reason not to let people do that if they can do that. Unless they're in, like, big trouble and, they're about to fire them anyway, so you force them into the office on probation. That might be a reasonable reason, but otherwise it's like, just let people telework. It benefits almost everyone. Unless you, like, really hate your home life, like you hate your wife or husband or boyfriend or, orgy. your orgy clan? I don't know. Or kid? And, like, I don't know. It just seems dumb. Even a friend of mine who has a very small apartment, he was able to carve out a corner of his kitchen and make that like a workstation for his work laptop and a double screen. It's a bit of a rocky transition, but bada bing. And for the same reason, he loves not having to drive 45 minutes into the downtown anymore. So, anyway.
Amber, don't say that.
Oh yeah, Amber's dying now. Dying on the inside. I still have a coffee stain on my screen. Yeah. Do you know Forest Rain? Yes, of course. We started working with her for the Fallout Equestria Dead Tree music way back in January. where when they brought they were getting the project together, we worked together on the first song, which she did the lyrics for, which was the Do Better, which unfortunately, the song with her lyrics, I did a much better vocal performance, because I don't know, I don't like the way that my voice got mixed on the second song, the my song, which was Daunting Future, which kind of pissed me off, but it's like, whatever. I think they went a bit too hard with the auto tuning, which I didn't think my performance was bad, but yeah, I think they went a little too hard on the auto tuning. But anyway, I was happy with my lyrics for the second song because it had all the little puns, like, you know, I actually put the word dead trees in there in the first chorus. But anyway, yeah, so we got to work, and she's the voice of Chifundo in the Dead Tree audiobook series, whereas I'm Nyota. So we're the two Zebes. We're the two zebras, which is a great mix. That's right, tiny mountain towns are awesome. I'm not high in the mountains, but I'm on like the edge of that too, on the bottom tip of Greater Cascadia, the great American Pacific Northwest, which is honestly, it's such an aesthetic place to live. I love, you know, I guess it's local bias, but you know, every time since I was a kid, we'd like drive up to Tahoe twice a year. We had a family cabin way up north in where was that? So like way up in like not Modoc National Park, but kind of in that area. Anyway, so it's really nice. Really funny backstory too. In the second Jurassic Park movie, The Lost World, they went from doing filming in like tropical locations, which was Hawaii and I think part of Puerto Rico and some places like that. Ironically, not in Costa Rica, which is really surreal and ironic. To then the second movie, they made the island setting more like what's the right word? I don't know what the climate would be, but yeah, like redwood coastal redwood kind of theme, and so that's why there's that certain look to Isla Sorna, Site B, is because instead of filming it in like a tropical island, they filmed it in California, in this little town called Oric, California, right up on the coast. And that's why for the second Jurassic World movie, they originally had the idea of having it set in the UK, but they thought, well, let's actually put this guy's mansion in Northern California because, you know, it's like poetry, it rhymes. That way it matches. Anyway, it's really beautiful. If you're ever in the area for whatever reason, California has so many road trip opportunities. I mean, since college, me and my friends have gone on almost 10 road trips now in different places. Like, one year we went to Yosemite. One year we went down the coastal highway from San Francisco to Malibu. One year we went to San Diego. One year we went to the interior, like the Mojave area, where it was like Death Valley, and then down to the Imperial Valley, which has like sand dunes and stuff, and there's the Salton Sea, which is this toxic like hellscape in Southern California that they really need to fix at some point, because it's gonna get like a lot of people sick, like for real, with like hepatitis and stuff. If you're curious at all, read the whole backstory of the Salton Sea in California. It's really fascinating. We did one road trip up north through like Modoc and Ashland. We did a road trip up the side coast, up the northern coast, past Crescent City. Yeah, so it's neat. California's fun. When you pointed ponified the Clint Eastwood song, who helped you with the song? Oh, that's I Am Shadow. So that's Battered Blade. So I first met her in this very old studio when we were it was supposed to be a movie at one point. It was called The Last Stand of Harmony, and it was going to be like an original movie with like a third princess kind of thing and an original villain that had to do with that third princess. Like, basically would have been their oldest sister who died young, quote unquote, and then they find out way later that she wasn't killed but kidnapped. Anyway, one of the last vestiges of that is actually on my channel. Is a song I did with Moonsey called Dusk's Lullaby. It's a really beautiful piece. Moonsey has great music too. She has a pony.fm account.
She is alive.
Oh my gosh, do we have Chris?
But she is broken.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry, I overslept by way too much, but you're gonna want to hear what crazy dream I had, because it includes Fallout and yourself.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
The thing was, I was like, okay, it's half an hour until it starts, I'm just gonna have like a 10-minute nap. Because my time schedule for sleeping is like all monkey punky. So I fell asleep, and I was like, okay, this is a nice dream. I'm aware of that I'm dreaming, what's happening. And trying to have like a lucid dream where you do everything that like flying, reading stuff, whatever you want. No, that didn't work out. Suddenly, I'm not sure what it was, but it looked like a mixture of a scorpion and a bunny. And he was like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mess with the timeline. So he went into the future, got a grown-up version of yourself, but for some reason you were like bleach blonde. I don't know why. And he took you, for some reason, into the past where Coca-Cola was created and made it Sparkle Cola instead, with Fallout as a team. With the blue and yellow ugly jumpsuit and everything. And build an empire out of that across the globe. Not just Coca-Cola, but Fallout Sparkle Cola empire. And he was joining you and sitting next to you on your shoulder. Nobody else could see you, could see him except me and yourself. And I was just standing there looking through the window as you just became more richer and richer and richer. But for some reason, you were still the same guy. You were still the same guy, just looking for love, wanting something fulfilling in your life. Even though you had all the money, all the popularity, everything, you were still the same decent guy, looking for some more fulfilling in your life, and all the other people around you were like, no, you're kidding, you just need a girl, and stuff like that, and no, that didn't help, and you were still just no, nothing helped. And for some reason, I managed to get into that circle of your friends, but you didn't know me. This was before we met for some reason.
Okay.
So I started just like, you know what? You need a therapist. So somehow, even if I didn't have my therapist background in that timeline for some reason, I managed to become your therapist. And for some reason, I was 3 meters tall.
All right.
So I became your therapist, and we kind of worked like 2-3 years in the making. And I managed to convince you that, hey, I am actually from the past, and you are so too, because this thing you have on your shoulder from time to time, because for some reason he wasn't there. And like, okay, for some reason I also have this time machine that looks like a teacup. I don't know why it looks like a teacup. Just like a normal fancy teacup.
It's the Tempest in the teacup. Tempest in
Yes.
time.
Yes. So basically what I had to do was fill tea, a proper tea, according to the timeline I wished to jump to. So we went on a quest to find the right tea.
Well, fantastic.
Yes, that was quite a jump through a lot of hurdles, because apparently the Scorpion Bunny had made sure that all the teas from those timelines or time periods were either gone or never produced. So we ended up finding a tea that was from India in like when one of the first teas were ever made. So we end up jumping up back even further. And when we met like one of the guys who made the first teas, we basically like, hey, we need teeth from this timeline. Do you have that? And by a chance of stroke of luck, he had a crocodile rooster timeline jumping spirits. So we were able to get the tea we needed. We couldn't just hike on the crocodile rooster, we had to get the tea for some reason. And we managed to fix the timeline after that.
I don't know why. This sounds like a better timeline, to be honest. It's like Chris's Adventures in Wonderland.
Well, you did lose all your money and fame, though.
Oh, see, yeah, we should have stayed in the other one.
It's the latest one.
But that was when you were like one of the overlords of the world, and Fallout was about to happen.
That's right.
Yes, I do.
Mr.
Do you
Horse
want
instead of Mr.
Fallout
House. Oh, Fallout's gonna happen. It's just a question of when. I don't think we're gonna make it to 2077 at this point. That is great. You always welcome to have dream fan fictions about me. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I should mention that. Who's that person? It's like one of those famous people. Me and famous people don't mix together. What's his name? The guy who plays God all the time.
Bruce Almighty?
No, dark skin.
Morgan Freeman?
There you go. Yeah, for some reason he was the narrator.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so that's one of the nice dreams I have when I have dreams. Normally it's nightmares.
So no why it does that.
Quite a few stories about those.
But obviously they were more than just a stable.
Anyway, what were you saying?
I don't know. Hey,
Yeah.
good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, yeah. Isn't it like 10
No?
p.m. there?
It's 9:30 in the evening.
There you go.
So it's basically like, hey, you just wait 2 hours and then you can go to sleep. I'm just like, oops.
Yeah, we had Webb for a short time at the beginning, and then James Vermont. But yeah, looks like we'll have people just checking in and out over the course of the day.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay here now. I have snacks, I have soda, I have tea, I have tea for some reason. No, I wonder why. Water. And you know what? I actually have literally I can't say that word. A treat for you guys, because I have never tasted Oreos to my memory.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I have a box of Oreos there. I actually went and bought one.
It's like drugs. After you have the first taste, you're always gonna remember it.
Yeah, or it's gonna be like peanut butter. You either you love it or you hate it.
That's true. Maybe you're more of a Hydrox girl.
Hydrox?
That was the first Oreos, but it didn't get popular. It was the first cookie like that, and everyone thought it was a ripoff of Oreos, but it was actually the opposite, and Oreo became famous.
Yeah, no, so I'm thinking a little bit later in the stream, I'm gonna try one.
I like the Coke Sparkle Cola plotline of your dream, though, because I recently watched a video of the original creation, because what it was is John Pemberton was he was a Civil War veteran, and he had like battle wounds or something that got him hooked on morphine, and so Coca-Cola, like the use of the cocaine was a way for him to basically wean off of morphine. And it didn't work, unfortunately. But
you would say.
Yeah, he did still overdose, like before anyone really knew about the drink. But yeah, that's why there was cocaine in it for like 30 years. It's really neat, though. Besides that, the original recipe was mostly based more on vanilla and lime rather than the coconut. The coconut was in there, but not coconut, but like cacao seed. I don't know what it actually is. Kona.
Usually it's
Yeah.
There were a few small civilian towns scattered around the
Okay.
area.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so that's why like vanilla Coke and lime Coke taste so good, is because they're both based on the essential structure of the recipe. So it's just like you have a little bit more lime or a little bit more vanilla in the recipe.
Not a single soul. At least for the ones we had data connection with. Our
Okay.
echoed against the mountainside.
I'm
Huh?
back!
One by one, we took
Yay, jam!
Just
Woo!
in time.
As the dust was
What am I just in time for?
I don't know.
You
What
missed
is
Chris's
it,
big fan fiction about me, which was really fun.
Oh, really?
It's not a fan fiction. It's a dream I had, and it's weird.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. Should I try to retell it because I don't remember everything?
It's all right. It's saved for memory in the live stream now.
Okay.
Sometime
Yeah,
we'll have to have
watch it
just
on
best Chris live stream
Okay.
moments. We'll start with the
Yeah.
McDonald's story and then go through things like this.
Oh my gosh. So we're basically gonna do this every time. If I have a weird dream, I'm gonna always tell it on the live stream.
I mean, at this point, I hope so.
Okay.
You can save up another one for our cast party after, at the end of the month, after everyone's seen the finale.
Okay, are nightmares included? Because then I have a few for you.
Yeah, sure. You can.
Okay. They're not happy though. They're very scared.
Nothing can beat the nightmare that is our own life. So
Right?
That's literally the plot of the Wasteland Survival Guide episode about Nightmare Night. Is that it used to be a scary story, but now it's actually a way to like ease children into the realities of the world.
I was about to say, you haven't seen my nightmares, have you?
Knowing about the change in leadership clarified a lot of especially now that we were getting used to
So what else have I missed?
I never tried Oreos, and I have a bag of Oreos here. I'm gonna try later in the stream.
Woo! Okay, Chris trying Oreos. What else did I miss?
It was disturbing every time
Scabble?
I saw it. Having to put an armor
Like I said, it was Chris dreaming about me, apparently.
Okay, I think I need to try just basically time traveling. What did I call him again? Scorpion Bunny? Yeah. He basically went to the future, kidnapped grown-up bleach blonde Skybolt, and took him back to the past.
Hell yeah, man! Californication.
I was about to say you're gonna go full California.
I don't know. Took him back to the past before Coca-Cola was created, made him into the person who makes the Coca-Cola, but instead of Coca-Cola, it became Sparkle Cola and Fallout themed, with the blue and yellow suits and everything, and build an empire that he basically became one of the big guys that controls the world for some reason.
All I can think of now is Reconstruction era Georgia, post-Civil War Georgia, and you have like a California surfer guy creating some cocaine drink, man. It's like, what's going on, you guys? I got this cool liquid for you. Well, you need to chill out with all this carpet bagging.
Some might have called it modesty. The Great Crest never accepted that.
Yeah, so he became really, really rich and a lot of people and really famous, but he's still very lonely because he wanted a real connection, not just girls, parties, and all that fancy stuff. So I, for some reason, had a time machine that was in form of a teacup. Yes, a teacup. Not like a fancy, old porcelain type of teacup. And I found out, I of course knew that I needed to get the timeline back together. So when I was able to figure out like how Skybolt was handling everything, I tried to get into his circle of like friends and groupies or whatever was around him, and managed to get close enough to him that he were talking to me, and I just said, you know what, you need a therapist. Just to inform, I also was about 3 meters tall for some reason, and I didn't have my therapist education.
So I guess we're going back to Navi then.
hey, listen. Yes. So I managed when the. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell that the bunny scorpion was basically always sitting on his shoulder, just like to have control and to make sure that Skyball didn't do anything the evil scorpion bunny did, so he could still continue to take over the world and make Skyball live a bit longer because, you know, I need my puppet alive. Yeah, so I managed, when this Scorpion Evil Bunny was away from him, I managed to like, hey, this is not the original timeline, you're actually a writer, and like, tell him about the real timeline, and he understood that, okay, we need to get the time back together, and I showed him my time machine, and it was just like, you want tea? I'm just like, yes, I need tea. And then I explained to him that I needed the appropriate tea from the time age where we needed to go to fix up everything. But the evil bunny scorpion had made sure that the teas were either never produced or very hard to come by. So we basically went back and found like one of the first tea ever made in India. So we jumped back there and met the guy who made the very first teas. And because the time machine operates on the tea, you need the right tea for the right age to jump there. So when we met the original, what did he have again? Crocodile rooster? Yeah, he had a crocodile rooster. So he gave us the proper tea that we needed. We couldn't just hike with the other time jumping animal combination. We had to get the tea. So we got the tea, we fixed the timeline, and I woke up and I saw that I was about 2 hours late or something for the stream.
I dropped to the floor right as she
I love it.
was thrown backwards as his bullet sailed over Carmina's head.
Truly.
I stood
Truly.
It is good timing too. You got here right as Sandstone's talking about you're just about to die.
Carmina was about
This was another secret I had to hold in for such a long time, was the fact that Carmina survived.
Carmina?
Oh yeah, holy shit! I think finding that out was so cool.
We're okay, Carmina said. Where are you?
I would have sworn people would have figured that out early on because you didn't actually see the body. You just see the rubble come down on them.
But the thing is that scene does a very good job of distracting you from that by, you know, absolutely traumatizing you with what Sandstone went through.
Yeah, the cannibalism is a good distraction. And Armature is dead for real, so that also kept people distracted.
More powerful than any raider should.
They really were invading army.
I know.
Even if people figured out that Carmina survived, there's no chance in hell they were going to figure out that she was the Red Reaper.
I know. It's so great.
We launched several microgrenades, sending exploded raider
Hey,
parts
Quill
bouncing down
Feathers.
the opposite hallway. When the coast was clear, we input.
No, it's a very loose stream. We can talk or get questions. If you have anyone in the chat, I don't think you were a fan of the series when this came out, so I don't think you had an experience with Carmina before you actually got cast as her.
Nope.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay,
What's going on?
I'm gonna voice a Reaper? What?
He answered in a gruff voice.
Baby, don't fear the Reaper through the wind and the sun and the rain.
I also think this is one of the first streams we've had. I think this is the second stream we've had with Chris on, so we haven't actually had a chance for
the old archives.
We haven't had much of a chance for the audience to ask Chris-related questions.
At the center of the room, a single cylindrical tower
Go
stood
ahead.
on the floor.
Shoot!
Hundreds of wires.
The audience basically knows everything else, everything about myself and Skybolt at this point.
Hanging from a tree.
Dun, 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 dun,
Inside
dun.
that cylinder was the steady magenta glow.
There you
that
go.
made
We
the
have-
spell matrix, the throne of
Sorry.
Castle
We've done 90 episodes of The Break Room.
Can you believe that?
the symbol of the
and
guardianship.
we've done it, and
Leading up to it from
counting
another
all of our
direction
live
was a long
streams,
trail
we've
of
done
blood.
over 100.
The blood streaked along
Oh,
the floor
fucking,
like
you know what
someone
we need to do?
dragging a
We need to
dead body.
time it in such a way so that our 100th live stream episode is for the 4-year
At the
anniversary.
end of the bloody street.
Oh shit, yeah.
Or the founder stream for Christmas. One of the two.
He was wearing
100
a
in
large chunk
4th
of it had
anniversary,
exploded along his
Stuffy.
back.
Because then you can
It looked like someone
split
had shoved a
everything
grenade
and then
into
you
the
get
collar piece.
25 for each year.
There were four
Ah.
others
That's
gathered around
true.
him.
That's true.
One of them was Star Paladin Humor, one of the leading surgeons in the Order of Mercy.
Yeah, I
The
think we
second
should
was
try
Rod, the cult who had
time
been
it to the
transferred from our
anniversary.
squadron.
October's
He's
going
now
to be an
power
interesting
systems
year,
technician,
interesting
helping
month.
fix data and energy lines
When did
throughout the
October become a
castle.
year?
The third was
Every
Squad
month is a
Gamer,
whole last year.
In 2020, yes, every month is a whole year. Oh my god.
Like-
beside the elder.
There have been
Holding him
points
still
where I've
while
had
Star
where I've,
Paladin
where
Humor
I've
was working
sat
on
up
him.
and I've thought to myself,
Several of the bones
Is
in the
time
elder's
a social
back were
construct?
visible.
is
We
it
weren't
just
entirely sure how his
does
Yeah.
it
leg
actually
was still
exist?
attached.
Because that's
Thank
the
goodness
reality
we
I'm
made
facing
it,
at the
Marshall
moment down
said,
here.
seeing us approach.
Well, you're not
What
wrong.
happened? I asked. Mina was standing in shock.
Okay, we have
watching
a
the steady
question for
movement of
Chris.
the
What
elder's
is your
lung.
favorite part of voicing
We
Carmina?
found him lying here.
Favorite
Armitage
part?
said. Scribe Damon looked up at us.
Favorite part?
Someone planted
Killing
a bomb in
Fjorod,
his power
obviously.
armor. As soon as it closed, this happened.
That's Carmina's favorite
Cough,
part, except for
followed by a
finding
shallow nasal
sandstone again,
voice.
of course. For me?
Is a traitor in our midst. The elder gathered
To
all
be
the strength he
honest,
could,
the,
speaking for
my
all of us
favorite
to
thing
hear.
about voicing her is actually the process. Like, I don't have a specific moment. It's more that actually giving her life in itself. The process of recording all those hours, getting the words right, working with Cinder and others to get the character.
The surgeon spoke up.
Really the making of
Elder,
her
please,
voice and
stop
her
exerting yourself.
is my favorite part.
I'm already dead, he said flatly.
I remember some of the notes back and forth for getting the Reaper lines recorded and kind of getting her like into the character from the start. It was really
Yeah.
nice with those early like emotional moments of like, okay, so this is your entire like your whole character is based on this horrible tragedy, so I need to catch you up real quick as to what that tragedy was.
Yeah. I don't think you really got all my reactions out of it because I was crying a lot.
It was so great.
I remember specifically one word I really had trouble with.
Torvord?
Sickles.
Oh yeah, Sickles! Which you only say 100 times over the course of the episode.
Yes! What did I say to start? Cycles?
I think it was Cycles for a little bit, which is
Yeah.
acceptable in some contexts.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that I need to add the word sickles to Chris's parts of the next Ari Moon episodes.
Oof.
Die! No, don't make Fidget say scary stuff.
Sickles.
Sickle, 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 sickle,
You can't be serious.
Yep.
Oof.
That can sometimes be funny when listening to a voice actor or voice actress reading through their lines,
Yeah, you
and
got bloopers this
coming
time.
across like coming across a word they don't know how to pronounce, and there's especially with Needle, because it always they get to it, they stop, and then it's what the fuck you, Vermont.
Oof.
What is this word, Vermont?
Yes, sir. The lead guard said.
It's Kalistag.
What?
I'm never gonna live down Calistage.
See, the thing that kills me, like in the Naranja Via era, was the fact that I always record fucking demos. I handed everyone the demo, and it clearly says all these proper names, but no one ever listened to my demos.
Hey, those demos saved me so many times! Oh my gosh! Ugh.
Although it's always really funny listening to Cinder pronounce Naranya V because she always uses like the exact same intonation for it every time. It's always Naranya V. And it's like a little like she puts a little like drawl and hang at the end every single time, which was really fun.
We'll take the emergency lift in his office. The rest of us pulled on our helmets and followed them. A data file had appeared.
Yeah, and then there are some that are some of the Hall of Famers for me though came way before Confessions. With the stupid Nuclear Winter Wonderland, the expanded version where they're all sing. Oh no, it's in the animation too. The actress for Velvet Remedy, she says nuclear. Nuclear, like damn George Bush. Wait, we gotta go to Nuclear Winter Wonderland. It's like, dick. Come on. Nuclear. Besides the fact that I'm singing it correctly in the background of the whole fucking damn episode.
You know, it could just be that she speaks in a different stuff.
I don't know. It's just she's the prim and proper one. Like, Calamity saying nuclear, that's fine. He can say nuclear.
Yeah.
But this is Velvet Remedy, the songbird. She should be able to properly pronounce things with her diction. Velvet Remedy is very good with her mouth. She uses her mouth a lot. So she should be able to say nuclear.
Yeah, she only uses her mouth when chastising poor little Pip.
Yeah.
Shame. Poor Pip. She really just she takes abuse.
Oh, since it's on screen, I was really happy with my design for the Thunderhoof armor. You know, it's the Tesla armor from Fallout 3. I was like, okay, how do we make it so, you know, you've got unicorns and earth ponies. Oh, that's easy. You just make the horn like a weapon thingy, basically. It's both a lightning rod and a directed energy weapon, so whether you're a unicorn or not, you got it right there, ready for you.
So it's Howl?
It's basically, it would have been like a short like laser beam kind of thing if you were a unicorn wearing it. You could use it like an augmenting like crystal.
It wasn't until Armature called.
Yeah, it's a nice extra. It's not nice little extra detail.
I really try. I put a lot of thought into all the visuals, which is why when you'll see in the big bonus features package in the art every single detail in all my concepts that went into the final version.
The Great Arrows were able to infiltrate the castle, force their way down.
Don't die. Don't die. It's not good for you.
Dying might be good for me. Who knows? None of us have died. You can't prove that it's bad for me.
Well, I have a childhood friend who died. She didn't come back.
Oh fuck! Chris just got deep on us. Shit just got serious.
Yes. So don't die, okay?
I will do my absolute best not to die.
Thank you.
Primarily because I just got so much work to do.
What happened?
Oh no, just, you know, general work to do. Wait. Oh fuck, I was supposed to be working on a thing. Fuck. I guess I better open Photoshop.
Photoshop?
Everything is depending on us now.
Yeah, it's working on a Father's Day present.
Where did they all come from? They really do sound like a
in which I photoshopped my father into scenes from Die Hard.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Nice. Nice.
Right?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I gotta get a Father's Day present, too. I forgot that's coming up.
Yeah, Father's Day was in January for me.
Oh, there you go.
I get my work done early.
That's a weird timing, like the thickest part of the snow.
Yep.
All Father's Day.
Okay, I like that one. And the problem is trying to find pictures of my dad because he doesn't like having photos taken of him.
Ironically.
Oh, it's...
Right? But yeah, his
orders to make the long journey
Oh,
down to the
yes,
valley,
yes, that's a good
deep in
one.
the southwest of Equestria. But
These are
even
going to look
with
terrible.
100,000, he wouldn't
So, wanna
It took this
share
one
it so
trader to
people can
cause
see
all
the
the
oddities?
guardianship to come crashing
Or
down.
Once
How
it
is that possible?
once it's
For one
edited,
party,
yeah.
Access to
Okay.
entry codes is one thing, but then to
Oh,
sneak them
God.
well past the guards
Oh
on
god,
higher
that's
levels?
that's
Not to mention,
horrifying.
it
There's
sounds
a
like
picture
someone who must have a
that he's
major
taken
grudge against all of you.
high
Who would
up
willingly turn against his
that
brothers and
shows
sisters,
my bald
betray them
spot
all to an
at the top
evil
of my
gang
head.
vicious
Aw.
raiders.
It's kind of sad.
Um,
Alright.
One trader to under
Because-
200 years of faithful duty.
yeah, so this is the weird.
Could you imagine
This is
if
the most
great
frustrating
warriors
thing.
saved
There
them?
is one
It'd be like if
one
someone had told the secrets
one
of the
man
build of
in
Balefire
my
bomb.
family that we know of
The rest
who
of our journey felt
who
like
went
time had
bald.
slowed down.
All the other men in my family, full heads of hair until they die. They just get really high widow's peaks. Me, of course, I inherit my hair from the only one who went bald.
Oh no.
Mhm.
So you don't have the lush curly Portuguese locks then.
No, I used to have really, really thick, gigantic, curly hair. Not quite so much anymore. Now, if you were to look at the top of my head, it is
We were going to march in.
it is getting very thin up there. Normally, I just shave it all off and I go bald all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm also very lazy and don't shave and don't shave the top of my head as often as I probably could.
I think I need to go back to sleep because I basically got a picture in my head of your OC eating the top of your hair.
It's the same in my family. There's only one guy on my mother's side who had hair up until he was older, and then he died in the war, so, you know, he might have still gone bald at some point, but we won't know.
Could it have been done on purpose?
A guy is asking, Maverick87, what country are you in? Accent sounds familiar.
She's
Is
Portuguese.
referring to me? Yes, I'm Portuguese. Hello. Nah. Norwegian. Hey, hey. Norway.
Hey ho.
I'm from the cold Vikings. Arr. And do I watch Family Guy? No, I do not.
Yeah. Not a big Family Guy fan, to be honest. Like, it's one of those ones where I really I respect what the show was at the time of its release, but I think the fact that every animated series over the last few years has, well, almost every adult animated series over the last few years has tried to be Family Guy, has retroactively made me hate Family Guy.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Also, you know what's so surreal about Seth MacFarlane shows is now that's become a thing where, like, Justin Roiland, the Rick and Morty guy, he made his own second show that's like basically Rick and Morty, just with a different star characters. What the why? Why is this a thing?
I don't know. I really don't.
It's like we're going back to the 80s where every popular show had like 10 spin-offs.
Exactly.
And the only time that was ever good was Frasier, because Frasier far outshined Cheers in plotline and execution and everything.
I really liked Frasier a lot more than I liked Cheers.
Frasier was so good. The way Niles would would mess with him, so great.
Niles was great.
Jam, we have a question for you.
Oh, there's a question for me. Okay, me turn. Okay.
Vermont.
Vermont.
Okay.
Vermont. How do I avoid crossing overly treaded plot lines in my sequel fic? I already have something original with countries being erased from history. But still, how do you avoid it? Well, I think it's definitely a question that we can also that we can also ask Sky, because, it is that question of originality. And the problem is that every story has essentially been told in some way, shape, or form. No matter what you do, you are unintentionally going to be using you are unintentionally going to be doing something that someone else has done before. way I typically try to avoid that is to try and consider what my influences are, and B, as I'm doing something, it's about being aware of the tropes and of the typically used plot lines. And it doesn't mean don't use the plot line. It just means that if you know it's something that's been used a lot, how are you going to turn it on its head just a little bit? So like earlier this year I was reading Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn series. And the first book is a heist story. It is an Ocean's 11 style story set in a fantasy world where the Dark Lord won. And the way heist stories have been done to death, that in itself is not an original concept. But the way it was twisted was by taking the heist story and slowly morphing it into a surprise twist. Oh, this is actually a revolution story all of a sudden. So that is how I would recommend. That is how I would recommend avoiding crossing overly treaded plot lines. Is be aware of how your plot lines might have been used by other creators, and try to consider how you can twist it in such a way that is unique to you and that may surprise your audience.
Or wait until I have a dream about it. That works too.
That also works. What about you, Sky? What happens if you sometimes find that you're doing something that's that might have been done before by someone else?
I know there's the famous quote that if you, in terms of like, hello, I think we're back. Okay.
Still, there it is.
Because I've thought about this a lot in terms of writing, actually, like, because, yeah, it is the problem of almost every story has been told, but I think of it, like, if you're writing something and you feel it is too close to something else, I always think of it's like genetic diversity, where basically you don't want your story to be too incestuous. Like if you're writing something that's quote unquote totally original, but it has a lot of similar themes to Fallout, then you got to bring in something else to the gene pool. Pull influences from Quake. Pull influences from Mass Effect, things like that. So I think of it like blending. Like if you have a main thing that's sort of your influence, blend in enough other things where it takes on its own uniquity, individuality. So, like, even though Confessions is very obviously Fallout and Equestria, one of the big frameworks for the whole story was World War Z, because of the structure that I was copying, quote unquote. It wasn't really copying per se, but it's very, very heavily influenced. So that would be my suggestion, is you want to just keep the other things, cycling through the gene pool so you don't get flipper hands.
That's actually, that is a really good point. And I think part of the ways you can help with that, and I think it falls into sort of what Fallout did, is if you're adding in other genes to try and make it more interesting, try go with something that is completely unexpected, like Sky just said, like Quake. Like imagine you were telling a Fallout story and suddenly you add some of the absolute ballistic shit of Quake or Doom. Like you'd be amazed how well certain things can mix. I mean, fuck, Fallout Equestria on its own is adding Fallout to My Little Pony. That's not a normal genetic combination of stories, but holy fuck, it brought us all here.
Yeah, that's like that is really the most like surreal success story in all of fanfiction, I would argue. Aside from like 50 Shades of Grey, it's one of the most successful fanfictions in terms of cultural like zeitgeist.
Right.
As she continues her quest to
Careful, are you?
What?
she has taken it upon herself to
50 Shades of what now?
50, you don't know what 50 Shades of Grey is? Did that not cross the cross the cultural barrier?
It might have, but remember, this is Chris. 50 Shades of Grey is
That's true.
deeply not. It's deeply not safe for Chris.
Here's the safe for Chris version. It is a story about a very nice lady who's very boring, but she likes having very not nice things done to her.
Anyway, citizens of post-apocalyptia.
Like,
While she continues
killing
on with her
people?
work,
Yes.
we'll
No.
be going on with ours. Because after
Yes,
another
let's go.
Decide already.
It's time to sit down for
Like,
another
the only
tale
thing I
of
heard about it was
Mr.
basically it's
Another episode
something
of
for
The
bored
Confessions
house
of
mothers.
Wasteland.
But
Yes.
it doesn't really make anything sense if she's going around killing people.
Have you ever heard the expression tough love?
That I'm not enjoying.
That sometimes you need to set someone straight to make them think clear again, or give them a smack in the face so that they clear up because they're having a panic attack.
Yeah,
The
it's kind of
smack in
like
the
that,
face.
but a little bit lower.
The smack in the face part, but he's not smacking her face.
Yes, sitting down with us tonight. So why don't we continue the
Yeah.
reintroduction?
Okay, there we go.
How are you doing, Battered?
Okay.
I'm doing good.
It is.
Whips and feather dusters? What the?
That's a better name for the sequel than 50 Shades Darker.
Whips?
Or 50 Shades Freed.
Oh my god, yeah, it's just the
like
worst
when
names.
you're whispering the cream when you make a cake?
Yeah, that's involved too. Have you ever seen... No, she wouldn't have seen Pulp Fiction. I was about to reference the dungeon scene in Pulp Fiction.
Oh, God.
The very nice lady is Bruce Willis.
I am confused on so many levels.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
We're intersecting a lot of cultural references at this point.
Skull Keeper. Chris, I would tell you that I'm still keeping the scroll safe. That's good. Keep doing your good job.
What were we talking about before 50 Shades of Grey? Fan fictions?
Writing?
Originality.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I think we answered that question successfully. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we absolutely have. At the end of the day, if you find yourself telling a story that you are afraid isn't original, that's still okay, because, like, if you're not planning on publishing anything, then really tell whatever you want. It's all part of an exercise. And, like, especially if you're a hobbyist writer and you don't plan on making any money out of it, then especially then it's completely okay to just tell a story that you think is cool, regardless of if it becomes tropey or if it's unoriginal, whatever. Just, like, do it because it's fun and it makes you happy.
I would also make the argument is to commit, in the sense that the more you take ownership of the story and the more you're following your own passion, the less derivative it'll actually become. It'll become more original the more of yourself you pour into it. So let's say if I wanted to write a much more shameless ripoff of Curie from Fallout 4, and then I kept pouring more and more time into it, eventually it would go so far beyond the actual Curie storyline that it would become original, basically. Because then I would basically take it into the Blade Runner 2049 of, all right, can you reproduce with a synth and etc. And you see, originality begets itself the more of yourself you put into it.
Exactly. And you'll find that the more drafts you put in, the more original ideas you'll find. Like, and I think another part of that, I suppose, is getting beta readers and getting getting to a writing group. They're very easy to find. You can find them on Facebook. You can find them on Reddit. There are lots of writing communities that have writing groups that will where you can send in your work once a week and you review other people's work and they review your work, and other writers can help you improve your work by critiquing you, and you improve your work by critiquing other writers and looking at things critically, because then you start to get an idea of what is and what isn't original as you create it. Sometimes you will get blindsided. I wrote a thing the other day and then I realized, holy shit, I'm plagiarizing myself from a different story.
And the funniest thing too are examples where you write fan fiction of yourself or your own stories, like in the world of Alien, where Ridley Scott decided to write this fan fiction called Prometheus that everyone hated.
Right? It's a good thing it's a fan fiction and definitely not
real.
canon.
Nope, not canon at all. Honestly, though, that's an example of a director thinking they have more ownership of a property than they actually do. Because obviously, the original scripts of Alien were written by like 3 other like Hollywood screenwriter dudes. It wasn't written by Ridley Scott. He did a good job directing and executing it, but then it's like the George Lucas problem of then when he's actually put in the writer chair, bad things happen.
Exactly. I think when I think of George Lucas these days, like especially after I learned that he had a lot more influence on the Clone Wars animated series than I'd originally expected, but sort of the way I sort of see George Lucas now is that he is a really good producer.
Exactly.
But I would not trust him to, and I would trust him to come up with with overall story ideas. I would not trust him to direct or write the script.
No, or like in the case of Zack Snyder from the DC movies, Zack Snyder is an excellent director of photography. He has no business being the proper director with a capital D or a screenwriter, because he's terrible at both.
Yes, absolutely. His visuals are really good. Like, it is pretty to watch the Justice League and Batman movies.
He's very good at executing comic book scenes on the big screen. Like you hold it up, you know, from The Dark Knight Rises, and you're like, yeah, that's a really good the side of the building shot. Well executed.
Exactly. And like, but the thing is you can't just make a pretty looking film. If we let a film off the hook because it looked pretty, people wouldn't. Then people would like The Last Jedi. Like,
oof, that's a sad one.
Like, I like The Last Jedi, but even I have to admit the main reason is because Rian Johnson is a much better director than he is a writer, because the film looks better than almost anything else in the Star Wars movies. We're not going to go into the writing, obviously, because we've had this argument on EAST Corp many times, and I've slowly started to come over to Skybolt's side. But the point is that, so Zack Snyder, we seem to let off the hook for that shit. Although, I mean, the Snyder Cut is happening, so maybe we'll find out that he was a misunderstood genius this whole time.
Dun, dun, dun.
I can't believe the Snyder Cut is actually a thing that exists and that Warner Brothers are going ahead with it. Oh god damn it, Father's Day is on the 21st of June. Why am I working on this now? How did I get the date wrong? Hello?
I think the Scorpion Bunny interfered.
Wait, has Skybolt died?
No, he wrote me right back in the general chat. So.
Oh, okay.
As they say in showbiz, the floor is yours.
The floor is mine. Oh no.
Moving in perfect rhythm and syncopation. She was ready. We continued our search until we discovered a small trail of smoke northwest of the refinery. We got closer.
Ow! I didn't think I'd hold it for that long. Okay. Comment section. What? He's very good at building pretty men in leather and tights. Zimbabwe. I would argue that you guys have more talent than many of the Bethesda writers. I've seen some good writing from the Bethesda team. Like, we spend a lot of time being very critical on this channel, and I don't regret any of it, but I would like to give at least some props to the Bethesda team that there is good writing, and one day or maybe I will talk about the one piece of writing that I legitimately enjoy from Fallout 4. But also, yes, they should let Skybolt and I write Fallout games from now on, because I'm not. I don't necessarily think we could do a better job, but I think we could. I think we would. You know, I think we would add value. I do. Okay, Scrollkeeper. Now for the next question. What do you do with a character that looks like Griffin, but is actually made out of the souls of a Griffin necromancer, a human politician, and a unicorn engineer fused? Wow. Okay.
Is it bad that I think that that kind of sounds like a Markiplier?
Sorry, I had to get some stats.
Skull, perfect timing.
I heard.
Save me.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5 minutes, guys. I heard you mention the Snyder Cut though, and I've been wanting to do a dissertation on Snyder Cut for a long time, actually.
Oh, okay, cool. Do your dissertation on Snyder Cut.
Okay, first of all, it is good that the studio listened to a part of a fan base that wanted something. It's like Entertainment 101 is, hey, if the fans do something, maybe do it for them, because then they'll like you and pay money for you. Like, that was great marketing for HBO Max, which it needs right now because it failed in its launch last week. But the thing that, unfortunately, I think a lot of people are delusional on is they think that the Snyder Cut will somehow be a good movie, which is not the case. Because going back to Man of Steel, when it was him at the helm, except for a small guiding influence by Christopher Nolan, he is not a good movie maker. He does not put stories together well. He's not good at executing characterization. It was the same problem on The Dark Knight Batman vs Superman. Now, what happened to his daughter, very sad, on having to bring in what's his name, Avengers Man, was also like not the best situation, but Avengers Man is not the reason why Justice League failed. Justice League failed because they tried to add 3 new characters to a story. And the same problem with Batman vs. Superman, they should have each had their own fucking movie first, and then you bring them together for the big movies.
Exactly, like, there was a blueprint. Marvel had a perfect blueprint that Warner Brothers could have followed. And, like, and the thing is I think that had DC followed it, they would have had a rough few years, but they would be cleaning it up right now, because at this moment, people are really tired of Marvel movies. That's also because Marvel, for Stage 4, doesn't seem to quite know what it's doing, because we've had one movie, we're getting a Black Widow prequel, like, a year after the movie that killed her off, and then we're getting a bunch of TV shows. So, like, if DC had swooped in with their Justice League movie now, they would clean up.
That Black Widow movie should have come out 6 years ago. After, what was it, Avengers 2, where they mentioned that she was made barren in the process of her whole, like, becoming a Russian spy, that's where they should have had the movie.
I really hate that plot beat so much.
It's the dumbest thing, and, like, you know, whatever the excuses for why she didn't get her movie, obviously, you know, but a bunch of, for an otherwise well-executed series of movies, that is an oversight of, now they're doing all these things that are like, that would have fit better here, or that would have fit better here.
I just don't, because the thing, we were asking for a Black Widow movie for years. And we got 2 Ant-Man movies. but we didn't get, but no. I mean,
I also hate how she died and they like forgot about her. She doesn't have a funeral.
Right?
She doesn't have like a nice ceremonious like outro. It's like, of course we have the big Iron Man funeral because he was a pinnacle character, but she was up there. She was a core Avenger. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, like, and not insignificant part of the first half of Endgame was about her. And I liked Endgame. I really enjoyed Endgame. But yeah, Black Widow was done dirty. I think. So, I think right now would have been a really good time for DC to come in. I mean, look, they've got the Snyder Cut, so that coming out very well might be the thing that kind of resuscitates their cinematic universe.
Well, the other good thing is they have Wonder Woman 84 in the wings, which should have come out yesterday, I think, but of course, Corona Pona canceled that. So if Wonder Woman 84 is great like it should be, then that'll be another hot coal in the fire when Marvel doesn't seem to know, like, I know, of course, that everything was built around Thanos, but it's like they really didn't seem to have any idea for the post-Endgame universe.
Right? Which, I would have respected it a lot more if they just said, all right, cool. Endgame. Done. We are done with the MCU. The story is over. As opposed to whatever it is they're doing now. Because Endgame was a good conclusion.
Absolutely.
It paid off basically everything I wanted to see paid off. 90% of the movie was just Marvel taking a massive victory lap of fan service that was very well earned. And they should have just ended it on that. I'm concerned that if the way they keep pushing forward, they're going to just leave a sour taste in people's mouths. But I'm sure that the Black Widow movie will be good. I just have no interest in it anymore. I used to.
That's the thing, too, is because the series is concluded, a lot of the interest people have in the characters is also simmered back down, because it's like, a lot of these are prequels now, where it's like, WandaVision, which does sound like a lot of fun. Wanda, and Vision together, it's so cute and adorable, but they're dead. So it's like...
I agree. The problem... when you do a whole bunch of stories that are prequels, it means that your story is not moving forward. And if your story is not moving forward, that does nothing for your pacing. It's one of those things where I used to lean very heavily on flashbacks, but I'm not such a big fan of them because of that, because I think that if not executed correctly, and if done too often, they can really fuck with your story's pacing and momentum. Absolutely. And I think that's going to happen to Marvel at the moment, is they've got too much shit that's not happening post-Endgame. And like, they left Spider-Man Far From Home on that cliffhanger that we're just not going to see resolved. And part of the joy of the MCU was that you'd get the cliffhanger ending to a Marvel movie, and you wouldn't see it resolved for a few years, but in the next year's Marvel movie, you would get a slight taste, a small tease of the last movie's cliffhanger to sate you, keep you going just a little bit longer. See how it affected the world just slightly. But prequels just can't do that.
The other thing that kills me... Yeah, never gonna. The other thing that kills me with the DCEU is from the start, you remember the late 90s and early 2000s, we had this incredible combined DC universe. Batman animated, Superman animated, Justice League. It was all one, and Static Shock and, Batman Beyond? Very well executed. All they had to fucking do was call up Bruce Timm. When they started having the story meeting, bring in all the animation guys and be like, okay, how did you lay out your gigantic, 10-season, 5-show plotline? Help us do that for our movies that we're copying based on Marvel.
Okay, boys, I gotta reel you guys back in.
Okay.
The question we were originally stopped trying to answer was, before Skybolt jumped in, was from Skullkeeper.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I saw Scroll's question, but then decided to segue to Sky's dissertation on the Snyder Cut first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, no. That was very much intentional. Like we've got to answer your question, Scroll. I thought it'd be best to get to that first because Sky was queuing it up before he left. So Scroll's question is now for the next question. What do you do with a character that looks like a griffin but is actually made out of the souls of a griffin necromancer, human politician, and a unicorn engineer fused together? That's my story's protagonist. I write a lot of weird shit. That's weird. That's definitely very strange.
No. I have your solution. Basically, the griffin has split personalities. Ta-da!
Well, that was my question is it like a Trinity thing where there are three, minds in the same body? Or is it just those personalities are blended into one personality? I guess, we could use Ruby as a reference. How far in the Oscar Ozpin spectrum are we along? Are they one personality now, or are they still two voices in the same head?
Because that's... Oh... The other thing is, why those three types of characters? How do they speak to each other? How do they complement each other? That one is a politician, one is an engineer.
Yeah, I would take out the human politician part, just in practical terms. That'd be me.
You could, I could sort of see the necromancer engineer, you've got someone who is of science being the engineer, and you've got the necromancer who is of magic. But I figure that a unicorn engineer on its own would already be quite an interesting dichotomy because they are
it's an odd couple.
Magical.
Yeah, you've got the left brain unicorn engineer that's very sciencey, and then the griffin necromancer could be very spiritualist.
Exactly.
Yeah, keep it simple. Like the human politician, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Three personalities blended into one to cancel out each other's weaknesses. See, that whenever I see the phrase cancel out weaknesses or something about removing weakness, the alarm bells start blaring in my head because a character without weakness is not a character that I want to see. I'm not going to sit down and watch a character without a weakness.
Don't they call it Mary Sue or something?
Or Gary Stu.
Yeah. Or Gary Stu, yeah. Because of the way I kind of see a story, or at least a character's story, is about rectifying their flaw. And there's always and there usually is sort of two. Then they go on the movie's journey, and the movie's journey helps them rectify their flaw, and they can either accept that they have a problem, or reject the problem, and that may affect how the plot goes. Scroll says it didn't work as planned.
Here's one thing, based on what you've told us, I don't know what the setting of your story is. If it's setting the human world, the human politician is the prime character, now you have me thinking of angel and devil on the shoulder. Like one side is the voice of the griffin necromancer that maybe got them in that situation, and then the other side is the unicorn engineer. So they then become the devil and angel character that are sort of pulling the human politician in the various directions of whatever they're doing at like a party or whatever. That could work. I'd almost argue at that point, though, if you're that far removed from the pony, that maybe even make it more original, and then rather than them being a griffin and unicorn, then just have them be the spirits of a spell wizard type person and a scientist person, and make it a human story. That would be my notes in that kind of scenario, which could be neat. Yeah. Like maybe they were advisors. Like you had one guy that's like a Rasputin character, and then one guy that's the engineer, you know, and like a very like a Prussian left brain, you know, sociopathic scientist.
And isn't that a song?
Yeah, and then the politician character would be some kind of like, a strong man, or maybe they're weak, maybe they're competing against the strong man.
So, yeah, you kind of need. I think what's important is picking the personality that is going to drive.
One of them has to be the prime for sure.
Yeah, I agree with Skyball in maybe. In maybe starting with the human politician. The thing is, Scroll. So you're saying that's why it's all just world building at this point. Don't get stuck in world builder's disease, and I say this as someone who gets stuck world building when I should be telling the actual story all the time. Is you need to try and figure out what story you want to tell with this. Who is your actual protagonist of those three personalities, or if all three personalities have reached like a perfect sort of synchronization, then that combined personality is your protagonist. But figure out what your protagonist. Figure out what they want. And
are you kidding me?
Get you Bahudi back here.
Oh my gosh! Speak of the devil.
Cinder!
Jalapia.
Oh, Kelly too. Yes. Do we have Kelly? We got to talk about the song.
Woo!
Bahudi in here.
Oh,
get your microphone together, boy.
Can you guys not hear me?
There you are.
There he is.
Yeah.
There's a British, I guess.
Kelly.
Fantastic. Okay, we have our music man.
Did you listen to the stream earlier?
Me? No. I thought the stream's going right now.
Yeah, but if you were listening in while it was going.
Oh, no, I've just been watching 1917 with my parents.
Oh, fun.
No, that's nice. That's good. It's good to spend time with family when you can.
No, it's not. We're your family now.
So I guess I'm the mom.
You're like the...
Cinder the mom. Cinder's the mom.
No, Nathy would have been the mom. Ugh.
Yeah.
If she were here.
True.
I would say Maddie is the mom, honestly. Maddie has kind of mom energy vibes.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Like mommy also, AI.
Just to respond to Final Sight's comment, worked for Tolkien regarding my thing on over world building. None of us in this room, in this chat or in this conversation, is Tolkien.
No.
Like,
I mean, James is closest because he's at least from South Africa.
I see this a lot when I see people talking about like sort of like this famous writer did it, or this famous musician did this. And the thing is that with Tolkien, he was very old and very experienced by the time he wrote The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
Wasn't he like 80 then?
Well, no, he would have been in his 50s around the time. I can't remember the exact age, but a lot of the people who pulled off the incredible things they did were either very singular people or already had a lot more experience behind them than what we and what you guys have. So, like, yes, building a giant world and then telling a story within it, as opposed to telling a story and building to fit the story. That work depending on who you are, but the problem is that most people are not J.R.R. Tolkien.
You have to remember some of his influences too, where he was the one of the driving forces for his writing was languages. He really just wanted to make up some fun languages.
So, but the thing is that you need to figure out what you want to talk about. And I say you need, but there are hard and fast rules to writing. We can only ever figure out guidelines and suggestions. But I'm assuming that I am assuming that you are fairly new to writing, given that you're asking me for advice, and I am, I've only been writing.
Jam. Don't underestimate yourself. You're a good writer.
True.
So
don't
go putting yourself down in the dirt. Bad Jam.
Okay, now with Kelle, we got to talk about the cover, the very well executed remix of Every Story Must Come to an End.
So good.
I mean, I do have to give a lot of credit to you, Skybolt, though, for obviously giving the creative direction, and because obviously I think so. I had my first idea that was very ambient, and it was a bit meh, and then you're like, no, I want it like this, and then gave me the direction and the focus, and then obviously I over a little bit of editing as well and feedback and all that. So I can't take all the credit, basically. That's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, but. Thank you for the feedback as well. And
it was a fun process because the two main reference songs I gave him were one was the main theme from Tron Legacy by Daft Punk, which if you go back to it's a great album anyway, but if you go back to the original soundtrack, it's that first, I think it's the second track, but it's the whole first theme where it opens very slow and orchestral. And then at a minute 35, almost the same track as ours, it hits big with the hard synth. And that's what I was going for. I really wanted that elaborate entry of the synth portion. And then with the very ending, I referenced from the movie Oblivion of 10 years ago, M83, the French electronic band, they did that soundtrack, and their title track for Oblivion had this big drum breakdown at the end, and I'm like, this is how we close it. This would be so epic.
Yeah. It was definitely big things to live up to as well. Because obviously, say like Daft Punk and stuff is holy shit, how do I pull that off? But obviously, as far as I'm aware, everyone likes the end result. But no, and it was a really good project to work on. Because I don't think I'd actually ever done anything for Confessions.
Verismo,
so
it's sort of
yes. True. You got a good point there. So I got to do that, but then this kind of felt like a big project for Confessions, and I was like, hell yeah. It was really good to work on, and I'm pretty happy with the end result. I'm actually surprised I haven't put it on my portfolio yet, but I've been doing other things. But it's really good. Hopefully it'll be a good send off.
It definitely executed as a trailer song for sure, because that was another early note I had, is it's made specifically for a trailer, and so we're going to have these little audio clips, but then when the bridge hits, when the violin part hits, that's going to be this big orchestral swell, and I'm like, that's really important. It's really important that we hit that, because that's when the title card comes up.
Yeah. I think there was probably about 3 different versions I sent to you, and it was each time it came back, I was like, no, I need this bit just a bit more, James. Like, what the hell's going on? You need it bigger. And yeah, I eventually got there and made it bigger. What I was struggling with is like my first iteration was just like piano, flute, and cello. Like that was it. And I was sort of getting into that when you like fall in love with your like original idea, and you're like, no, this is really nice. It's really smooth. This sounds really nice and pretty. And then yeah, the Skybot was like, I want big drums. I want massive drums. I'm like, oh, shit, okay. so yeah, it was like. Yeah, no, like I said at the beginning, like obviously the feedback was absolutely crucial. Like, yeah, all the time. Skybot knows what he wants. He's a very creative guy. Yeah, so yeah, it's a good end product. I don't know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
It turned out so well. I was so happy with the end result. Because the other thing, too, that's been in my head, like, the last 2 months is Woodkid is releasing a new album, and he dropped this title track, which is Goliath, and it kicks so hard. I was going back through all my electronic, like, synth orchestral music, and I'm like, we gotta do something good. I kind of put great expectations on him, but he delivered big time, so.
Yeah.
Oh, it came out really well. I think the inclusion of the way it was edited in the trailer also, I think, really helped with cutting the with cutting to the finale title. Well, obviously not the title of the finale, which hasn't been revealed to the public yet. But cutting to that, I think, really helped to add the power of the orchestral swell that was there. And of course, the comment section on it was really nice. People do seem to.
I was very surprised with some of the comments on it. Like, you know, obviously I've been doing this for however many years, but it was like, you know, people were like, "Oh, you know, you're a good composer." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." I don't think anyone was like ever really said that. Like, on like all the other productions where it's like James Kelly did this, and it's like nice. Or I think what it always was like. I think even with like say Terminal Secrets, it's like, nice work, James Lamont. That story is really good, and I'm like, I know it's really good, but come on, man, call me out. Like, every time. But it is fine because it's like it's well deserved. But yeah, I was very happy that someone called me out and was like, yeah, you're good, Kelly, and I'm like, thank you. Oh man.
I had that on I think on Terminal Secrets episode 2. On Stable Tech, on the Stable Tech channel, where someone complimented Skybolt's writing. on the episode I wrote by myself, it was like, "Good job, Skybolt!"
Yeah.
I absolutely love the ending of that episode, though, where it's like, oh fuck, you blew up the terminal. I guess the door's open. I just love how sudden it is. Like, oh, all right, they won. They opened the door. Whatever.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
It's almost like Vermont had a bias of keeping his own characters alive. Skybolts.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten that.
I've murdered a lot of my own characters too, just, you know.
I know. As long as Butterfly died, that's all that matters.
Speaking of Butterfly dying and recognizing Kelly's work he does, Skybolt had a question earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you did, about the soundtrack.
Oh, yeah. I didn't loosely mention, I'm like, I can't wait for those songs to come out. That would be really fun.
Oh, shit. I should fucking hell. God, that's a good reminder. Oh, my God.
I didn't want to distract him when he was working on the remix, so that's why I haven't said anything.
Oh, my God, yeah. You know what happened? I suppose I'll say this on stream, is that I said no to the We'll Meet Again cover.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't coming together. I wasn't liking it. And then I forgot about everything else. Jesus.
Yeah, you've got like the whole like EP album of music. You can just drop that whenever you want, basically.
Oh my god. Jeez. Fuck. Sorry, I can't swear. Right. What? Oh, no.
All three of you have been swearing and cussing. I think you are around 30 cuss words by now.
That was also the best part of the Red Reaper, is the parts where Carmina did have to swear. And Chris executing those just beautifully.
Love.
The dragon part was the best, is right at the end of the Diamondback embarrassing section.
Yeah, those were hard for me, okay?
That's so great. That's why it works.
Well, trying to get Chris to swear, because I haven't attempted it with her character Nara Moon yet. That being said, Chris did come to me and ask me, how would an AI say poop? If an AI was cursing and wanted to use the word poop as a curse word, how would an AI, what would AI poop be?
I did find an answer later, though.
You did.
Yeah.
I think you could replace it with a lot of like computer puns, like, oh, you defragmented disk, you piece of vaporware, or what were some of those other like 90s terms, like garbageware.
Oh, you're
things
such
like
a
that.
floppy disk.
Yeah, there you go. You might as well be an HD DVD because you are you are long expired.
No, yeah. What was it again?
Oh, you could use a Betamax pun. That'd be a great double entendre.
Ooh, yeah.
You're not only a beta, you're a Betamax.
Oh god. It was the electricity bill. Because the AI eats electricity. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the AI's poop. It's basically our
the bill. Which I think, kind of makes sense in a cyberpunk world where everything has a price tag on it in some way, shape, or form. Oh look, Freezy is on screen with her glowing eyes. It's my wife, everybody.
Okay, so you said to the chat that, hey, everybody, ask whatever you want, Chris is here. And then we got one question and we got over to the Marvel Universe. Yay.
Yeah. What Marvel Universe character would Chris be?
Oh!
Thor.
Captain America.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
I think they actually have a Captain Norway in the Marvel canon.
Captain Norway! That's my Marvel OC now.
Hey, wait, I've got to Google this.
You have like a lot of really stereotypical powers, like just throwing less at people.
Cindy!
Hello, someone mentioned best waifu.
Finally.
There we go.
Apparently, I'm Captain Norway in the Marvel Universe now.
I'm okay with this.
Me too.
Cinder would be Gamora.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool! I get to.
You get to whoop Star-Lord's ass.
Okay. Who would Skybolt be?
Oh god.
Oh. Ooh.
Because I would argue.
Part guy, because you can't keep people from dying.
I was gonna argue Rocket because of the engineer thing.
There you go.
And because of like the unhinged rants.
I need that guy's leg.
And that guy's leg. No. I think there already is a Captain Norway.
Yeah, I told you. I know there's a Captain Norway. I just don't know
Yeah.
where.
I just do I go? Sorry.
I was going to say that I think Skybot would be Stan Lee because of all the cameos. Because I can just imagine Skybot sitting in all these weird places going, "Hey!"
Yeah, I second that.
Oh, if I were a filmmaker, I would absolutely have cameos everywhere.
Oh, without a doubt.
Because that's fun.
Like, what? Have I cameoed in my own work?
No, because you were the one in Hunger. You were the second Overmare. The mean evil.
Technically, I had you cameo.
Yes, I cameoed in the first episode of Dead Tree. I cameoed in Terminal Sequence episode 3 because at the time Dr. Fractal didn't exist, so there was no plan for me to be in the series at all. I was the second Overmare, and Kelly
episode
made
1. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
Okay,
and Kelly
so
made me sound like a girl.
Yeah, which is like my proudest work yet, because that was difficult. just pretended it. I think I just filtered him so he sounded like he was behind a wall, added a massive reverb so he sounded like he's coming out of a speaker, and slightly pitch him up a bit. It was just man.
So Jam Jam is Stanley, and Skyball will be Iron Man.
No, I thought I said Skybot would be Stanley because I can imagine him.
Yeah, but by the information just given, as they say, Jam Jam is now basically acting like Stanley in those movies. He'd have cameos here and there. So Skyball with his charisma and go-to attitude, I would say Stanley.
Hell yeah.
No, Steph, no. Nå går det I krulltall her.
Either way, I end up dead, which I'm happy with.
Whoa!
Hush! Spoilers!
Okay, let's see. We've actually got a question. From Final Sight. What are your thoughts on the official Fallout Equestria audiobook?
Is that still happening?
Oh, shit.
Ask me what my thoughts are.
Do it.
Done.
Do it.
Do it. We believe in you.
Run.
And before you be too mean, I was nice to Ambient White today, which means you have to be nice to this.
Wait, why were you nice to Ambient White?
Yeah, why are you? Who are you? Okay, I'm not gonna ask what changeling replaced you, but who the hell trained them? Because they're bad at this.
Oh, you can. I did a whole breakdown on the second general chat where I went through the whole thing. Was like, all right, cool. This sucks. That actually kind of, and they ruined it.
It's Ambient White. What do you expect?
Well, we can put that aside for now. We can come back to that later. Let's keep on. The point remains. You have to be vaguely nice to the FOE audiobook.
So,
should I mute myself?
I'm Cinderscript. You might not know this as I don't show up on these streams as much, but I'm actually the director and studio head for Shotgun Angel Productions. We're currently producing the audio drama book thingy. It's a lot closer to Confessions of a Wasteland Pony than it is a standard audio drama. Well, audio book. We're producing that for Fallout Equestria Dead Tree. We just released episode 4 a little bit ago, and we'll be releasing chapter 5 in the next 2 weeks. We have a 3-week per chapter production schedule. Part of this is because the amount of funding that I've got is very much finite. The amount of time I've got is very much finite. I don't have the time to do everything that I could to speed up production. I can't hire audio engineers to make this their primary project. Even the audio engineers that I'm hiring, they've got a pretty wide deadline, and just it all comes down to the fact that if I was given the amount of money that they were, even half of that, putting the other half into whatever physical goodies that they wanted to put as backer rewards, I would have had that done within a year.
My throat is gonna hurt.
I would have had that done within a year.
So
with
someone
Fallout Equestria Dead Tree, which I'm expecting to be a lot longer than the original Fallout Equestria, I'm planning to have that done in 2 to 3 years, tops. And that's still being written. 1 second. I'll come back to the rant in a moment.
I was going to say, does anyone who gets the updates for the audiobook, what did the last update email say regarding the status of it? Because I thought it was a dead project. I haven't heard about it in ages.
Do you have the normal one or the Dead Tree? Because
no, the normal one, of course.
Okay. Yeah, the only one I know about is the one that Visual Pony did.
It's 77%, as in, will that be the whole book though, or are they releasing it in like parts? Like 77%, but it's chapters 1 through 20. Anyway, I remember the last time I heard...
Sorry about that.
Okay, go on.
But they've gone through multiple... They've gone through multiple Little Pips. And from what we can tell, theirs isn't fully casted. It's going to have a male voice actor and a female voice actor. Despite what we were told.
When did Little Pip become transgender?
You think they could have at least the main 5? It's not even main 6, it's just main 5. Little Pip, Velvet, Steel Hooves, Calamity, and Zenith.
Well, speaking from experience, that appears to have been the original plan. But, of course, after they rejected me for Calamity, I guess they just ditched the idea entirely.
Which is a crime, honestly. It would have been such a great
right?
movie.
Who the hell doesn't want that voice in their project? Like, what the hell? Like, holy shit.
So, back then, I hadn't actually... So, back then, I hadn't actually been a voice actress for very long. And that was one of the first projects I ever auditioned for. I still used that voice, but they turned me down. I also had auditioned for Radio DJ Poem 3, which you all have heard. And I auditioned for Steel Hooves. And got Jack! I found out just it has been such a cluster on the production side, just from what I've been able to see on the outside.
It's also like the easiest thing in the world, honestly, like to find a good Western sounding voice actor, and then Steel Hooves, which is just the gruff, tough guy, and then you put him through a filter. Like, it's really, it's not like a unique voice they're looking for. They're not trying to find, like, you know, something very niche or like a certain accent that's very unique. Like, oh, they've got to be, you know, North Irish or something like that. It's like, what's the problem? They've got $30,000.
Yeah, I mean...
Applejack was the best of us.
Seriously, that's fine!
Yeah, you put through a few filters, it's perfect.
Fuck, that's a filter I have on an audio mod program. Legitimately, that's a filter I have on the audio mod program, and that's all you need.
There's literally no
I've
excuse.
I've used the filter you need for someone in power armor for 4 years in Audacity.
And then at the same time, like some of the like major minor characters, like whenever Red Eye is talking or something like that, they could easily have then amongst their 5 main VAs have them do the little parts, just like every other show on television. And
Yeah,
it would have been fine and easy. Like, I don't know what's so complicated about that, honestly. When you have real money, when you have a financial driving force, then the problem can only be poor production leadership.
Exactly. Do you... Okay, so I have a small budget for Shotgun Angel. Like, it's a tiny budget, pretty much. I have a fairly small budget for Shotgun Angel. And yes, I've got something like $200-300 per chapter, which for something that's a paid project where you're paying VAs, that's not much.
Squinting at Cinder.
I'm also paying audio engineers. I'm paying... I've got a lot of people here. Do you want to know some names that I have in this project? And in this studio?
Name dropping.
Forest Rain is voicing Chifundo. Yes, that Forest Rain. We have Josh Scorcher and Aramo voicing Alguacil and Pinkie Pie. We have Screw Loose voicing Buddy. And Maddie, we have voicing Sugar Cube Corners. We have Inky Notebook voicing Wandering Sunrise. Yes, the gal from the Wandering Pony Museum. Let's see, we have the ever-amazing Chris as one of our narrators. We have Prince Dazzle voicing Quick Stitch. Azzy is our Scopolamina, and what's this name? I never heard this one before. It looks Guy Bolts? I've never heard of them. Voicing Nyota.
The best name dropping ever.
But yes, Fauna's our other narrator, and she's amazing.
There, now you can say it.
Yes, we also have Fauna Joy as our other narrator, and she's amazing.
Yes.
But
yes.
And yes, I've had people who just never responded. I've reached out to people who I really wanted in the project that just weren't wanting to, and that's fine. But I got this cast in the course of 3 months through just a casting call and putting out some basic feelers.
That was not how I entered, though.
No, you were hired before we even started casting, because you're that amazing.
Chris being in the project was the selling point for me.
Can't you know? I wonder why. I heard the story.
Yeah, no, we heard her singing Amazing Grace. It's like, okay, we're hiring her.
Yeah, that was how I got the part, but how... I heard the story about how you got Skybolt into this stuffy, and I was uncomfortable. To be honest.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
It's alright, it's gonna be Aramau doing it. Or, so to speak.
I hope so.
But I don't have much of a budget, and this is a relatively small-scale project. Like, okay, Dead Tree has had, what? Dead Tree's had something like...
Should we get a Patreon for the Shotgun Studio?
We're actually working with Fiora. Fiora the Tank Girl, who's the writer for Dead Tree.
Ah, of course.
She's actually funding the project.
Via her own Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so go
let's
subscribe!
Let's see. The original Fallout Equestria has had 70,000 views, or 1,477,540 total views. Dead Tree has had 5,000 views, or about 40,000 total views. We are so much smaller than Fallout Equestria, and I still have a full cast. I still have an amazingly talented and skilled cast. I am in shock by the cast and crew I have. They are absolutely amazing, and without a doubt are the only reason this project will succeed.
And cycling back to your problem, and bringing that back to Fallout Equestria, the official audiobook.
Right. I mean, that's basically my issue with them. This is my first time functionally being a director. Oh, by the way, yes, we have Noaking as our DJ Pwn 3.
Oh, great!
Which is hilarious. He has had so much fun with the role. But this is my first time being a director. This is my first time leading a project. And I'm able to do this. We've made progress. We have something to show for it. If the trailers they've released are indicative of where they currently are, we're about caught up with the quote-unquote official audiobook. And we've been doing this for 5 months?
Was it 10th of the budget, but less, actually.
Yes, from project start to where we are now has been 5 months. They had an absolutely enormous budget. They could do some of the other things I wanted to do. Like, hell, we have music!
I mean, literally, they could just ask any of the artists. Like, they could go to Dr. Dissidence if he even returns his messages anymore and be like, hey, can we use your music? Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's your soundtrack. It's like literally that easy.
We had Kelly. We hired Kelly to do music, and you and Skybolt worked with us, and Chris and our cast, and it was amazing. And I still can't get that song out of my head, but we have music. From what I can tell, they don't have music.
Like, at all? Do they even have an original theme being written for them?
I don't know. Like, hell, okay, you want to know what you do with an audiobook of Fallout Equestria? You go to the Wasteland Whalers, and you pay them whatever they want to write music.
Yeah, it's that easy.
You also go to one of two people, and pay them whatever they want to voice your Velvet Remedy. You either get the amazing singer from the Wasteland Whalers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? Brittany Church.
Yeah, you either go to the amazing singer from the Wasteland Whalers, or you go to Eli Monty, and you pay them however much they want to be. Congratulations, you already have one of the hardest roles to cast. Calamity, you'll find 1,000 people that can voice Calamity.
Oh yeah.
You'll find maybe a dozen who can voice Calamity well, but you'll find 1,000 people who can put on a southern accent.
And same with Steel Hooves.
Steel Hooves, you can find even more.
Yeah. But I would.
Zenith?
You could go to. For Steel Hooves, you could go to Skybolt. You could go to Equestria Narrator. You could go to Dusty Cat.
Would have been fun as a Calamity though, or Steel Hoof.
Well, thank you kindly.
Steel Hoof.
But Zenith is a hard cast.
Yeah.
For Zenith, you want to go to some. For Zenith, I mean, personally, after hearing Chifundo, I would immediately go to Forest Rain and go, "Can you voice Zenith?"
Yeah,
because she does that so well. She does the kind of mysterious zebra so well. Like, it's not even funny.
Yeah, that's the thing that kills me. It's like, it's not even a big cast. It's like literally an ensemble. And then you have each of them do a few miscellaneous, like, okay, you know, Calamity VA. Here's 5 Raider lines. Just do them in silly Raider voices. You know, like silly enough, but still serious. It's literally so easy. I really don't know what the problem is, because 90% of it is still just Little Pip reading it, except for those little bits of pop-in dialogue.
Yeah, and Little Pip is a hard cast, because she's your narrator, but she's also a character in the story, so you need to figure out how you want to do that. In Dead Tree, we have that by having Inky be our speaking sunrise, and Craze and Fauna being our narration sunrise, which thus far has worked pretty well.
Another option you can do for that is what I've been doing with Aria Moon, because I narrates and speaks at the same time. At first, I just chose to ignore it, but afterwards, I started putting a convolution reverb on Aria's speaking voice. And so now you can very clearly tell when she's speaking and when she's narrating, because she sounds like she's in a room.
Yeah, which, like, that's another option. You can use a filter. You can use audio engineering. You have options.
Also, if you're looking for a good Little Pip, Maddie.
Yes, Maddie is one of my first choices for being Little Pip, because, yeah, she's great. Like, so right now, I'm casting for a new project.
Another one? How many do you have now? 5?
2. We have 2 projects currently running with Shotgun Angel Productions. The primary project is Fallout Equestria Dead Tree. The second project is The Things Tavi Says by Short Skirts and Explosions. Yes, the same person who wrote Background Pony. Yes, Background Pony is potentially in our to-do list sometime way down the line. We're doing The Things Tavi Says. We already have some amazing talent on that, because I don't do single VA audiobooks. Because, yes, it's a lot easier, but if I wanted to do that, I would sit down and record it myself.
Exactly.
I spent too long working with the amazing people here to be willing to go that low effort. Because when you have a full cast, it is so much better.
Oh, yeah.
And I took that from the audio drama scene. Like, sometimes it works. Hell, the audio drama for Welcome to Night Vale is amazing. amazing.
Oh, Welcome to Night Vale is spectacular.
Yeah, and a lot of that is carried by the amazing voice actor they have for the main character.
Which
But
I find pretty funny because the actor that they have there sounds so suspiciously similar to Dusty Cat, it's kind of ridiculous. Go listen to Dusty's narration in Untypical and the narration in Night Vale, and you will swear it is the same person. Okay, you can go back to your.
I'm sorry, I'm ranting. I do this. I'm really sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do this a lot. Basically, long story short, the quote-unquote official audiobook has squandered the money that's been put into them, squandered the potential of being the first audiobook for a Fallout Equestria story, and having the prestige of being the quote-unquote official audiobook, and they've squandered this, and I could have done it better and had it complete. This isn't me being egotistical, this is me being realistic. Just, ugh.
No, it really is amazing how, like, I don't know. And the other thing, too, is then when they cast the new little Pip, like, she sounds okay and stuff, but it's like, was there really not an actress who was, like, a fan or some part of the fandom in some way? And rather than just going to, like, some random voice actor, like, does she even know the story? Does she have any, like, connection to it whatsoever?
She also speaks far too fast and doesn't sound like Little Pip.
Yeah, Little Pip has a certain voice, like, I think it's gotta be kind of cutesy. Like, I really liked, back at Stapletech, actually, Rainbow, was her name, Grell. I actually kind of liked her Little Pip the most so far.
Yes, she
Yeah,
did. I
like-
really liked her Little Pip.
Like, for me, Little Pip sounds also with that edge of sass and completely done with your shits. Because that's the kind of personality she tends to have.
Exactly.
Also, hearing the cute voice swearing like Little Pip is hilarious.
Yeah.
But, like, a lot of it does come down to how Noacking did it, because Noacking is an amazing voice actor, and really, it's something I'm facing. I'm trying to cast a DJ Pone 3, and oh boy, that's not been easy.
Oh no.
And I've had some really good voice actresses come forward to voice DJ Pone 3, and they haven't been able to capture it yet.
What exactly are
Sure.
you? What exactly are you looking for in that character?
So, DJ Pone 3 in the story that I'm running, I'm looking for someone that sounds... The best way I can put it to words is I'm looking for someone who sounds like they're in a punk band as the main singer, but they also have a master's in philosophy. Like, they can have the intensity and the roughness of a really, really passionate DJ, but also can take a step back and ponder the meaning of life, because she does that.
Huh.
Like, it's not an easy role to cast, and I've been having to work with a few people, and I'm actually going to have to do open casting for it, because none of the people that I've reached out to have quite been able to manage it.
You know what would be funny? If Vinyl Scratch actually was transgender and he had a male voice actor for her.
See, that's something I've thought of, I've actually thought of reaching out to Nowacking and having him do his idea of what vinyl would sound like with a male voice. And
that would be kind of interesting, considering that the character that the character is basically his at this point.
Oh yeah.
So he would be, in every sense of the situation, the most appropriate person to carry the character of Vinyl Sketch through a transition from F to M.
Also, frankly, this is on a pragmatic sense. Being the audio drama that can say, yes, Nowacking's voicing Vinyl Scratch here, that would be nice.
Yeah, I am no stranger to using VAs for marketing. When Terminal Secrets episode 4 was coming out, you know we did not, or at least I did not shut up about the fact that we had Scribbler.
Yeah, like, you don't cast someone for their name. You cast them for their voice and their performance. But it's also, but if you have someone who's known for something and they say, yes, I'm doing this, that's nice. Basically, whoever's in charge of the official audiobook project is not doing a great job, and I'ma call them out.
That was one hell of a rant.
I rant, okay? When I get passionate about something, and I actually am really passionate about voice acting, and kind of found myself fairly passionate about directing, I kind of rant about it. But I'll stop now, I'll stop.
I mean,
so we hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
If it didn't answer your question, I don't know what would.
What was the question again? It's been so long, I forgot.
What are our thoughts on the quote-unquote official audiobook project? By the way, the name annoys me as well, because KCAT didn't so much endorse them as said they could do it.
Yes, because that's how they work. Well, that's very much how KCAT works. KCAT is fantastic, but also deeply uncooperative.
Yeah.
Back when we were trying to do the Great Experiment right at the beginning, I got in contact with KCAT for an interview, and at first Lord Todd said yes, and then a few days later, when it was coming time, when I sent through the questions, they doubled back and were like, you know what? I'm gonna write a eulogy for Stapletech, and you can pull whatever you want out of the eulogy for Stapletech, and just use voiceover of that, which was your note from the Great Experiment that we did not use anything from KCAT. Although maybe we should have, at the very least, we should have used the part where KCAT noted the Terminal Secrets and Confessions were really, really good, and that and that they listened to Skybolt's music all the time. I feel like that would have been a good way of just like self-flagellating.
Yeah, out of nowhere they commented on Dashide's song when that came out, and that really that was a good. When we were transitioning into EAST Corp, that was a good, dopamine rush to make it through that transition was, oh wow, KCAT found it out of nowhere and really liked it, so.
Yeah, KCAT does have one thing, in that KCAT really doesn't like when people try to make money through Fallout Equestria. From what I understand, I can respect it. I can understand it. I still want to pay my voice actors.
Yeah, I'd argue that
Paying
that's
your
not profit.
team.
That's just, no non-profit, per cost.
Yeah, like I have
Revenue
not
neutral.
accepted. I have not accepted a single cent from Fiora for directing and running Shotgun Angel or producing Dead Tree or even voicing it. I'm the one who voices the end of episode GM notes. We actually tried to get the GM of the original game that it's based off of to voice those, but he's unfortunately the guy is just overworked to all hell. So
There's something else too.
Hmm?
You voiced Headless Squeaky Toy.
Oh yes, I voiced the first character to die because I wanted the cast to go ahead and get shooting me in the head out of the way at the beginning of the project instead of near the end.
Which is kind of funny because I was the second character to die.
Woo!
No, you were the first character to die. I was the first named character to die.
Oh, okay, yeah, because
And yes, your character, Scott Vermont played the first character to die was Vermont playing a stable tech scientist, which I just couldn't pass that up.
That's good meta.
That's because you just needed, the revenge was needed for every time I killed every character. We had a comment on the Terminal Secrets finale the other day, which I thought was really funny because they said they made a comment about the death of a certain character feeling like it had gone by too fast or was a bit undercut, and I had to stop and think, wait, which character are you talking about? I killed off a lot of characters. You are actually going to have to be more specific because I don't know which one you mean. My assumption is that it was maybe I Am Shadow's Omer who hangs herself. No, she starves herself to death.
If I remember right, it was actually Butterfly.
Was it
Because I know the
Butterfly?
person you're talking about.
Well, I wouldn't say that we didn't necessarily undercut Butterfly's death. We gave Butterfly a full 90.
Piece of music that really needs to come out at some point.
Buffering. Back.
Oh.
I thought you said bathroom for a second. Bathroom.
No, I would have said, "Excuse me, I need to go to MP," and then I would have muted myself.
Well, there you go. Or don't go.
But basically, the stream was buffering, and I was trying to stop Jam to talk, so he could wait until the stream was back up again.
Obviously, though, the saddest death in the series was Silo Hopper. That was the real tragedy.
I mean, his last words were, what, is anyone there?
It's know. Dark. It's so sad. Literally pieces
dark.
of brain
Where did everyone go?
Disconnected.
It's just he died without he died without any of the things that He died without any of the fanfare or respect that a character like him would normally get.
Well, yeah, basically.
That's what's so tragic about it.
That's still not nearly as much of a in terms of characters who die without the respect that main characters would normally get. I think the ultimate award has to go to Callie Thistle and Milliamp. Gassed off screen.
Yeah, but there's benefits of things being done off screen. Is that you can resolve them off screen.
That is true. It is not so because their stable door was opened by that point in time. Their stable door had been opened for years. They could have died. They could have not died. All that mattered to Fractal is that Blue Ball thinks they died.
This is how you know that Vermont didn't look at any of the Terminal Secrets articles I wrote.
I looked at some of them.
Uh-huh.
There's also another benefit from having characters die off. There's another benefit to having characters die off screen. Is it that right, Skybolt?
It's also a benefit of then ending your series by making it a part of someone else's series. Ha ha ha.
Right. I did vaguely surrender a piece of creative control by being like, hey, let's make Terminal secretly the longest episode of Confessions,
which it still retains. The finale is not as long as the entire Terminal Secrets audiobook.
The fact that Confessions is so long that you actually have to stop and think, wait, is an individual episode longer than the whole of Terminal Secret?
No, luckily.
God, could you imagine?
Yeah, it didn't come close, but it was within like a country mile, so to speak.
Although, see, I think if you count Terminal Secrets as runtime to Confessions as, then Confessions as runtime gets even more impressive.
Oh yeah, that's the great thing. It's the EAST Corp expanded universe. Which is another reason why we need to finish freaking Wasteland Survival Guide, god damn it. Confessions was supposed to be the grand finale.
Yeah, like, don't even get me started on trying to finish what... don't even get me started.
I know.
I have tried so hard.
In the end, didn't even matter.
Speaking of the EAST Corp expanded universe, I loved the one comment I got in an episode of Aria Moon, where someone responded saying, "Okay, but I'm trying to figure out how is this connected to Actions and Terminal Secrets."
It's what is it? From the Saint Elsewhere show. It's the Tommy Wiseau cinematic universe, where all these different TV shows from the 80s and 90s are all connected. So we have quite a few. It's late where Kelly and Chris are. So if anyone has any questions for them before they need to go to bed, it's a good time to ask them soon-ish.
Yeah, I'm also probably going to knock off in about half an hour.
Yeah.
Again. The gunner's body collapsed to the floor, his face having exploded outward.
Whoopsie.
Yeah. 2 more gunshots rang out, and 2 more chemtrails fell to the floor beside the gunner. He looked at the remaining...
Also, it still just amuses me that the first character I've actually had killed in a project that I voiced was killed from disconnecting him from the Matrix.
Hell yeah. Yeah, with I guess going back to the music thing, since we had Kelly here too, the Fallout Day song did really well too. I one of my favorite parts of it though is like right at the beginning, at the end of the first verse, when there's the big kick from "Then This Means War." I love the way that just breaks out.
Yeah, no, that's still my favorite part. It went really real well. I mean, obviously that project, I think, took us a while to actually get it rolling. I think that was like sort of like sitting on the back burner.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, but obviously it happens. Yeah, I think that was like, it was quite surprised because then you were just like, yeah, let's do it for Fallout Day. And I'm like, yeah, cool, let's do it. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Kelly, you're here. Yes, you did awesome. Thank you for the music. It's still so good. I love.
Thank you.
Seriously, I love all of the music you guys have done. Just So good.
I still think the sleeper hit was Everybody Knows. I did not expect
Oh, yeah.
that to
Oh, that
take
was
off
so
like
good.
it did.
No. I can't even remember how we got on to deciding on that.
I saw Justice League in theaters, and I'm like, hey, I have an idea for how we could redo this song.
Yeah. It was just a random burst of inspiration by you, and then bam, it becomes our most popular video.
Scroll creeper. Yes, always keep the scrolls safe. Safe scrolls are best scrolls.
I remember the scroll was the name of the system of laws in the guardianship, and so that got destroyed when the Great Arrows won.
What? Gray Arrow did what?
When they blew up Thunder Valley.
Excuse you, they never won.
That's true. It's a Pyrrhic victory.
I just felt Carmina jump out there a little bit.
I'm curious, did you ever go back and listen to the Ranger episode?
Of course I did.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because Carmina has a lot of really great backstory in there.
Yeah, but I was like, first I was thinking like, cool, he has the same name. Is that the same pony? So I was so oblivious. I think that's the word.
That's
for it.
alright.
I was just like, cool, he has the name brother. Nice. I didn't never connect.
That's why I had to
those
get
dots.
across early on, like, what it means. Like, you know, it's such a significant plot moment for the story. I'm like, okay, I need to, because the whole campaign was a spoof. You know, the whole casting call was for basically a fictional character of Crescent Wrench, and I did like that story setup, though. I might use that down the road for something else about lost memory and tracking down a brother and all that nonsense.
Yeah, I was just like, this doesn't have anything to do with a brother. What happened?
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a brother, it was a lover.
Yeah. I know how that is. Looking for someone.
In the family tree.
No, more like you never really know what happened to a person, but you really want to know what happened.
Oh, yeah.
You can't find them.
Yeah.
And suddenly, out of the blue, hello! And you're just like, what?
I like it too because I really tried over the course of the episode to keep people strung along to the fact that it's like a race against the clock. It's like, is Sandstone ever going to show up? Is he listening? Like, what's going on? And so that way, when he does finally pop in, you get that big emotional payoff.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid that I was talking too unclearly because I had so much emotions popping up.
I know, it was
because
great.
Yeah, that's good.
You are absolutely amazing at adding emotions to things. Like, it is so good. I can't wait to hear how. I can't wait to sit down, get the chance to sit down and hear how you dealt with the curator. Because I remember snippets and it was hilarious.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
What is this now? Is this another face-off moment?
If you want to know anything, ask Props. He's the one who has to basically like, here's the kitten, here's the puppy, here's the kitten.
Yeah, we actually do have my essentially assistant, my second in command, is his primary job is, okay, you're gonna sit down with Chris and hang out with her and help her with her.
On one of the which one was that again? I think it was the Valentine one.
Yeah, he popped in on that near the end for some reason.
Yeah. So if you go back to that one, you can hear how he sounds like.
Oh god,
you could also listen to the bloopers because I think he shows up in some of the chapter bloopers.
Yeah, he does. He does. What really happened to bloopers of chapter 3? I'm still looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that one's been kind of delayed because of the main editor for it having moved. I'm actually talking with a few people for joining me for editing those. And then once that's done, we're gonna have the main VA start doing it again.
Yay!
But yeah, bloopers are coming soon.
Nice. Always fun to hear what the others have to say. But I had a point. Where did it go?
No, that only happens if the reactor goes critical. I just needed to build I opened the relief valve, which
it's a little worm crawling in the back of your head. You got to grab it.
I can't. It's too slippery.
Grab it. Grab it with your teeth.
Chase it. Jump on it.
I mean, I know Chris is adorable, but she's not a cat.
Get a cookie. Get a cookie and see if it'll come eat the cookie.
I'm really concerned about what kind of worms you're used to dealing with, Vermont.
South Africa, man. South Africa.
Fair enough.
Oh my, ew. Basic. I think my point was, when you have an unsuspected, very varied social, not experiment, but experience. You get a lot of things you can put in motion when it comes to voice acting. But I remember also once I recorded with Cinder and we had to do something about. I lost a bit control over. I wasn't able to put the emotions back in again, and that's scary.
Yeah, that is part of what happens when you draw on your own emotions for a role. I had a bit of that with Silo Hopper, so it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I just noticed Chrysanthemum popped in. Yamas, if you're still here. Jam.
Yeah, Jam is here. I'm on screen.
This was another great payoff for the episode. So this whole concept came from the very pilot, where I was like, okay, we closed with like a one-sentence emotional line, which really sold it for a lot of people. But what if the surprise survivor, whatever, then did sit down and give like their whole spiel? So that's what I was going for with the whole "is he alive" kind of thing over the course of the episode.
Heck, I'd say it worked.
Yeah, I'd say it worked.
It was a bit hard returning home.
Okay, I think I'm gonna knock off now that I wanted to try Chrysanthemum 5.
We were surprised to find it in the station.
You wanted to make sure Chrysanthemum was alive? Wow, you're not the writer for this. You don't have that big a chance to die.
Now I have to kill him. This is good. You need to re-record that real quick.
I must stay alive.
Why you gotta kill people?
Vermont must stay alive for his waifu. Have you seen her pony butt?
He doesn't have a real life yet?
I don't think they would get married, actually. They're just like, they're
yourself?
the eternal live-ins.
Sorry. Hello?
Vermont's married to his job.
Guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, she died.
Oh.
She died. I mean, Vermont is married to his job.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry. I asked if you were talking about yourself or if you were talking about the character.
Oh, I was talking about the character because I play Chris.
Hello? Yeah?
And Freezy is his waifu.
Exactly.
Oh.
Would be a much funnier joke to make if Maddie was with us in the stream at the moment.
I know! Damn, she always skips my streams. She hates me. She better be there for the damn cast party. We'll make sure she's there. We'll make sure we plan it so that she can be there.
I am signing off.
All right, goodbye, Vermont. Thank you for surviving.
Stay safe, Jam Jam.
I leave to all of you Scrollkeeper's question about protagonist. Goodbye.
Protagonist!
Betrayal! 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 Jam Jam betrayal.
Okay, so question is, what about a protagonist who's half unicorn politician and griffin engineer, whose souls are fused, and then the new personality wakes up with an ability similar to necromancy? You know what? If you can write a story based off that, freaking go for it.
Yeah, this
if you can write a,
go ahead.
That's one of those wild ones. You can write a story based off that. Heck, I'd read it.
Yeah, I'd say obviously you have something you're going for with the combination, so you really do need to just start writing it and then kind of back evolve it once the story's progressed a certain amount.
Yeah, like that's a pretty wild concept. So, heck, I'd say yeah, go for it. But I'd say, heck, that's a wild enough concept. I'd give it a shot. Just like, okay, let's see what you did with this. And I'll stop now. I'm sorry, I've been rambling a lot.
No, Chris just had to disconnect. I guess she's having connection issues or something. But yeah, no, it's yeah, you just kind of write. Honestly, that's how I've done it for 10 years now since I started toying around with writing in college. Or you just start going with it. Like this new book I'm working on just for my own fiction writing, I'm running with a couple of ideas and the characters are like, jogging beside me, basically. And then once you get a certain distance, then you can go back to the beginning and fill in the meat, put meat on the bones that adds to the continuum. And it's sort of, what's the right word? It's a process. Writing is just a process and reprocessing until eventually you do have a full story. And it's another thing too where you don't want to get lost in it's like the Kubrick hell, I call it, where it's like, you redo something 128 times, it's a waste of energy. I always think of it as 4 sigma or 2 sigma, depending on how you think of statistics, where it's like, once you have a radius of 2 sigma, you cover 95% of something. If you want to get any more than that, it's a much huger amount of energy just for 3 or 4% return, and it's like you have to be satisfied with good enough, and then you learn from those experiences for the next work. As Confessions kept going, they got longer because I learned from each previous episode on how I wanted to actually fill out a story and what details, obviously if I were writing Battered Blade story now, it would end up like The Mercenary. The Mercenary in a lot of ways was like, okay, if I have a Raider-esque character, what would I want to know more about? She would have had half an hour of being a kid and all that stuff. She would have had half an hour of being a teenager on the road and crossing the whole country from Ponyville to Manhattan. And then a half an hour of her establishing in Manhattan with the opera house and everything, and etc. So it's all learning experience, and really just music or anything creative, just doing it enough, you'll get into your own groove of it, your own how you do that, how you exercise that creative part of yourself.
Well, I'm glad I was able to be wish fulfillment for you too.
Wish fulfillment for Battered, yeah. Yeah, he filled in her story in all the right places.
I will admit, Diamondback is still my favorite character that I've Diamondback was so much fun!
That little part at the end of Red Reaper is one of my favorite scenes from the episode. It has almost nothing to do with the Reaper except for her last part, but I'm just like, out of nowhere, DJ Moon is just like, hey, how'd your date go? And just her turning red, and then Amber coming out of nowhere like, oh, I've been watching and come to your house back and forth.
Now, I'm not saying I'd totally be down for a spin-off, which is just like 2 hours of them flirting at each other, but...
That's what the cast
you know how to
party's
get in
gonna be
contact
for.
with me.
Yeah.
That would be adorable!
Yeah. It'll be a fun rap party. I'm hoping we can get a good... Well, like I said, all of this is really built off the success of last year's. The 5th anniversary stream went so well. I was like, then that set precedent for all these other big streams we've had since then. So, thank goodness we finally found a new groove. Because the podcasts are going through a weird evolution for a while.
One thing I'm kind of wondering about Scrollkeeper is, why do you keep wanting to have a politician engineer and it coming out to be necromancy? Because both politicians and engineering takes a lot of years to get the education to.
So, that actually is a good question. That actually is a really good point.
Because that's not, like, unless there are two people who get fused together after getting the education, I would guess this person is at least 50 years? If you go by the normal school years, and depending on what type of politician and what type of engineer you are becoming. And the thing is, yes, you have a unicorn, that would be potentially something for magic. But it sounds like, at least since I don't know the reasoning for everything, it sounds like you're going too far to have something special. Like a personal thing that I have noticed is that a lot of people who has very low self-esteem usually goes with alicorn OCs. The only...
Oh boy, alicorn OCs.
Yeah, the only exception I have seen that hasn't had an alicorn as an OC for her confident boost is actually Lightning Bliss. She has had a down-powered and learning to be powerful and learning how to control herself, which give the character humility, if that's the right how I pronounce the word, which I found really interesting.
So I'm not going to get started on my how to do an alicorn OC right spiel, because that transitions more into a how to do the special snowflake without it being a special snowflake.
All I'm saying, if you are gonna make an alicorn or us more like, hey, this is special, do it with a proper backstory and thoughts put into it. I know there is one more who's actually called Mary Sue, and her whole gimmick is that she is a Mary Sue, so I think that's ironic or
Yeah,
something. I don't
she's
know.
a parody.
Okay, so I guess that is okay then. I don't have much information, and I'm very sorry if I'm being rude or
No, it's okay. It's
disrespectful in any
okay.
way.
It's okay. You're fine.
So, yeah. Sorry.
An expansion on those thoughts is the wild, out there character concepts can be fun. They can be interesting. But at a certain point, you have to stop and ask yourself, what am I trying to do with these characters? What am I doing with... What part of this makes it work?
A good example I found actually is the idea of, because we all know it, is Little Pip. Little Pip is very much that special, unique kind of character in Fallout Equestria. In that world, stable dwellers are incredibly rare. A Pip-Buck is incredibly rare. And you see this done wrong a lot in more recent episodes. In more recent stories. Sorry, I'm out of it. You see this done improperly in a lot of stories that the character is a stable dweller because that's the trope. The character has a pip bunk because that's a trope. Because that's what protagonists are. One of my friends, Forrest Rain, is actually writing a story right now. Yes, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear
You could hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Forrest Rain's actually writing a story right now that's based off of the inverse of this. The main character isn't the archetypical unicorn stable dweller. His companion is. And one of the important aspects of that is that she seems to be the hyper-competent stable dweller, when in actuality she's not. And trying to live up to the expectations of being a stable dweller. Stable dwellers cause change. They tend to be heroes. They change the wasteland. Trying to live up to that is one of the major conflicts for that.
I love this part too in the episode where instead of teasing out who the guest is going to be, it opens immediately with Diamondback flirting with her.
Oh yes, I need that in my life.
Such a great scene. It's all about subverting expectations.
But yeah, basically it goes into, when it comes down to it, you can do these wild, out there character concepts very well. And in the end, when you've got this crazy character concept, you have to ask yourself, what story do I want to tell with them? And how does that play into their concept?
One of the things I've seen a lot of, I used to be part of the... used to lurk with them a lot. They were a group that focused a lot on helping writers. And sporking the stories as well, because that was fun. But one of the things I've seen a lot of in the pony fandom, and it goes back to alicorns, is a lot of times people will make an alicorn OC as the protagonist of their story, and then not play into the fact that they're an alicorn, of what it means to be an alicorn in this setting. And you've got a lot of questions you can ask, and some setting dressing you can do. As far as canon's concerned, there's only ever been, 4 alicorns and 1 spawn of Satan?
I wouldn't call her spawn of Satan. Like, she's scary, I'm gonna give you that. She's scary, but basically, as far as I understood, she is a princess of pure love.
Yeah,
the idea is... That's actually one of the big points, is there's only ever been 5 alicorn. They're incredibly rare, and every single one of them is a leader, is royalty, and every single one of them has a purview. Celestia isn't just the alicorn princess. She's the alicorn of the sun. Luna is princess of the moon and dreams. Twilight is the princess of friendship and magic. Cadence is the princess of love.
And crystals, apparently. Sorry.
But, well, actually, that goes into some very interesting a very interesting symbolism they've put in. Like the idea that crystals are in MLP seem to be synonymous or indicative of love. Even the crystal castle that Twilight lives in was made from the love that she shares with her friends. And I'm not talking ship ficky either. If you want that, you gotta come to the After Dark stream.
Philia love, which basically is the Roman name for the love you feel between friends.
Yes, the Romans had a lot more nuance in their ideas of love than the modern world tends to.
Can you feel the love tonight?
Sorry.
But if you really want to go into what makes an Alicorn character work, I've done this enough that I actually have a list of questions/guidelines. Because I actually,
ready.
like right now, I have a so going into Fallout Equestria, Alicorns have a different meaning. They have a different purpose. There's different expectations for them. And in a RPGM, I've got a character for the game that Fallout Equestria Dead Tree is based off of that might be joining soon. Who is an Alicorn, specifically a green Alicorn. But even she still answers all of those questions or guidelines. And there's 7 of them. A lot of it goes into the kind of character that you're telling this story about, because your protagonist needs to push the story. So the story that you're telling has to be connected to that. Hell, right on screen, Diamondback. He's a dragon. The instincts and the being a dragon is core to his story. You could not tell his story the same way with an earth pony or a griffin. It would not work.
Hey, technically be a drony?
He's a Kieran.
Granny?
He's a Kieran. Though that is what most people call me.
That works too.
But
Damn, you took out a manticore on your own?
you have to ask yourself what story you want to tell. And you have to ask yourself if your protagonist story.
The difference is that I interrupt. I don't have a long talk.
Dear, it's a conversation. It's fine.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, and we're live again. Okay, we're live again.
When it comes down to it, though, really, you can see it a lot in Confessions and a lot in Terminal. Vermont and Skybolt really know how to do this. Partially because I think that a lot of the characters come into being alongside the story that they're wanting to tell.
Yes, exactly. The character, to some extent, is the vehicle of the path traveled.
Just one
Mhm.
through the skin would be like a manticore sting, having a quick acting effect. But
And
instead of killing them,
so going back to the question that you asked, a story about a protagonist who is a unicorn politician and a griffin engineer who got stuck together a la Dragon Ball Z and are now a necromancer. You've got to ask yourself, what kind of story fits this character? What are their goals? What unique challenges and tools do they have? What expectations are they going to run into? How are people going to react to them? I think you could do it. Looking at this, I can see the first few chapters being just the unicorn and the griffin running around doing their own things. And then around chapter 4 or 5, once you have the characters established, at that point, you have them captured by a necromancer or run into a necromancer and get killed. They die. And in chapter 6, they wake up. Not apart, but together. They're now effectively a lich. Or some other form of higher undead. They're dead. They're undead. And they've been sewn together. Both physically and spiritually. And the rest of the plot is them trying to cope with that fact, trying to get out of it, and in the end, coming to know each other and themselves, along with their place in the world. Maybe in the end, they decide not to separate. Maybe in the end, they decide to separate, whatever the cost may be.
And you fixed it.
And there's your basic plot outline. I just came up with this off the top of my head. You could do so much better than just this baseline idea. But you have a problem. They're now this greater undead. The guy who turned them into this is probably trying to control them. How do they deal with that? You've got your first arc's conflict.
Cinder. I have a fun twist.
Yes.
Those two people, like, they didn't know about each other, but the person who puts them together is a shipper. So she puts together people she ships.
Serial killer. That's what you do if you wanted to be a comedy.
No.
You can play this.
She ships them because she thinks they fit well together, but the only way she knows how to introduce people is to put them in the same body.
You know what? That would work. If you want to play it as a parody or as a comedy, go with that.
If you want to play it more as a drama, have the politician and engineer have indirectly butted heads, have them have made each other's lives harder. Like, the politician may have pushed through some legislature that made the engineer's life a lot harder. And then the subsequent strikes make the politician's whole career more difficult. You can play together with what their backstory was, and how that interacts with each other, and the main conflict of they're now glued together.
This is our get along shirt. Basically.
So, yeah, you can do it right, but you have to put some thought into it. And you need to ask yourself, how am I going to do this? What does the character's concept mean to the story, and vice versa? If the story you want to tell doesn't fit the protagonist that you want to tell it with, you either need to tell a new story or get a new main cast. And that's a harsh thing to say, but you kind of have to do it. Otherwise, the story you're going to tell is going to be contrived. You're going to have to rely on contrivance to tell this story. If Little Pip didn't have wanderlust and wasn't a remarkably principled pony from the very beginning, K-Cat wouldn't have been able to tell the story that she did with Fallout Equestria. Because it relied heavily on, here's what Little Pip does in this situation.
Above the doorway was the Royal Equestrian seal, the same one that had appeared.
And okay, I'll stop. I'll stop.
You okay?
Yes, I could ramble about this for literal days.
No, that's perfectly
I've spent
fine.
the last decade doing this. Oh, geez, I've spent the last decade doing this. I've spent the last decade voice acting. Holy crap! Where did the years go?
Real self-realization occurred. Thank you very much, Scrollkeeper.
Hello!
Silverscript now has another level in self-realization.
Excellent, thank you. I needed that existential crisis. So, yeah, that's me. My rambling done. If you want, I can even if you want, as a side thing, I can post, I can actually post the guidelines I have for telling the story of a Alicorn OC in the comments, well, in the chat, if you'd like. And yeah, I'm sorry, Scrollkeeper, if I went a little too far, but I've done a lot of thought on this. I'd like to tell stories about larger-than-life characters. If I'm telling a cyberpunk story, I don't as often tell the story of a hacker. I tell stories of the hacker. If I'm telling a story that's... One of my favorite stories I've ever written was a story about an alicorn talking to her student and just trying to give some sort of lesson to it. Like, I don't like telling the small-scale stories, because when it gets down to it, it's a larger example of the idea of, is this the most interesting point in your character's life? And if not, why aren't you telling us that story? This is much larger. I like to tell the interesting stories from the setting overall. I could have told this story about a mother telling her daughter this lesson, but it wouldn't have worked. I wouldn't have been able to tell as deep a story. So, yeah. Final sight. A new alicorn fighting back the control of Unity long enough to get revenge on raiders who killed their family. It's an interesting idea. K-Cat never actually set down much of how the Unity works, though she did hint at enough that you can have a lot of room to play in it. So I think you could do it, especially if the struggle with Unity is the main issue. I would start that story either just after waking up, or just after waking up after being transformed, or I would start it before the transformation and let them be fighting raiders, doing the things that led to raiders killing their family, and then being dragged into Maripony after having their bleeding carcass dragged into Maripony after the fact. And that's the rest of your story.
You've added some fantastic additions to our herd.
Like, again, that's a good idea. I can see that working really well. I would make the killing the raiders a goal rather than a conflict. Because the goal is something they can accomplish fairly easily, and you would need to contrive ways for them to not be able to annihilate a bunch of raiders. because alicorns are kind of badass.
I think you need to post that thingy you said about how to write an alicorn stuffy in the chat.
Yeah.
Anyway. They seem to be
Yeah, I'll
talking
do
a lot
that.
about it.
I'll do that. But the main conflict I would make in that story is struggling with the goddess, her control, trying to dredge up information, and fighting for it so you can know why you want to go kill these ponies. And in the end, playing games of trickery to try and slip the leash long enough to go and ruin these raiders' day before getting dragged back and mind wiped.
Why is it so easy for people to just go and kill others?
I mean, when you're talking about Fallout Equestria, it's because Fallout Equestria is a very dark setting.
So it's very easy for them to just jump to, I want to kill that person. It's like it
I
doesn't have
mean,
any meaning at all. It's just,
It's
I want to kill.
the thing is it's not an easy decision because it's still a really difficult decision. The thing is that usually it's driven by revenge, which that's its own big dark pit that you gotta jump down.
Seem to be thrown around a lot.
Yeah.
And it, like, for me, it almost seems like, yeah, killing in killing there, it's like kicking a stone, basically, and it's not something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's
Yeah.
just me, but it seems like they are losing themselves. But I guess that's what Wasteland does to most.
Yeah, that is actually one of the big conflicts of Fallout Equestria is Little Pip losing herself to the Wasteland. Every time she gets in a fight, you can actually watch the Wasteland taking pieces of her with every fight.
Why did he want to see me? Without mincing words, she answered me.
But talking about overkilling, if you go back to Fallout 1, the game, the raiders in them aren't actually like super duper evil and just going to kill everything because they're crazy. I would actually agree that there's like sort of too much easy killing. You know, like the thing is that you've got to make these evil characters so that the heroes have better things to fight against, but a lot of the time I think people just go, oh, we need a baddie. Oh, we'll just make them crazy because they're crazy, right? And it's like, yeah, it's shit. But, yeah. I don't even remember what my point was.
We actually made Kelly start talking. Bravo.
You were in an airfield.
A decent sized one, too. There were 6 docking platforms on each side of the river.
So
I have to actually go off. I'm very sorry, and I've got to go off now because my mum's going to bed. But I know.
No problem, Kelly. Thank you for joining us when you did. I thought I'd give everyone their time to talk when you're here.
Yeah, exactly. I think people will be dropping in as it goes on. Hopefully now get some more Americans popping into the stream. Whatever time it is for you guys. Actually, Kirby Crackle was online, so try and get him in as well. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I've got to go to bed. I'm super tired as well.
Sounds good. Thank you for joining us, Kelly.
No worries. See ya.
And Cinder is now the only one talking in chat.
That is when I actually started
to
worry. I stopped everyone.
Yeah, she was here for a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know. Do you have any updates? Yourself? This is the episode that preceded yours. I'm not sure if you actually watched this one or not.
What do you mean I actually watched this one or not? I at least watched it once when I showed it to a childhood friend of mine.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So he looked quite surprised at me when the swearing part came around. He was just like, "What?"
Oh yeah, of course the original had the swearing and stuff.
So it's like something I might just say also is
not as quickly as I normally could.
that
Could the fog be toxic?
before I started having a lot to do with English mainly speaking people, and like in teenage years, late teenage years, I think, I did actually swear in Norwegian a lot because I was
really?
so yeah, I was just so angry and sad all the time, and swearing was one way for me to get all the emotions out that I wasn't able to get out through my normal means. But when I started talking more to other people and hearing English swearing, I got reminded of, I think, swearing is such powerful in it and how scary it really is. So that was when I decided that since I easily can be triggered or scared by swearing, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it either. Or I don't, because it's so scary to me. I don't want to be a source of that fear.
That's a good decision to make.
It looked more like a pre-war hotel.
So that's why I stopped and trying. Like that's why I always have used other words too when I wasn't really sad or scared or angry. Then I used the normal ones that I use now all the time. So
definitely more
just
a mansion.
we have a saying in Norway that those who swear are usually more honest because they let their feelings affect their speech. But I don't know if that's really true, because it can be two things. It can be the one they said, or it can be that they just want to have a bad impact or powerful impact on the ones around them. So is it really honest? Or is it using it in a way to get their will?
There's definitely something going on down there.
You okay?
No, that's a good point.
It is, and the idea of swearing has been bandied about on multiple approaches and ideas, and I think a lot of it comes down to the idea of communication. And we have like studies that show that yes, swearing is actually fairly cathartic, but also cathartic. It basically means cathartic basically means a release of emotion that helps you feel better.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons I did it before.
Which the thing is that when it's just swearing on its own, it's usually not harmful. It's when someone else takes it as you swearing at them that then people get upset or scared or just not having a good time. And it goes back to communication.
Yeah.
I don't personally view swearing as a bad thing. I mean, if you find me in my personal life, I will swear. If you find me in a personal life, don't say so or I might stab you. Unless you're Chris. Chris gets hugs instead.
Yay! I'm safe.
But the other side is I can swear like a sailor sometimes. No, I don't swear like I swear like an old school sailor, so it's like two sentences just in a row instead of just one word.
So basically like Little Pip does?
A little bit. But it's also, I very clearly try to make clear when I do swear that I'm not swearing at someone. I'm swearing it's something.
Yeah, like
Which-
the emotions.
Yeah, and it's all kinds of weird, and communication is weird, and we don't, despite people having communicated for years and years and years. Yeah,
All I knew was that subtlety was out the window.
yeah, it's not.
What happened?
We don't really understand communication that well on a scientific level. We've been trying for a long time, but the science of it is we understand like the mechanical aspects. We have no idea how the social aspects play together because there's so many variables and so many differences. And it dips into psychology and it dips into just all sorts of stuff.
Everyone within 100 miles must have heard that.
Basically,
Anyway, I started ranting again. I'm sorry.
No. It's good because that means you have a lot on your heart and you need to get it out. And as a therapist, I'm just happy that you're able to get things out because that means your mental stuffy gets
I also tend to just ramble a lot.
Maybe you need it. And that's
also final sight, yes. Unless you really, really know what you're doing and like have a flow chart and everything, stay away from time travel. It just gets really confusing really fast.
We knew, though, that
if you're gonna do time travel, do it right. And that's hard to do. Very hard to do.
Okay, here's what we do.
Funnily enough, this story I've seen that did time travel the best. Hilariously, it was actually Homestuck. And Homestuck and the story before it, what was it? Detective Quest or something? Heck if I know. Andrew Hussey has very interesting ideas on how to do time travel. Mostly because he's a madman and he makes it really confusing, but at the end it all makes sense.
Keep an eye on it.
Like you can follow the loops, but he's eternally consistent, and that's hard to do. And it makes my brain hurt.
So if I'm gonna mention a time traveling stuffy story that I think was good, I'm just gonna say Samurai Jack.
Samurai Jack did it really well.
Don't remind me! Oh my god!
Have you watched the season 2 yet?
What season 2? It was season 5. That's what killed me.
Yeah, I watched the
Samurai Jack. Back to the Past, Samurai Jack. He has only 2 seasons, as far as I know.
He has 2 parts. Part 1 is the one that we all watched growing up, and Part 2 is the one that was more recently released.
Yeah, that's like the ending. That's what I. Isn't that like season 1 is the thing we saw as a kid, and season 2 is the.
The early run had 4 seasons, and then this is season 5 that had the. All that stuff happen.
Okay, brain farts. Thank you.
The really interesting thing that Samurai Jack did is it went to the future, which is a lot more rare. Usually you see time travel in stories being going to the past.
Yep.
And 2, the entire story was based around get back to the past. He didn't time travel much in the story itself. It was almost all, okay, I'm in the future, I need to get back there, and that's and that's difficult.
So when he took over, he was able to rapidly expand into all sorts of arcane sciences.
Yeah, it's hard to go back to Samurai Jack without talking about the ending, because the ending was just so crushing about that last 1 minute, the last like 15 seconds, just the worst.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like, oh my heart!
Yeah, I was so sad, and even you know what's okay? Spoiler alerts. I have to talk about this. I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. If you haven't watched it, don't listen. Just mute it, but still watch. Okay. So the thing was that I saw an alternative ending, which was basically the three gods, Odin, the Hindu god, and Ra, I think. They worked together and brought Ashi back.
Yes, which should have been the ending, because they gave him a magic sword from the start. There's no reason they had to obey the time loop or whatever, because it didn't even make sense within its own universal context, because if he didn't save Ashi, then they couldn't have ended the future in the first place, so she couldn't resolve that way. It would be a separate timeline.
No, sweetie, listen. The thing was, in his timeline, his own timeline, the timeline that Jack experienced, because his life has also been going. He hasn't aged, but he has been experiencing everything. So his own little timeline, that loopty-loopty-hoopty-hoopty, has been going back and forth. So in Samurai Jack's timeline, all of this has still happened, but he himself is the only one who has gone back and forth. That's why in the timeline when he is going back, he has actually shifted to another timeline. He is in another timeline than the one he was originally born in. And that's the timeline when
which is why it makes no
gone.
sense that Ashi disappears.
It is sense because he's in the past, and in that past he is living in currently. Ashi is never born. Because
Ashi never became Ashi never became what she is. She never. What happened for her never actually happened. Because Aku never took over. Because they went back and they went to the present and kicked Aku's butt. So he never got the chance to make Aki and the other sisters. He never, which means that the principal idea of the future that Jack got sent to was put in the intro. Aku took over. He's ruled for all of these years. That linchpin was taken out by them beating him.
Yep.
This is one of the problems with time travel is timelines. When you can go back and make your time go on a different route, you really only have two options. That's the mini timelines theory, the mini worlds theory.
The other timeline and just like, here we go.
You're better than that, Odin, or Ra, or whoever the fuck. Vishnu? You should have been the voice of reason, Vishnu.
Yeah, he should, because Odin is crazy. Because his name literally means madness.
Hell yeah.
So I understand he not doing it, but at the same time, I know he would also be doing it because it's madness. It's kind of like Discord.
And Raw is too hoity-toity to care either way.
So, you know, I think he really deserved
it's bullshit. It's the only bad thing about an otherwise perfect season.
Yeah, or Syria at all. It's just...
Yeah, just... Oh, it all breaks so easily. But...
Or maybe we just care about Jack.
See?
I was suddenly jerked out of focus. Something dotted in front of my vision and took a slash at Crossroad, the zebra.
So, I'm thinking of... I have this box of Oreos.
Oh yeah, you haven't opened the Oreos yet.
How have you not opened the Oreos yet?
Because I said in the beginning of the stream, like, hey, to my knowledge, I have never tasted Oreos.
Awesome.
Ooh, you need to.
So, yeah. Let's see what this tastes like. The nice thing is that this actually is locked without milk and no gluten, so I can actually eat it without getting my tummy in pain. Which is nice.
Yay,
Oh my god,
non-ouchie.
smell.
Yay, Chris doesn't have the ouchies.
Yay, that smell though. It's kind of like, you know, when you have chocolate chips, you know, the old one from when you're a child, but you have like the good vanilla cream from one of those waffle cookies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, it's a good combination. I hope they taste good as well. And I just broke the box. Yay.
So do you
So you
literally
need
have just regular Oreos? There's so many different varieties now.
We only have the regular ones in Norway.
Oh, that is really sad.
Well,
Ooh,
we all
one thing you need to do.
Hmm?
One thing you need to do
Yes?
is you need to
They were designed to be strong.
you need to try one on its own, like intact, and then try one. Then try the cream and cookie on its own.
Okay.
Because that's it. It's different both ways.
And then you just buy Mega Stuff Oreos.
Well, when I take it out of the box, the cream has a very, very strong scent.
They were sent burning against the wall. There was a pause in the action as the ghost.
Actually, wait, the cream shouldn't have a scent per se. I guess like a light vanilla?
Clearly hadn't seen a dragon before. The flames finally simmered down. The brown cloaks are completely burned away.
Well, for me it has a very strong scent. But I have very sensitive smell and taste bumps.
Oh, you're gonna die now.
Taste bumps. Oh my gosh.
Taste bumps. Bumps? Taste bumpies.
Oh no. I almost made a
Taste
bad
bumps.
joke.
Oh my gosh, that's adorable. Help!
I almost made a bad joke, but I didn't.
When I chew into it, at the start it doesn't really have any taste, but aftertaste is like burnt cookie with a very metallic vanilla taste.
Yeah, it's not real vanilla, of course.
Yeah. So that was the whole cookie. Now we try it. Okay, that works too. Just a cookie?
Once the bodysuits were sealed, the stitching continued to spread from the neck until they each had a new cloak and hood.
Well, that's not good.
The walls
Still burnt cookie, but more chocolate flavor.
rebuilding themselves from the
Kind of like the baking cookie. Baking cookie chocolate.
Did you say
that's a
burnt
bit too
cookie?
dark. Yeah, burnt cookie. I can't make food, okay? I know how things taste when they're burnt.
It's, I mean, okay. I'm not sure how to base that on. It's not like it's burnt, it's just the dark colored chocolate.
It's very similar in taste. But then again, I can taste colors, so, you know.
Oh, that's right, you have the, what's it called? Aphasia? Or no,
Synesthesia.
Yeah. That's wild.
Interesting. That's actually what, that's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Well, the more you know. Okay, the cream.
Then break beak and I took off, flying up through the cylindrical atrium formed by the staircase.
And then you have to compare it to some Norwegian food that you think is the closest to it.
All I heard were the muffled explosions as he fired his grenade.
That's not a good result.
The cream? Maybe I just took too much at once, but... It's kind of like... We have... I think you guys also have them. It's kind of like a waffle vanilla crunchy cookie thingy. Rectangular. It tastes like it's bad imitation of that cream. And the metallic Duffy is back.
That could be the American chocolate problem too. I know because we have a warmer climate than mainland Europe, they make the chocolate in a different way that a lot of people find gross.
Yeah, and Cinder, on Monday I will be sending a package with a lot of different chocolates.
I am both excited and scared.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting for my care package too.
I also need to send you some stuff too.
Yeah, just warning, I can't handle spicy stuff or sour stuff.
Oh, don't worry, neither can I.
Super.
Basically,
what I have in your package is a lot of different of the Norwegian chocolate one, but I also have a few of the cooking chocolates that are darker, because as far as I remember, Fiora said she didn't like the normal Norwegian chocolate. She wanted darker ones. So I added a few of those too.
The darker.
Oh.
So yeah,
See, Chris remains best pony. This is the truth, as old and as true as the sky. Yes, I made that reference, and no one can stop me.
Yeah, this is my face now. Okay, try the whole cookie again.
Yeah.
It tastes better when you have the whole cookie. It's like the evening.
That's actually something that's fairly interesting. Everyone has their own preference for them.
For me, it's that everything balances each other out. So the cream doesn't get too strong. But it's very dry. It's crumbled up way too fast for my taste, and it makes me very thirsty. People dunk it in milk.
Yes, yeah, the idea is it makes you thirsty for milk.
It doesn't make me thirsty for milk. It just makes me thirsty. But I guess if people like milk, I guess they do it. I might. I don't know if unless I'm really, really, really cookie hungry, I don't think I'm gonna buy it again. It's like, it's okay, but I have other cookies I prefer.
There you go. Rejected.
The closest to a Norwegian one, I don't know if it's Norwegian made, but it's something that we sell here in Norway. Ballerina.
It was one of the last few airships they designed before the bombs fell.
Sure. No, I don't need a ballerina. I need a cookie. There you go.
Literally.
So basically, the closest would be this cookie, but with the vanilla cream of those.
Ballerina Kiex. Kiex.
Chex. Yes.
It's a Chex mix. Ha ha ha.
Ska vi show. Oh, those are good too. Where are you, little waffle cookies? Where are you, little waffle cookies?
Oh my gosh, help! He's too cute!
Sorry, I forget.
I can't. Ah!
Ah, it has its own category. Waffle cookies. Nice.
was sitting at the desk now. Haven't plugged the gauntlet.
I sometimes forget that I'm actually on air with a microphone in front of me, so this is just some of the noises I make when I'm alone.
Yeah, I'm always talking when I'm alone too.
No, there wasn't a skeleton.
So that I think if you, I think those two combined, but a crumbling sadness combined.
What?
Will make
Crumbling sadness?
Yeah,
Please tell me that's what you're going to call Oreos from now on.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them crumbly sadness.
Gosh.
Oh,
Congratulations, everyone! This is your reward for showing up. You get exposed to Chris Adorable.
We need to put that review on the website.
Norwegian review. Crumbling sadness is the title.
Yes.
I need to go and get some golden waffles now. No. Yeah, golden waffles is the name of the stuff in English, but gullvafler is it in Norwegian. And it's perfect for ice creams and cakes.
The deal was specifically set up to be 12.
If you show picture in the stream.
Oh,
And no, Kit Kat is actually something that's based out of the Norwegian Quick Lunch, which I'm also sending to you, Cinder, and I think I put one to Skyball too.
Thank you!
You're welcome.
Yeah, once I get it, I haven't gotten it yet. I checked my mail on Friday, so we'll definitely do some kind of something or other.
Yeah,
some kind of deliciousness stream. Yes, clearly. Oh, we're going 2006 up in here.
Mrs. DK of voice acting.
Oh, Cinder. The Cinder script.
Yes.
That's the name I'm most known by as a voice actress. And apparently as a director now.
Yes, I do really like the new name you have, Chosen Heart. That's adorable.
Oh, that's another name that I've gone by for a while now.
Oh. Well, you are the best pink Pegasi pony. T. You know.
By the time you muster even a small ball of energy.
That's cute!
Yes, you are. I didn't see the golden waffles. Oh, nej! Hove! Stop! Ah, no! Song! Go away! Ah, nej! Oh, nej.
I have no idea what's going on, but it's adorable.
I said waffles to me. Oh.
It doesn't sound like a word anymore, does it? Or are you hungry?
I'm hungry and I'm thinking of a song that's really annoying to listen to unless you have it on your mind yourself. Oh.
Okay, now I need waffles.
Yeah, I don't know what song would be about waffles that could be in your mind right now. I don't think I know a song about waffles.
Oh, sweetie, you know about it. You just need to.
Oh,
my
God
brain!
damn it.
Oh. I'm gonna find it, but I'm trying my best not to see it.
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
No, it's not
No?
that one,
Oh.
but that one is
We
fun
like
too.
waffles, yeah, we like waffles.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking the bacon pancakes. It's the closest earworm analog. Earworm analog.
The only reason I know this song is because it randomly popped up on my YouTube some month ago.
I pulled my wing down as the ball of energy reached critical mass. Breakbeak ducked down, and the orb of energy splashed against the wall behind us, causing it to glow bright blue from the heat. In a flash, he flung open the
And I sympathize so much with Starfire in this type of stories.
Yeah, you definitely do have Starfire energy in that sense, including the weird accent.
Yeah. Yeah, the song starts at 45 seconds.
Kicking the open button as he flew by.
Oh, jeez.
You see why I had trouble?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She then slammed a button on the keyboard, which slid the doors closed again. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh yeah, I had a question.
I darted over to the
Where? There it is. Scroll creeper.
Gold.
Gold. Yay! Scroll keeper. Thank you very much. Chris, why do I keep asking questions from a psychologically point of view for curiosity's sake? Basically, you are seeing people that you are looking up to, and you both would like some validation and advice from somebody you look up to, admire / respect, so that you yourself can grow and get some, what's it called?
Stuffies.
I normally would say that, but not now. What's it called? When you get positive feedback from somebody you respect a lot.
Encouragement?
No.
Edification?
Almost.
Validation.
There you go. So that
Along
you
with
both...
bettering yourself by learning from those that you look up to.
Yes. So that's at least from the very, like, I haven't sit down and had a proper session with you, so I don't know 100% for sure, but that's the most normal one, as we say, or common. So I hope that helped.
Now we're getting the analysis.
Yeah, excuse me, let me find my glasses. I think maybe I should give my OC glasses, so every time I go into my work brain, I pump the glasses down on my...
Oh, that would be adorable.
But the best thing is, it's like, either it's the half moon glasses of McGonagall, or it's like the Harry Potter glasses.
McGonagall!
Yes, I can't pronounce names, I'm sorry.
No, that's a reference from some old, like, 80s show. They'd make that joke in The Simpsons a lot.
Yeah, I don't watch that.
I think it was The Simpsons? What is that from? There is a McGonagall. Like, that's a real reference for something. Maybe the chat
Harry
knows.
Potter!
Oh, yeah!
McGonagall!
Oh, yeah, there's a McGonagall in there.
The awesome teacher!
I was thinking of a Simpsons reference.
You're watching too much Simpsons, probably.
No, that was back in the day.
Sorry. I was trying to make a joke.
No, it's McGonagall. Yeah, that's right. It's the television hard-boiled cop character that they do in some of the cutaways. Hey, I'm eating my sandwich. Yeah. Based on the Clint Eastwood character from Magnum Dirty Harry films. I'm sorry.
Okay, guys. I think I've talked y'all's ear off enough. Sorry again for that. I should probably get going soon.
No, that's fine. I wanted you guys to have say your piece.
Yeah, heck, if you ever want, I'm willing to sit down and do a stream that's just me rambling about stuff, but I'd want that to be, the purpose, instead of just hijacking this one.
Well, no.
Hey, we need to fill the hours somehow.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left still, and we'll definitely have the rap party stream later on, either late June or early July. Once everyone has seen the episode, then it'll be we can talk about it. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I look forward to it.
It's gonna be nice.
Anywho, ta-ta!
Bye-bye.
Ta-ta! Say hi to everyone. Okay.
Oh, we reached the Harvest Orange section where we're going through his background segment. That was fun. I finally had a reason to bring in like audio clips, like you pick up throughout the Wasteland and listen to. I wonder if he comes back in the next episode. That would be interesting.
Yeah, maybe you know something about that. Sorry.
No. It's all
I need to be better at jokes.
It's weird hearing his voice
Sorry.
frazzled like that. Quite different from the radio promotions.
But yeah, so
Listen to me, Nos. I don't care if you're.
all right. I'm wondering where everyone is. I think some of them are probably busy during the day, but they might arrive in these last hour or two. We'll see.
Yeah, how many hours is the stream again?
It's 10 for the the background, so we'll probably end up just listening to a lot of your episode if you log off or if other people log off. Although I can fill the void. I talked for 8 straight hours over that Winter Solstice stream back in the day.
Ah.
That was a long stream.
So, with that I can ask you about. How do you feel about voicing Nyota?
Oh yeah, that was an interesting thing where Cinder came to me. I knew about Dead Tree as the PvP game. I had no idea there was like a formal like story written based on it, or that then they were adapting it for an audiobook. So it did kind of catch me off guard, but I did put in then the audition, and yeah, it seems fun so far. I've been told Nyota kind of becomes a mixed, like an anti-hero-esque character, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. It looks like he still has Sunrise, so he can't be that anti-hero, but you know, everyone's gotta have a dark character.
Share not the zebra. I love how even the voice actors are impatient about the final episode as anyone else because of Skybolt's secrecy.
Exactly, it's beautiful. And the other reason too is it makes them listen to it. They have to know if they're dead or not. It was so great.
That and
with every with every character, I just basically trimmed the essential sections they had to record and nothing else. That way, it was perfectly cropped. They don't know what happens at the very end. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and when they don't have any lines, they don't know anything except for that little line that you dropped months ago. And I was just like, excuse? Liksom, hallå Luca, kan det så sker för något?
It's gonna be great. Yeah, so I will definitely be in the chat for that as we all listen. And that was another thing. I was very. The third version of the finale was just me going through and fixing pacing, because I had that problem early on too, where a lot of the pacing was a little bit fast, and I had to slow that down so people could absorb the story better. But that is the benefit now, because with the finale package, people are going to be able to download the scripts, so you don't even have to listen to it if you don't want to, and people can read along and see all the little changes across all the episodes. There's always little changes that get left in the audio where it's like, it's not worth fixing. Preposition's close enough, or a line is close enough. It's fine. So it's not unique to you.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
It's just that Final Sight said the whole finale is just gonna be the DJ eating Oreos.
Oh, that's
but
a great idea.
In my head, I saw the whale episode is just gonna be the DJ eating crumbling sadness. Because that's what Oreos is to me, not crumbling sadness.
Maybe it is crumbling sadness. Who knows? Could be very apropos.
Yeah, so instead of DJ Pone, instead of you eating the pony, you eating anything else, he's just gumbling or something, and then one of the others asks, and he just says, crumbling sadness. Because the cookies are so old that the ones you take a bite, they crumble.
That could be a problem too. Maybe Oreos in Norway all come from the US, so you have that shipping delay.
Yeah, that too.
You know what's cool in California, especially because we have such what's the right word? Altitude extremes in the U.S. We have the lowest point in the U.S., which is Death Valley, and then we have the highest point, just like
similar
100 miles away, which is Mount Whitney. And so because of that, you can go, you could go like a mile high in an hour. So we were going to Lake Tahoe, which is a 6,000 foot, what was in kilometers, whatever kilometer elevation, and like 2 maybe 1.5, something like that. Anyway, so I bought some chips at the bottom at almost sea level in Sacramento, and then by the time we got up there, all the bags of chips were like about to explode because of the pressure differential. And so they all become like grenades, basically. Like you throw the chip at your friend, and it explodes and gets chip all over them. Oh, I think we lost Chris.
No, I'm still here. It's just getting good night messages.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's gonna be fun. I'm excited about it. It was a very honestly, now that it's literally done, like the video is done, I'm just finishing up like packaging stuff, and as we announced the start date at the very beginning, it's the 15th, so it's wild that thanks to the virus, I was able to finish things in time. Like, it's just an absolute, like, a weird, I guess, lemons out of lemonade kind of moment.
Yeah, like something good came out of it, apparently.
Yeah, so thank goodness for that. That I had a job that I could telework. Because my job is very, like, what's the right word? My current position with this one company, it's like technical writing, so it's like doing long specification documentation for like our different projects. So it's really like it's not busy work per se, but it's like I'm not using like a big drafting program like AutoCAD or Revit like I'd had in my last position, which is really nice actually. Like it's an easier job, but it was a promotion, so I can't complain.
Mercury thing was on the transmitter, then we had to get to wherever that control
Sounds
room
nice.
would be.
Yeah, it was
Also, did you tell your mother that you were gonna get the package from Norway?
No, actually, I should, if I get it by tonight, my parents are actually coming over tomorrow. I could show it to her. She'd like that.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's on Friday or Thursday it went into, like, the Sortiman custody thing, stuffy.
So you might know better from Norwegian history, what happened in the turn of 1900 when, like, the political relationship between Norway and Sweden was breaking down? Because that's what my family was fleeing.
It's very highly possible that your family was one of those who just like, America, land of opportunities. Let's go over there and get some work because we can't get work in Norway. And instead of going back to Norway, they just stayed.
Yeah.
So basically it was the need of work.
So
not necessarily getting free from Sweden.
His terminal was very elaborate.
Actually, my grandfather stayed in America, and he has his whole other side of the family over there, which I actually was able to meet up with, which I found really interesting. And so the thing... So sadly, I think your family just moved because they needed work, not because of the Swedish government. Or
the tyranny of the Swedes.
Yeah, they forced. Yeah, that's basically how it went. And so the first Norwegian, except for King Harald Hårfagre, Harold here, beauty stuffy.
Oh yeah, the current king, right? It's Harold the Sixth, I think.
No, Håkon.
It's awful to think that
Håkon the Sixth, I think. No, wait. Who do we have right now? I need to check this.
See, with the UK, it's easy because she's been in power like 70 years.
Yeah, she is as old as my grandma. That's really cool.
She beat Victoria in the longest reigning monarchy.
Yeah.
Is that how you saw things?
No, yes, yeah. Harald. Yes, you were right.
Yeah, Harald.
Harald.
So
He
is
has
there
been
is it
empowered
a
since
last
my
name?
brother
Is it
was
like
born.
a family name or
No, that's a normal front name.
Yes. But I mean,
So-
do they have a last name?
I haven't seen one.
Because I know with the British, it was originally Saxe-Coburg something, and then they shortened it to Windsor because they didn't want to be like those Germans in World War One, even though they're all German.
Yeah, no, they don't have a last name. They just have their front name and king or queen.
It's not even like House of Blank, House of
Nope.
Anderson, something like that.
Nope.
Interesting.
Well, I think if we would have one, it would be Hair Beauty.
Hair
Oh,
Beauty?
Fagre.
What?
You know the Viking king, Harold, Fager?
Hairfager?
Hårfagre, samme det.
Hårfagre? I don't know. I do not speak this. My mom knows 6 words of Norwegian. None of that filtered
Okay.
down to me.
That name that I posted.
Hårfagre.
Yeah, that means the first word is
It means
what,
fair
which
hair?
means- yes, fair hair. That's the English I was looking for.
King Blondie. I like it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that's the one we have now. But his son, who is the one who is in the line for the throne, is named Håkon Magnus.
You're gonna have
So
to
that's
spell
where I
that
was
for me.
mixed up.
So that's his last name is different? Is that because of they married a different
No,
family?
he have two. No, he has two names. His son is named Håkon Magnus.
Presumably been keeping them alive for centuries and
There you go.
regenerating them so
Oh,
rapidly.
Magnus. Okay. Hakon
Yeah.
Magnus.
Håkon.
Magnus.
They moved way too fast
Yeah.
for normal ponies.
Yeah.
So that's why I mixed them up.
They'd been overdosing on dash.
Okay, so that's like it's more of like a first name and middle name then for both of them.
Yeah, that's the stuffy.
Okay. So like Eric the Red, what would that be in Norwegian then?
Erik den Røde.
Okay. So it's sort of like that where it's more of a title edge, as in Harold the Blondie and then Hakon is the Magnus.
It's not the Blondie, because then it would be Harald den Blonde. That would be Harold the Blondie.
Okay.
But basically, like me, if you go by names in the Viking times, I would be Kristin's Nina Dotter.
Okay, I heard daughter
or-
in there somewhere.
Dotter.
Dotter.
Yes. Yeah, that's the daughter stuffy.
See, our family was Peterson.
Ah, so you would be yeah, Skybolt Peterson.
I don't know where the Peter came in the family. There's some Peter somewhere out there.
Yeah,
that we're all
it
the
might
son
be that he was a very great warrior or something.
I hope so.
And that's why he got the name. And I actually did some family root stuffies.
Yeah, the 23
And I've no, another one.
Okay.
Was actually my mom hired a detective and some other people because
fancy.
she can.
Okay then.
Yeah, it's weird. So she figured out that I think it was around 12 or 17 generations back, our name was actually Frost's daughter.
Frost's daughter?
I was saying like, yes.
So the daughter
Uh-huh.
of Frost or Frost, like Fross.
Frozen.
Oh, let it go. Okay.
Basically, so I was just like, cool.
There's a lot of Frost.
Do I have magic powers?
Yeah. Well, that's fun.
Yeah, that is. So, been sneaking around and looking through those papers a lot because it has been really interesting. So yes, I am actually in like basically 70% of all of Norway related to Harald Hårfagre. Harold here fine, or fine here, or fair here, or whatever you're gonna call him.
I like it.
You're probably related too.
Probably.
Yeah. Hey, cousin.
Yeah, so it was what was it? My my grandmother's parents both came from Oslo, and apparently we're from further north, generations back, but we don't know exactly where. But it was long. It's all Norway, going that far back, and then my grandfather was born in Oslo before they emigrated, when he was like 6 or something.
No.
And then also on my dad's side, then I also have a little bit of Finnish because of the Hungarian side, and Swedish from, I'm assuming, that same branch of the family. So I'm like 70% Scandinavian.
Speeding Cheetah's asking something. Could you go back and make a legend or a table of content, whatever, of time codes for when in the stream the V8 pops in? Would make it easier to navigate things later.
Yeah, we could look into it. I don't even remember when people popped in either, to be honest.
I popped in around the 2-hour mark, and final sight, I do not live anywhere near Trondheim. That's basically on the middle of Norway, and I'm further down.
That's like that coastal city, right? Like halfway through the fjords?
That's in the mountains, sweetie.
Okay. Well, I mean, fjords are mountains.
Yes, but as far as I remember, there's no water near there.
Okay.
Or you could, if you drive an hour or something, then you get one of the fjords, I think.
Okay.
But in a region it's called Trondheim.
Trondheim.
If you wondered. Trondheim. Troll. There's the trolls lips.
Oh, is that what it is? Trond? So it's what, the city of trolls?
Yeah, if you take the old name for trolls, Trond was also one of the words for trolls back then, as far as I remember.
And then
so,
Heim is
Trondheim.
city of?
Heim is another word for home.
Okay. Home of the trolls.
Yeah, basically. Like Stavanger or Oslo, like stuff like that doesn't sound impressive. Like if you go to Trondheim or Hell or go to Figgu or something like that, then it's interesting. But like, come on, let's have fun names. Like if you go an hour away from me, you have a place that's called Fairy Place Corner. That was just like, that's an awesome name. I want to live there.
That is a fun name.
Yeah. Well, either that or Hell. That would be nice.
I mean,
People
yeah,
just say,
that's the pun name.
yeah. People say go to Hell, but yeah, I live there. It's very nice.
It's the ninth circle. That's why it's so cold.
Yeah, that's why it freezes over every winter.
That'd actually be clever for like a monument in the city, is to have like a half-frozen Lucifer, a nice Dante's Inferno reference.
Something like that, yeah.
Just drop it in a lake somewhere that freezes over every winter.
Yep.
There's that one painting from I think 14th century of the Dante's Lucifer that's really cool looking.
I found us gliding out from about halfway up the waterfall. The plateau just...
Yeah, American cities, obviously a lot of it's regional kind of stuff. Like early on, America was very like New Rome, like LARPy, and so we have a lot of cities named like Cairo and Memphis, Tennessee, and places like that were, you know, famous sites of antiquity. And then other regions were much more like, I guess, person influence. Like along the Pacific Northwest, we have a ton of stuff named after Humboldt, who was a German scientist that like explored and documented a lot of the region when it became you know, part of like the British or American side of things.
Finally having a moment to breathe again.
Sacramento was fun because I don't think it was actually named after the Spanish when the Spanish controlled it. I think it was named after, or no, it might have been one of the early explorers. But I know then we had, what was it? It was the Swiss guy. It was the Stockton or some Swiss guy who was involved at one point. Anyway, I gotta look at local history again sometime.
Mercury briefcase in my claws. I walked up the steps of the Mint building, and they opened the door. Inside.
Oh yeah, now we're at the big conclusion for Diamondbacks episode. I really like the Governor Farthing parts. They were really fun.
Just where I'd last seen him.
was just sitting and wondering, like, where does the volcano came from?
Mr. Diamondback, he said.
Yeah, it was a great it was a great closer where it's like, oh yeah, you had this other briefcase of all this really expensive land grants and factories, and in the post-war world it all means basically nothing.
It's good for making fire though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That was like that mission in Fallout 3 about the Abraham Washington missions where you're getting the Declaration and the Constitution and all these things that like no one else has cared about for centuries, but he's just a little history buff man, and so he wants to collect them again. One thing I never gave over is Lincoln's repeater. That was a good gun in Fallout 3. So I kept my Lincoln gun.
Nice.
Maybe I should actually listen to Confessions before watching this. Not really. We haven't been listening either, to be honest. We've been chatting over it. It was an excuse to have a podcast. But I did leave up the time codes so people can watch, like, resync it and listen more if they want. So, yeah. I think it was fun. You know, it was mainly for people back then to catch up before the finale, but I understand it's a lot to listen to back to back, so realistically, you probably only need to listen to the very end of 4 and the very end of 8, but,
If you want the full backstory, listen to everything.
Yeah,
Because
you can do that
Since we are
too.
in quarantine, we don't have much to do.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I felt a little bad. I haven't listened to James's new stuff. I didn't expect him to release like a whole bunch of stuff the last couple months.
Well, if you think I'm funny, I think you're gonna have fun when Fidget comes around.
Oh yeah, you gotta get to episode 8. Chris is so great in there.
It's like, when I'm making it, it's really fun, but afterwards, when people are gonna hear it, that's when I get embarrassed.
Yeah.
Chris, when, where did it go? It disappeared. Okay.
Yeah.
Goalkeeper.
I was glad that someone finally figured out that I was referencing the Wanamingos in the part with the train station where it's the big tentacle creature.
Yeah, creepy.
It's a very lesser-known Fallout 2 creature that I wish they had brought into the new games. I think they can be modded in, but very spooky. Walking mouth with tentacles.
Or something.
Laying on the cloth and a bit of dried blood was one of Ridgeback's legs.
Oh, goddess.
The gauntlet was still attached to it.
But yeah, after you guys are done watching all of the confessions, you can watch the Terminal Secrets, and you can drop on by to the Dead Tree.
That's true.
Stuffy.
Yeah, Dead Tree, it's not a lot to catch up on. It's just 4 hours so far, so relatively light.
Yeah, compared to all the other stuff, yes.
It's so funny, though, even all of this combined, and it still doesn't even reach the original, which is 64 hours. So crazy. I don't know how she wrote so much in 1 year. I can only assume K-Cat was already a bit of a writer before this. Like, they must have a longer history of writing before dropping 600,000 words in 6 months.
Yeah, that's quite impressive.
That's a novel a month. 100,000 words a month.
You gotta be pretty good at typing then.
Yeah, because it was originally written between May of 2011 and December of 2011 when it was completed in like right halfway through season 2. It was wild. It's a little different for us because it was original story being written and casting and production of every one of our little episodes. And I do have a regular life too. I have a day job that I keep trying to get promotions for.
Yeah, basic line. What is the normal job? Is it like electrician? Is it something with writing, or are you like the one who works at the daily store?
No, like I said, it's I'm a spec writing engineer. So I've been doing all sorts of different kinds of engineering. That's right, you're new, so you don't know the big backstory. The 4th episode of Confessions is called The Engineer, and it's based largely on when I worked at the naval shipyards in Virginia, where I was doing all this mechanical work for aircraft carriers. So that's why it's very probably like, it sounds fitting. It's because that was the actual day-to-day kind of work I was doing. And then when I got back to California, it's been more like low-key kind of stuff. I did some work on like water, like fire protection systems, some work on plumbing, more HVAC stuff, and then now this new position, it was just sort of like, yeah, we just need a technical document writer, and it pays more. I'm like, okay, that's pretty easy. So it's still responsibility, and it's a lot of like it's more projects than like doing design for like 3 projects a month. It's more of like 10 projects in a month, but it's doing technical documentation. So it's still a necessary job, but it's a lot less like mentally taxing, which has been kind of a nice break.
I might not have met a beautiful untapped music library.
Untapped?
Oh, I forgot that joke. Untapped music library. It's like, oh no, the joke is it's been tapped quite a bit. Ha ha ha.
Scroll Keeper. Sorry, typo. Chris. When my story's protagonist discovered he's 2 souls smushed together, what effect would it have on his mental health? To be honest, yes, but it's also depending on if they know both of them are conscious, or if they, like when a person has a split personality, if they switch on being the one who is conscious or the one being in the control of the body, or are they both controlling the body at the same time, like people who are born with 2 heads, do they control each side of their body, or what's actually happening? Because how would you do?
I was gonna say, have you ever had to work with someone who's legit like multiple personality disorder?
Yep.
Is it like talking to 2 different people? I've always been curious about that.
Well, I can't go into much detail, sadly. But,
well, no, of course. Very clinical, general
stuffies. To be honest, in the beginning it was very interesting, and it slowly developed because I've been working with more than just one. So with the one who actually was multiple personality disorder, it's like talking to different people with the same face.
Oh wow.
And they have some can share the same memories of what is happening in the present, and some don't. Some has personality that come and goes. So it's from the spiritual spectrum. It can also be people who were meant to be born that was never born that sometimes jumps in, or people who are dead and don't really have realized that they're dead yet. But that's more of the territory, not the actual psychiatry. You start seeing cracks very, very early. So with writing a person who will have 2 souls pushed together, you need to know from the start who is the one in control of the body, or are they both? Sorry, now I'm getting distracted. I was talking about how it was to work with them. To be honest, it's for the one who was genuine, that actually had multiple. It was interesting, but at the same time, I felt I was giving therapy to all those people instead of just one. So you have to be able to notice when they shift, and to be able to keep track of everyone.
So what's the cause of that? Where like brain literally breaks into 2 separate personalities?
There is not going to be a happy ending.
We'll see about that.
It's kind of the closest I've been able to understand it by is basically the mentality of the person can't handle the current situation. So one who is more able to survive and adapt to the situation takes over. or they have a fight about dominance. So basically, try to put 5 children in a small cage and see who is the leader.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because that was a little bit of an inspiration for your story, was this book I read a long time ago called "On the Origin of Consciousness," in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, and it's just this very fascinating book on the. How do I shrink this? No, it's not. Okay. There we go. Anyway, it's a really fascinating book on just this guy's theory on the origin of consciousness, and that is sort of one of the things he mentions in one of the chapters is like schizophrenia and multiple personality disorder. And anyway, for anyone who like writes in like, I think anyone who writes at all would find it very fascinating as far as like considering narrator and like, you know, voices in your head or all that kind of perspective. He gives a lot of really interesting, like, historical examples of that. And so, anyway.
Yeah, so
worth
Scroll
recommending.
Keeper, if you want to write this type of character, read this book first. Basically. That's my recommendation. Because you have way too many variables that you have to mush together. Just like Chokofi says, that you have to imply all their personalities, all the stuffies, all their families, all their memories, all the experience they have had, all their traumas, all their, like, everything about it. Like, writing for one person in itself is hard enough. Just ask Skybolt.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And when you're mushing 2 people together that has to have contact mentally with each other 24/7. Good luck. Sorry.
I actually forgot how much of the last episode ended up in here. So yeah, there's a good 3 hours from your episode in here.
Ah. Yeah.
Like some giant cluster of them broke out of an old building somewhere. For a few months, it felt like nothing.
I don't know. To be honest, I was really, really, really surprised and really, really happy when I got the part. But I was just like, oh, okay, now I have to do this. Ah!
It worked out so well. I wasn't even thinking of an accent for the episode, and it was just the perfect serendipity to wrap up, you know, the series.
Yeah. Happy I was able to make it good.
No, you did a great job. And emotion, and like I said when I cast you, you pulled off the emotions and like the characterization perfectly.
Yay. Yeah, I remember I was so nervous when I sent that email, just like, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask why I was cast?
No, I mean the second runner-up, she was okay, but she, like, it was a very kind of dry delivery. There wasn't a lot of energy to it, and it's like I put in the text of the episode is that she quotes from Sandstone and their leader, Star Paladin Turquoise, where it's like the Rangers are most effective when they're like a battery of emotion that can be used, you know, to surge forward. They have to have a high capacity for emotion in order to do the job they do, and I'm like, she doesn't do it. She's too, like, I'm trying to, not like librarian droll, but kind of more like businessy. And I already cast the businesswoman part, who became Valencia Orange, which I was really happy with Starry Flame doing that. So I was like, I'm sorry, I can't use you. And then the third girl, she didn't quite try. I don't think she really was serious about putting it in, but she put it in anyway, so.
Yeah, that's the thing about when you apply for casting calls. No matter the size of the project, always give 100%.
Yeah. If you're serious, like, you know, if you're gonna audition because you care, then really audition. Otherwise, you know, you're just kind of wasting people's time.
Yeah. Like, never read when you are in character. Always be. Or act, as they say.
Exactly. Method acting. You really gotta go in the woods.
No, method acting can be dangerous.
Yeah, you could ask the Suicide Squad cast about that.
Oh. So what I mean is, like, yeah, it can be very difficult just to talk to systems. Writing would be difficult. That's a way of reading it. A way to act it can be, yeah, it can be very difficult to even just talk to systems. Writing would be difficult. There's a lot of difference in those two, but it's exactly the same sentence, except when I messed up. So.
I just like some of your bits when you're like talking to the other characters, where it was like, all the fuel rod stuff was very, very fantastic, and then all the really sad corduroy stuff was like, oh, he just wants his sister back.
Yeah, I felt really bad for him.
I know, you killed his sister. How could you? It's so mean.
Excuse you! You're the one who's writing this stuff. If anyone killed her, it's you.
You brought a whole building down on her, and your bloodlust was unsatiated. You had to bring it down on a raider too. It's amazing.
Just a few weeks ago, we had on that.
What is Carmina's condition exactly? She has a voice. Basically, the loss, as far as I understood, the loss of her love made her mind remember him and his consciousness. And since she knew him that well, her brain in survival mode made her hear his voice. And since she thought he was dead, it was easier for her to accept that his soul was basically with her. So you could say she was. I don't know. Is schizophrenia the right word, or am I messing up the English words again?
That's basically what the book was talking about. Is like one of its theories of consciousness was that the like ancient like personal gods of like pre-Bronze Age civilizations were like it was sort of like the way consciousness developed was like a separate voice of volition in people's heads. And so that's sort of what became Sandstone, which is why she's always talking about, like, he's the better half, or he had the right idea, or let her know. It wasn't basically that they was giving her preconceived knowledge, but her intuition and her volition became characterized in the voice of Sandstone. And so rather than just thinking, I need to be careful of the Bloodstone Canyon, it was, I heard Sandstone warning me to be careful.
Yeah, and that's also one of the more spiritual sides, is that not only does they take form of something you would trust or their pure form, that's also possible, but in, I think it's Japanese, when you give a gift to someone, you give a part of your soul.
Oh, yeah.
So if you ever need them, a part of them will always be with you, and that can also develop into hearing their voices in times of need.
There's a lot of really neat philosophy in like the Japanese Shinto religion. It's really it's like evolution of like the Zen Buddhism incorporation, and then some of their other cultural philosophies. It's really neat stuff.
Yeah, and for me personally, I find a lot of it very logical, which is also why one of the
That's quite the reputation of Foster.
Absolutely.
So I'm kind of one of those people who, like, one of the best movies or series are the one who are engelsk, who's actually also very logical, like either scientifically or common sensely. Common sensely? What's up with my word today? But yeah. And yes, about 30% of communications is voice. This is why
this summer, because it actually even canceled the Olympics. We had different tragedies cancel the Olympics, but the Tokyo Olympics did get canceled, postponed. So it's very meta, and it's a good movie, obviously. So go watch Akira.
He reached out to you?
I love this whole opening too, with Battered Blade and Web Shoulder as the mask voice. Well, that's the other backstory then, is so the voice that then Carmina designs for the mask filter is her memory of Sandstone, which is why I wanted Web Shoulder to return to voice that as well. It's very meta.
Yeah,
it all
I like that.
fits together.
Is it meta or is it well planning? Well done planning?
Yes.
I think that's good. I don't think that's meta. I think that's well planned.
It was good.
He.
I was just glad he could come back because I hadn't talked to him since episode 5 came out, and then I remember that he was in Hunger as well. But I'm like, where have you been for the last 2 years? Would you mind coming back for a little thing? Your character's still alive, yay! Because there is the teaser at the end of his episode where he's like, yeah, I hope my next story, has a better ending. Which it did, kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
Kind of.
Sweetie, no! No!
I sent you the art, I think.
Don't you dare!
I know.
Don't you dare kill him!
It's such a great epilogue art. Which everyone's gonna get to see in just a short week. Just a week and 2 days. 9 days, which is very fitting because it's episode 9. You know what's funny too? Because one of the reasons your episode was so long is because it was actually 2 confessions put together. Because originally Whitecoat was going to have his own episode, and he was going to be the penultimate, the second to last episode.
Oh.
And he would have been his own character. I was going to look for a Alan Tudyk kind of voice, the robot from Rogue One. That kind of feel for a character. And yeah, it would have been really neat. And he would have gone. We would have gotten other VAs, and he would have switched, seamlessly to other voices as part of his camouflage. It would have been fun.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun. Oh, you should have gotten Dazzle from Dead Tree.
Oh yeah, he would have been great.
He would have been perfect. Oh my gosh, he has so many funny voices.
Yeah, that was, I want to say, late 2016, where there was a idea of making Confessions 13 episodes, or no, was it late 2015? And I'm like, no, I had to whittle that down. And so one episode got merged into the Ice Mare, and then another episode got merged in with Red Reaper. And then the finale, there are 2 episodes that got combined to make what is the finale. So that'll make his character really good.
Yeah. But yeah, if you actually killed off Sandstone, you're not getting more chocolate from me.
Well, damn. Speaking of which, the shooting star on her back. So that gun is based on the rail gun from this Arnold Schwarzenegger movie from the 90s called Eraser. It's kind of like a generic Schwarzenegger movie because it's not really too sci-fi, but that gun is. It's like the main plot line of being like a big super weapon, and it's so cool in that movie. And there's this great action scene at the very end where they're shooting those in a shipping container port, like, with the big Panamax boxes and stuff, Panamax boxes. And anyway, so I'm like, that's basically what it is. It's a combination of that gun from that movie and then sort of the Gauss rifle from Fallout New Vegas.
Okay, in my head, it was just like, this is the Sparky Boom Sniper I always wanted.
Basically,
yes!
Yeah. Or like the explosive round from the anti-material gun, but plasma.
Yeah. Scroll Keeper is asking, Skybolt, should you be afraid of an angry MEB of Confessions fan in near future?
No, I don't know. We'll see if the mob is satiated by the end of the episode.
And Chukufi is asking, do you think long-length episodes are better than shorter episodes?
Yeah, it's funny. Originally, at the very, very start, I thought each episode would be like half an hour. But then as the series developed, I very quickly noticed I wasn't satisfied with the amount of story in Battered Blade, and so immediately then Green Shifts was 3 times longer. And then even then I was getting it was a combination of factors where it was like the more writing was involved, the more time I had between getting new VAs and getting new art for the series and stuff. And so it all just kind of leveled out where it did. So I was like, I don't know. I just kind of follow I follow the process, so to speak. Like it's almost like it's like the unconscious, writing spirit within. That's what it's doing. I probably could have, like, if I really wanted to, if I had to shape the length of a show for like television or something, I probably could now that I have more experience in it. But then it wouldn't be less story; it would just be a bigger story broken up in a different way. So yeah, and ironically, then that's why I brought back Battered and Green Shifts to have more parts later, so that they could equal out with the older characters that have more going on.
Okay.
Oh yeah, if you're doing an audio drama, depending on if you have like a lot of special like sound effects, you want to keep it probably shorter to. You make less effort on the special effects or sound effects. But if it's more of an audiobook, kind of like what Confessions is, you could get away with longer, depending on your actors.
Sounds stupid, just saying it out loud.
Yeah, each of the first few episodes doubled in length.
For me personally, the length normally doesn't bother as long as the writing is good.
Exactly.
It does. Yeah, like if you have a long episode but the writing is, you basically want to turn it off after 5 minutes, you failed. Or if it's really good writing but it's 5 minutes long, then it's like, oh, I gotta re-listen.
That's why for me, and that's why some episodes did get shorter, like The Ranger and Mercenary were shorter than their predecessors, and so for me it was always just following the same writer's voice. I wanted to make sure it had the same kind of feel with each episode, so no matter what the length was, the actual feel of the minute-by-minute, narration was the same kind of storytelling rhythm, so to speak. So that's why I try to focus more on maintaining than a certain episode length. Yeah, I'm sure after a pilot, then you can make changes to however your storyteller's voice is, and then you can expand it or shrink it as appropriate.
I was just a filly at the time.
I am going to take a quick, a little boys' room break too, so I will be back in just a few minutes.
Boys. Solo time. Don't get stage fright. Potatoes! Potatoes have skin. I have skin. Therefore, I'm a potato. Yes. I'm gonna go with that. Okay. Celeste. So, I want to say Chocobo, but you're not named Chocobo. Chukfi. Chukfi? You're working for Nuclear Horseman Studios.
All the troubles that followed.
Just eat another cookie. You guys like the sound of me eating cookies? Really?
But Armature were more bookish. So
okay, cool. Thank you. I have a sweet potato in my garden. Yeah, sweet potatoes are nummies. Nom nom. I do like sweet potatoes. Chalk free. Fee. Chalk fee? Chalk fee. Like fairy. Fee. Chalk fee. Interesting. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not good with pronouncing stuff.
It was the northeast side of the valley, the last outpost we had to take.
Okay.
There were great arrows living in the mining town outside of it. We burned them to ashes, using chemical fire weapons to melt them and the buildings. Another division used this giant rail-mounted machine gun, something that was designed to
Native American. Okay, that explains it.
Used it to blast away any great arrows.
I thought it was sorry, but I kind of thought it was just a very clever internet name. But cool, that makes it a lot cooler.
We had avenged our parents.
I actually once was in America, and I visited the Hopi tribe. Really, really nice people.
Essentially? What does that mean?
Well, the details are but
Sierna. Sierna?
Our assignment to post within
Buddy!
castle
That's so cool!
Some good details there.
Agreed.
Anyway, it
Yeah,
was
crumbling
nice
sadness
to
tastes like
start
metal.
to have a wonderful life shared together.
But that didn't happen.
No,
Well, depends on your taste, I guess.
it didn't. The orphan maker had a son of her very own, who almost
So,
no
Zipper,
one
okay.
knew about.
Serna.
Executed her.
Serna?
He started building resentment and
Nah.
decided that all
Sierna.
of us were in the wrong for her death.
Her.
At some point, he made contact
See.
with Great Arrows
Her.
and made a
No?
deal
See
with
her now?
them. He would help
I'm
them
so sorry.
destroy the guardianship and take
See her now.
possessions
See her now.
of
See
our
her now, the
stored
zebra.
weapons. He
Okay.
planted bombs
Cool.
in the power armor of all 5 of our Grand Paladins and Elder Greycrest himself. Then he helped the Great Arrows sneaking into the bunkers,
brain fart.
which everyone thought was impossible. Luckily, the
Um,
Elder survived
I'm
the
not
explosion
doing it on
long
purpose.
enough to trigger
I'm
the
genuinely
self-destruction.
confused.
He entrusted
Did they
Sansa
say they
Ah!
like the sound of you eating cookies?
Yes!
Are we starting a mukbang channel now?
I don't know what to do. Help me! Ah!
Apparently, you need to eat cookies over a microphone.
What am I gonna like? Those sound stuffy podcasts, please.
What you have to do is be overly elaborate with it, like, oh, I like these Oreo cookies.
But I don't know if I do. Like, there's a reason why I call them crumbling sadness.
Well, just eat some Norwegian cookies and lie.
It's like, yes, I'm totally eating Oreos. Nom nom.
That way you can get product placement. You got to go for the cookies that have the deepest pockets.
I don't even know which one that would be.
It'd definitely be Nestle, something Nestle. They own like half of baked goods in America. Oh, these Nestle brand Chips Ahoy cookies with the chewy center are very good.
And they have milk, so my tummy will hate me later. Oh boy.
Yeah, you'll have to go for some kind of non-milk milk.
Yeah, suddenly I'm the biggest commercial for vegan cookies or something.
Like I said, there are so many different varieties of Oreo. Like, I don't know, maybe you could find one that's, you know, you like better or least bad. Like, they have the vanilla cookie versions that have, like, lemon filling or stuff like that. Yeah, Malk with vitamin R.
Malk? I know, how do I pronounce it again? Kolkvi? I know
Coffee?
Oreos doesn't have. They tried to teach me how to say their names properly.
Oh, Chocfee? Or Chokefee?
Yeah, Chalkfee. Like the chalk you use on the board when you're a teacher.
Oh, yeah, like Chalk Zone.
Yeah, so Oreos are vegan cookies. So
Are they?
would
I
have to
didn't even
find-
know that.
I just said they are without milk! Vegan means no animal products.
Yeah, I had no idea that they qualified as vegan. That's wild.
Ah, okay. Learning has occurred. Da-da-da, the more you know. Or something. So yeah. This has been random solo mess by Chris.
That could be why they qualify as vegan, though, is that there's no real dairy products used in them.
Yeah, basically.
It's some kind of, you know, plastic-based substitute.
I hope not. I guess probably set fire to it and see if it burns. Maybe I'm not gonna do this in the studio. Maybe I could do that on Twitch once.
Yeah, sure.
Stream with my phone.
You burn different American foods and see if they burn at all, or if they're made of antifreeze.
Yeah. Just put out a PO box or something. Here, send me stuff and I will burn them. But if you send me animal, I'm gonna call the police on you.
That's Velveeta cheese. That's one of the worst examples of like artificial foods. I can't do it. I think if you open a package of Velveeta cheese and leave it outside, it immediately curdles into a barrel of oil instantaneously.
Oof.
It's so gross. I can't do it. And I had to try to do it when I first started getting migraines because one of my triggers was like aged cheese. And little by little I was able to like wean myself back onto regular cheese.
Well, I don't know. I'm having mixed feelings when it comes to that because one, I can't eat it, and two, I really don't like what the cows and baby cows has to go through just so people can have cheese.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm really fan of vegan cheese, if I have to have cheese at all. We have a very good one actually in Norway that tastes like normal cheese, even for me, but it's not. It's made out of plant.
Oh, there
which
you
I
go.
find really impressive. So maybe I can find the stuffy name. Vegan ost. There you go. Ah, it's actually a Norwegian brand. Why am I not surprised?
I thought we were dead.
But
I thought we all were dead. That I would open my eyes.
it's milk-free, gluten-free, soya-free, and without coconut plant tree oil.
Oh, so it's like a coconut base. Oh, interesting.
No, it's not coconut.
Oh.
By the exploding reactors.
As long as it doesn't have soy, that's a good thing.
That wasn't what I saw. It was dark.
Oh, they even had a category called Food Treasures from Norway.
Food treasures.
Showing some kind of alert.
And the first thing that pops up is apple cider.
There you go.
They have a beer called No Worries. Really? Oh my gosh.
It means no worries for the rest of your days.
Of your days. It's a problem-free
philosophy.
Hakuna Matata.
So the cave-in didn't crush you.
And I want to sing the rest of the song, but I don't know it in English.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't seen Lion King in ages anyway. Like, I know that's, for some reason, that became the really big movie of the 90s. Like, some people consider that the peak of the Disney Renaissance, but I think I like that the least, ironically. Like, Be Prepared was fun, but, like, as far as an overall movie, I was a bigger fan of Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, I'm Pocahontas and Bambi all the way.
Oh, and Bambi.
Yeah.
Bambi
It's
isn't
really sad.
Yeah, it's not so much a movie as it is a funeral.
Yeah, I was so sad. But it's still very good, and for some reason it just really stuck with me.
The great
But then again, when you grow up with Bambis in your backyard, you do have a tendency to love them.
I know, you have that real connection. We had wild deer in when I lived in Oklahoma that were right next to our house.
No.
Yeah, no, the great story about Bambi is the voice actor for Bambi when he was a kid. He grew up to be like a Marine, and he had to like keep it secret that he was Bambi when he was like in the war in Korea and stuff. And then at the very end of his career, then it came out, and his like commanding officer like almost threatened to tell people. It's a really great story. Google it if people want to Google that sometime.
Yeah, and final sight, that cheese that I showed in chat, that one does not have coconut in it. So she can eat that.
I didn't know you could be allergic to coconut.
Oh, you can even be allergic to eggs, and you can be allergic to plastic, you can be allergic to, yeah, milk is very normal.
Yeah, there's some weird allergies out there.
What do you expect with how they are treating and growing food nowadays? Of course we're gonna start developing stuff.
Yeah.
Our bodies aren't meant to handle all this plastic and chemicals. Yeah, you can be allergic to the sun and water. Imagine being allergic to water.
Yeah, that was a house I think both of those were house episodes. One of them with the sun and one with water.
Poor people.
It's one of those weird things, like, if they were born a century ago, they just wouldn't survive. Like...
Yeah, they would have been dead.
It's just like, that's one of those, like, sort of benefits of the modern world, but at the same time, it's like, ugh, it's... We gotta manage you. Like, you can need a lot of special everything now.
Yeah. Poor people. If I ever got allergic to sun, I would have been so sad. I couldn't go out in the forest anymore.
Ironically, you might have it a little easier, because don't you have a big season like half of the year where there's very little sunlight?
Yeah, true. I just have to move a little bit further up north.
Yeah, it's like you just have to go on like rotational holiday where half of the year you live in Norway and half of the year you live in like Chile or something.
No, I can still live in Norway. I just have to go further up north where there's like two hours of sun maybe.
Yeah.
So that's okay. I could just live up there and protect in darkness.
30 days of night.
Yeah, that's basically my life. Like I'm the darkness pony.
I'm the edge horse.
Because I live in darkness. I think I would have to make a new OC if I ever did that.
Oh, that'd be really funny.
Yeah, just like making a real Viking Earth pony that's like so edgy.
Yeah, make it like a one of the what do they call them? Valkyrie, like a Valkyrie pone.
Do you know what a Valkyrie is?
I know the ride of Valkyries. I don't know the actual like deep lore of how they fit into like Norse mythology.
Well, Valkyries are basically Nordic angels that works for Odin or for Freya to pick up dead warriors.
So they're like Grim Reapers, basically? Like when you die, they carry you to Valhalla or wherever?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, or they kill you and let you stay because you're not worthy. So, you know, they're kind of the judges.
I mean, Carmita kind of has Valkyrie energy then. She's very,
Yep.
she's got the sickles, Angel of Death.
Yeah, that's true. She only should. They ride on Pegasus though, so she should have been a Pegasus.
Oh, there you go.
That's the only thing. But no, I think if I did try to make Viking pony for the Dead Tree RP, but I don't think I'm ever gonna join because it's way too not safe for Chris, basically.
Yeah.
So I tried to make an Earth pony, Viking pony for that one. But her whole stick is basically she's named after Thor's son's wife, which is Nana, who is the one for loyalty and wife stuffies.
Okay.
So her whole stick is basically she accidentally fell into the iceberg and got frozen. So when everyone else was affected by radiation and all that stuff, she was way too far north and didn't die because she was frozen. And for some reason, she melted and got washed ashore into the mainland, or where everything is happening in the Fallout universe.
Well, that's fun.
So, yeah. So basically, you have a prehistorical Viking, just like, what is happening? Okay, it's the same, kill or be killed. Nice to know, but very little trading. And her whole thing would be that she wanted to die in battle so she can rejoin her whole family in Valhalla.
Uh-huh.
And she is also named after the goddess of loyalty and marriage. Because I had that when I talked to Moon about making he showed me the list of what perks you could have, and one of them was like you basically, I think it's one of Chifundo's things, that you are pretty and have charm, but
high
she
charisma.
Would be old. Yeah, so she would be very pretty, but she would be old.
Oh.
You know, my brother the bear, I think.
Brother Bear, yeah.
Yeah, you know the shaman that gives him the bear totem?
Yes.
Yeah, her totem is beauty. So I was thinking she would be something similar to her, but if anyone tried to flirt with her, she would basically smack them with her tail, which is full of those little metal beard holders.
There you go.
So she would stay faithful and I wouldn't have to deal with RP flirting, which I'm terrible at, and she would be able to stay faithful.
Oh my gosh.
So maybe I would change to her if I had to go up to the darkness.
It sounds like a great story.
Thanks.
So what would the hairstyle be like? Because that's the other thing. Then you got to get the braided like Viking locks or whatever.
That seems like
I was thinking she would have some of the, since she was frozen in the time Vikings, she would have very long hair, but it would be braided in like different patterns
there you
here
go.
and there. And that's why she also has a lot of those beard stuffies. What's it called?
Yeah, I don't know what those are called either. I know what you mean, like the little metal rings that like hold them to a certain shape.
Yeah, it's just I really don't know what they are called in English, so it's really annoying. But here you have a picture of some fancy ones. You can show them on the stream so people at least know what they look like.
We're the ones who build the outpost and the Castle Alpha.
Yeah, beard braid dreadlocks.
Oh,
beard
there you go.
Rings. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd get
She
the
would
T-Waws
basically-
probably.
Yeah, that would basically be like maybe over 100 like those in her mane and tail.
Yeah, so it's basically like a metal whip.
Yeah! So it would really hurt!
Fantastic.
But you wouldn't get stabbed or anything, but it would hurt. So you know that if she says no and you get hit, you know that you won't do that again. So, yeah, that was kind of like a little joking fun for me though.
It'd be funny if they had the runes too, so they like spell out a word like keep away, or go
Yeah,
away.
definitely. Yeah, that's totally possible. Totally possible. That would be hilarious.
What Fallout 4 build do you usually use? Charisma, intelligence, and luck. Or you like to focus on? For me, I always go. I always put like my 3 7s. I should say are usually intelligence, speech, and strength. Because I like a character to be strong enough where I can carry stuff. Because I'm a bit of a hoarder. Intelligence for getting like locks and computer done like early, and then charisma for the speech checks and stuff, or speech for the speech checks.
Didn't I have that?
Is it just beard beads? I don't know. Bead doesn't sound right. I guess it is right, but I always think of beads as much smaller trinkets.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense.
For some reason, the chart doesn't want to come up. But as far as I remember, I was gonna have her at 11 or 12 on strength.
Oh, damn. On a scale of what? 15?
Well, 12 is the maximum.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So she would be basically like, okay, I can get through this door, smack.
I like the idea of her being like overly jacked, like really big, pronounced muscle tone.
But then again, she would be like the pretty one.
That's right. You can be jacked and
So
pretty.
she wouldn't be over jacked. It would be like the compact muscles that many of the Vikings had back in the day.
Uh-huh.
So it wouldn't be a bodybuilder. It would be like the farmer who's really muscular.
It'd be like Mikasa from Attack on Titan.
A photo?
Let me find one. Let me find one that won't show up on the stream.
Would the other soldiers have known it was there?
The commanders should have, but it was very remote. Not like Thunder Valley, but still a long way from any other of the fighting or the big cities. The closest settlements were a few rock farms.
It's a good one that gets the point across.
But yeah, I was kind of thinking of she would be like beige or dark brown, but with white hair. So she would kind of be based off the old charms. Not as funny if I start saying stuff. So I think that's why I might have an advantage when it comes to trying not to sing challenges, because all of them are in English and I have them in Norwegian. Yeah, but I would say the muscles will be a little bit bigger on the arms and shoulders.
There you go.
But yeah, something like that would be around hers.
Base Commander Carmina. I didn't even bother.
Yeah, that was the whole trio. Was Mikasa, Aaron, and Armature, and Armin became Carmina, Sandstone, and Armature. So that was the inspiration. I've been so excited the last couple of months because the final season of Attack on Titan is on its way. So I've been re-listening to the music and watching my Blu-rays. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, kind of like how people watched all 9 seasons before the last episode came out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I couldn't do that. That is a big time commitment.
I had fun doing that.
I'm waiting for the Blu-ray. I don't know why they don't have a big Blu-ray box set ready to go. You had this show that had this random college-age fandom that is flush with money. They could have easily had like $120, 9-season super Blu-ray set, maybe bundle in the movie or the Equestria girls, ready to go.
I would have bought that on the spot.
I'm literally just waiting for that, and they won't give it to us. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah, like, hello, you guys like money, we like ponies. Give us ponies.
It's so easy. Someone at Hasbro is missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's like, even if it's just a series, I would happily buy that.
Yeah, just the core series is fine too.
Yeah, of course, it would be even better if you have all the movies and all the Equestria girls, including all the small ones. That would be cool
that's
too.
another thing they need to do. Bundle all of the smaller episodes together, because it's so hard to track them all down.
Yeah, and I love to watch them.
They're spread out everywhere. I know there's like half of them I haven't seen because of how spread out they are.
Yeah, like, I'm not very fan of the pony life stuff,
No.
but the Equestria small series, that was actually managed to turn that interesting after the Legend of Zelda memory wipe Sophie. The one with Wallflower?
I know. Yeah, that was good.
I was just like,
There was that one scene where she's like pulling the memory reels out of her head. It was so sad.
yeah, that was hard. That was real. That was like, but I really like the symbolism too, like the evil, evil symbols. You know the, what's it called in English?
What, like
magnifying glass?
Oh yeah,
no,
magnifying
glass.
Yeah.
In Legend of Zelda, where Ocarina of Time, where you can see through things. It was really similar to how that rock looked.
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, there's a lot of ancient like religious artifacts like that. Like I know in the biblical Old Testament there was a set of stones that were used for like seeing or something like that.
The barricades were all neatly and orderly.
Yeah, I really like when they put things together.
Well, before sealing the door, the only real dirt was a layer of dust that had covered just about everything.
But I do hope.
Years of the air cycling,
didn't you once stream from BabsCon?
Yeah, that I was
Where
planning on doing it. If James and Nito would have been there, we would have a fun time.
Yeah, but I remember you had kidnapped a plushie or something.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, what happened there?
Well, they were just there was someone in the room who had the plushie, so when they weren't there, I just did the stream with it because it was just sitting there. I didn't actually steal it, although I easily could have.
Well, it's good that you didn't. But yeah, so I hope you do something similar to that when you get the package. I don't remember all I put in there, so it would be good to get a reminder.
No, it's very nice. Well, I will definitely take the time to look through it all.
Yay!
See if there's something American equivalents to return.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. For me, it's just knowing that you like or didn't like to get your opinion on what I sent you. That's basically the only return stuff I need.
It's not going to be a criticism video. It's like a bad unboxing. No, I'm sure it's all wonderful.
Thank you.
Apple orchard, but
It's just
tomatoes
I
and melons fit
I think
well.
one of the
The
best
outpost
things about
really
giving
wasn't meant
gifts,
to be
except
closed up for
giving them, of
anywhere
course,
close to the
is
century. Maybe
seeing the
5 to 10
reaction of
years,
the person
underground
receiving it.
followed up by
Like,
resettling
do they like it?
systems.
Or do
However,
they not?
that still meant I
Does it bring
had
them
enough
happiness
packaged
or
food to
just
last 10 years
num-nums
for
or
500 soldiers.
See, I was really happy over Christmas. We have a German Christmas market in town that comes sometimes, and I was able to stock up on great items like that, and bratwurst and mustard and cheese and all that really good stuff. Oh, and marzipan. I love a good marzipan.
Ah, marzipan. Yeah.
The top level was the rail yard.
Yeah, in Christmas times we usually have an almond in the pudding, or not pudding, but porridge.
Oh yeah.
And the one who finds it gets a marzipan pig.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm. But since many starts to be allergic to it because of ingredients, we also have you can choose between a box of hard chocolates or the pig.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. Just too bad those chocolate hearts don't taste good. But
A 2-inch round every second.
they're made of the same chocolate apparently, but I don't. They have like the metallical taste again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I don't like them.
Yeah, some of the Valentine chocolate is like that too, where it's weirdly low quality. I'm kind of lucky. In California, we do have one really good chocolatier, which is Giraldi, which was an Italian company that opened up in San Francisco in like turn of the century or something like that, and they make really fine, like high quality chocolate squares. So around Christmas time, they have like white chocolate with crushed peppermint in there. They have really good caramel chocolates, a mint chocolate combination.
Yeah, speaking of Valentine, Scrollkeeper, I'm gonna go with one final question. You know that dating questions I asked back in the Backroom episode 90? If it came to marriage for the same characters, would you say yes or no?
I don't
This is a yes
remember
for
what
me.
the original question was. I'm sorry.
Canon or canon. What character would you like to date that is canon characters from the show, or what character would you like to date from fictions?
Oh, from fan
Like-
fictions.
Yeah. So you said I wasn't allowed to say Sandstone because he's also quite similar to my dearest, but I can't marry two people. I'm only want to marry my dearest.
What if they were
And Carmina
combined?
wants to marry Sandstone, so you know.
I know, you can't steal that.
Nope. So who would you marry?
Uh,
Both canon and non-canon.
I guess if we're going with the show, personality types. See, I like Rarity as like, favorite pony, top, main six or whatever, but I don't know.
Marrying her would be quite a job.
Yeah, I feel like she'd be high maintenance in some ways.
You wouldn't say.
Yeah,
It never hit me.
And unfortunately, a similar problem with Applejack, where it's like I don't like doing all those big outdoor chores. Like my station in life, I put a lot of in real life, I put a lot of my special into other things, so I don't have to do a bunch of outside chores. So wouldn't want to do that. I'm not really a farm life kind of person. So probably Sunset. She comes up in a lot of those kind of discussions. She became favorite pone, horse, human, whatever, a few years back.
Had a large supply of the stored medical supplies, including enough
non-canon?
And yeah, and then from our I don't know, from our stories, obviously that's what that's what the Ice Mare was engineered to be. She was a waifu. But from regular Fallout Equestria or whatever, like I don't know. Obviously, I always identified with Steel Hooves because that's when Applejack was my favorite character. But in a realistic setting, it's not the same. So I don't know. I'll stick with Freezy. Stick with the given, the engineered waifu.
Nice. Yeah, so there you got your. And my OC would most likely marry my there's OC if he ever made one.
Didn't you give like a weird answer for like show a canon character? I'm trying to remember what it was. You said like
the thing was, I figured I remembered another character as well that also is very similar to him. So if you put those two together and add some more love for animals, I think you got him.
Oh, that's right. It was Discord. You said he was like Discord.
Discord and Bright Mac, the father of Applejack.
That's an interesting combo.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. So, yeah, just we have a person.
Hello.
Hey, perfect timing.
What's up?
We got the whole family together now.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm back to the land of the living from the land of dreams.
See, I told you. It's just we'd still be here.
And I'm thankful for that. Don't think I'm not. Hi, Chris.
Hello. The last question we got in chat was, you remember that dating question we got from the backroom episode 90?
Exit stage left. Oh, kidding.
Confused.
That was a joke. That was me saying right away.
Basically, if it's not dating but actually marrying the character.
Oh, okay. This is slightly different from the last one. Marriage.
Canon and not canon.
In the Rangers, our training mostly
Other than the characters I've seen. Sorry, that was my phone. I'm gonna put that on silent.
That sounded like an old-fashioned fax machine. It was wild.
Yeah, that's one of the ringtones. Let's see.
Any other plan, I just marched into the town at sunset with the first stallion I saw.
I know it's gonna sound like blasphemy. No, not really. I am behind on the non-canon characters because I haven't been able to read a whole lot of the fan fictions. So I guess my choice would have to be someone from canon.
And say both if you want to.
It was indeed a small settlement.
Oh, from Stapletech? Okay.
You can say both canon and not canon.
Marriage. Dating, I thought about. Marriage, that's a different thing.
Yeah, see, the commitment, it brings a new personality dynamic.
If things went south, I could grab her jaw and slice her throat before she could call me. It seems she was expecting some kind of answer, so I could surmise enough that she was a lender. So I said, "What do you have?"
Okay.
Her eyes quickly to the ground. I thought she might have been frightened.
Non-canon.
Mechanical speakers in the helmet. From there,
Non-canon, since I do play a Sandstone, he would have to be married to Carmina.
Luckily, I found a supply of royal equestrian bits.
See how easy that was?
Well, okay. Now, since Sandstone's out of the way, for me, I guess I have to say canon, because as the years gone by and the show's gone by, you get to see a lot of the characters and you get to know who's who. Marriage. Oh my.
I pulled out the bag of bits and she was shocked to see it.
You know, honestly, other than Carmina and Sandstone, I really don't have an answer for that.
Who would you marry?
Oh, who would I marry?
Yeah, that was the point.
Think of it like horsewife.
That's a good blog, by the way, or a Tumblr blog.
It's so great.
She asked me in a slightly hypnotic voice. Speaking without thinking, I said, "Perhaps some other."
Last time I was asked the question of who would you date, I'd say I would try dating Nurse Redheart, because she's a nurse, and two, she seemed cool, level-headed, and
I like that free medical care. Oh God, heart stopped again. Get the defibrillator.
Why does this keep happening? Because you keep taking my heart.
You take my breath away. You just gotta stop it. You can't keep using that line.
From there, you will be able to hear his
Oh, that's
voice
adorable.
again. She then did this unsettling quick prayer where she collapsed.
Man, this sucks. I wake up and jump back on. You guys hit me in the head with the.
we got the trick questions. Honey, let's play nurse. There you go.
How can you play nurse?
Pear
when
batter
she's
is
a
high
nurse?
quality waifu. Absolutely.
Before the war, it was a bustling trading town. It had many factories carved
Okay,
into the
you know what? I guess
it would take raw materials.
marriage-wise, if I have to pick a waifu or a wife,
Those materials, then ship them in the other directions.
Amberhorn, or not? Sorry, no, God, I was trying to think of the Kieran's name.
Diamondback?
Autumn Blade?
Thank you.
Oh, Autumn Blaze. Yeah. Yeah, she'd be fun.
Yeah, it was the ah and the ah. That's what I got.
Just don't get her mad at the wrong moment, then you get burned.
Oh, jeez. Honey, hi. Do you remember what today is? It's Tuesday. You forgot our anniversary.
We just replaced the curtains yesterday. Can't keep doing this.
I'm sure many others had moved on beyond.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay. Autumn Blaze. Final answer.
Well, there you go.
I paused outside of town, seeking
I would just have to learn to not make her angry.
Good luck.
Or if anything, since it's a magical land, I have to find some kind of anti-fire potion and cook myself in it or whatever. It's like,
you're like,
I'm angry at you. Everything else is on fire except me. Woo! Glad I got it.
You're the reason all my clothes have to be made out of Kevlar.
Now I'm just imagining a web shooter version of the dog who's sitting in the house of fire. Everything is fine.
That's great.
This is fine. Everything's on fire. I know, but this is fine.
I love my wife.
Wake up one morning and it's like, wow, okay, hold on. Hey, wake up one morning, step outside, it's like, good morning, honey. Oh, you haven't had your coffee yet, okay.
It didn't sound like much had been rebuilt at all. It sounded.
It's like, okay, what did I forget to do this time? You forgot to make breakfast.
Go before me. How am I supposed to make breakfast?
It's like, she's angry, on fire. Everything's on fire. I'm holding a frying pan. 2 more minutes. Stay angry.
How many eggs do you want, honey?
You know how many I want.
No.
It's like, okay, I'll make 3. I want 2. Okay.
Like, when I hear these kind of stories, I'm actually worried. Like, is this how girls really are?
I don't know, you tell us.
From my experience in high school, yes, high school, always high school. High school, you had your stereotypes. You had the preppies, you had the tomboys, the tough gals, the girly girls, and then there was always those female friends that was like, hey, you want to hear something lewd? It's like, no, not again. You already told me 5 minutes ago. Just like anyone else in real life, there's always the different type of gals, and I'm talking from my experience, not like saying, oh, all women are like this or all girls are like this. Like, no broad paintbrushes here. Scroll Keeper, I'll be back with more shenanigans next time. Oh, okay. I guess you were leaving, so
thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. Hope we have a great day. Stay safe.
Yeah, and apparently putting fire to Web Shooter's brain. He was the one who asked the married question.
Oh, he was the one that. Oh,
Yeah.
so you're the one already hitching everyone up. Great.
Arrows come after us in Thunder Valley. They were
Choky feed.
Yeah.
Choke feed. This is fun. Yes, we try to. We try to have fun. Fun is important.
Yeah, you missed this earlier, but we have a new nickname for Oreos now.
For what?
Oreos.
Oh, okay. What is the new nickname for Oreos?
Crumbling sadness.
Aside from running caravans, their family had for generations
I like it.
run the textile shop they had discovered here in Canyon City.
To an extent, it fits because I've known some people. It's like I'm gonna go get some Oreos or I'm gonna get some Oreo ice creams. Like, why? Because I want it. It's like, are you okay? No. I mean, yeah. Leave me alone.
Oh, okay. Now it has a double meaning. Nice.
I have to say, all the talk of Oreos on the stream really made me almost like put them on my shopping list.
Yeah, we're not sponsored by Oreos, but we could be.
Today at EAST Corp, today's episode was brought to you by Oreos.
I mean, it's probably all owned by the same company anyway.
Don't forget your glasses of milk.
And or almond milk if you can't have normal milk.
Oh, I just had a fun random thought. What if Carmina was Kieran?
Well, she would be very effective, I guess.
Then you'd be dead.
Why? Why would Sandstone be dead? Why?
Yeah, but why would he be dead? She's not angry at him.
Rangers have the high capacity for emotion.
That doesn't mean she's gonna be angry all the time.
I remember the episodes. Remember everything that Carmina and Sandstone go through.
What was the conversation like on?
They're popping off.
Were they angry at each other?
Yeah. In the same. Anyway,
I forgot that.
It would be very dangerous to everyone's health.
Yeah, she would little.
That's the one thing I'm kind of irked at the season 8, was it?
What about it?
Of My Low Point Friendship was Magic, like either the second to last season or the last season.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I'm irked at is that they introduced the Kieran, and then they really don't have a whole lot of time to do anything else with them. It's like, okay, you introduced Griffins a long time back. You brought Griffins in, so are you gonna bring the Kieran in?
Nope.
No, we're gonna wait until like the last episode to put him in the background.
Darn it!
Hard for him though, seeing Jeannie walking around
Yeah.
all the time. She must have still talked with him, right?
Chokfi, I don't know who any of you are, lol, but fun. Yes, fun.
Fun.
I am Webshotter, he's Skybolt, and she is Flittercriz and Carmina.
Yeah. I'm also Fidget in the.
I'm actually a
Aria.
little surprised how you got here if you don't know who any of us are.
It is YouTube, that's how it works.
Yeah, it is kind of sad.
Diamond Dogs.
Yeah, the Diamond Dogs were a big thing in the first season and then just never used again.
Well, weren't they also in the last episode?
I mean, probably, but you know, in the general sense.
Well, I know, like after season 1 and so on and so forth, IDW had the comics going, and they popped up. Apparently, comic story-wise, the group of Diamond Dogs that Rarity ran into were like a rogue group that were cast out from a kingdom of Diamond Dogs. That they were cast out because they were getting too greedy. You know, it's like, oh well, we want the diamonds and gems for ourselves. Like, no, we have it for everyone.
That isn't whining. This is whining.
Let me see. People say I have a decent Rarity voice. Let me see if I can do that. YouTube, show me the clip.
Rarity, where are you, Rarity?
Oh, that's great. Welcome to the channel, Chalkfee. There's a lot of great stuff on the EAST Corp channel.
Just don't go into the offices.
We have literally years of content on here. There's the big podcast playlist, and then there's the music playlist, and then there's all our radio plays, and all sorts of fun stuff.
Ah, Mystery Soul is your breath.
Oh, speaking of stuff, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Skybolt, but I was kind of wondering when do you think the next What the Fic will be going?
Oh yeah. So now that Confessions is over, I'll have free time again. So we'll definitely do the rap party in like, you know, a few weeks or something, and then probably do a What the Fic in like July or something.
Will we have another theme like we did with Valentine's?
Maybe it'll probably just be more freeform.
Okay, I was just wondering. I have a voice or two I wanna try during the reading.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, those are great because we just go with the flow.
I got it still perfected, considering that one of the voices is I've been working on for a long time, is for a comic dub that I've been working on and off, and I haven't done a whole lot of comic dubbing in a while because I just work, life, and the fact that the last time I worked on it, I was still on the same panel because I was trying to match certain colors and tones to make it look different for a stop motion type of feel. And I now realize instead of trying to keep the name comic dubbing simple, I'm going for the more complicated stuff. I don't know why I do it. I just did.
I was gonna say you could get a lot of views off of comic dubbing. I know, like what's her name? Obab Scribbler's channel is ridiculous how successful her like dubbing and readings are.
Well, she's kept at it. It's a slow build. It's not something overnight.
Oh, for sure.
Anything on YouTube, not an instant hit. I mean, unless you like pay YouTube to rig it.
Which at this point is basically how you have to do it. Get the algorithm to shine a light in your favor.
Yeah, YouTube's even a minute. It's like, well, certain videos and certain channels and certain topics we're pushing down because they're not good for people. It's like, excuse me, why do you think they're not good for people?
But here's Jimmy Fallon. That's the thing I hate. It's the television like takeover of YouTube. It's like it was never meant to be that. It's not a clip show for old media. It's supposed to allow people to broadcast themselves. So it sucks.
Yeah, well, tell that to Google.
Yeah. Thank you, Google.
Chris, you were gonna say something?
I don't remember.
Well, okay, well, I don't remember it either.
That's okay.
So, what other topics have I missed? And has anyone else come and gone?
Cinder was here for a little bit.
Oh.
And then Kelly was by for a little bit.
Gam.
Yeah.
Well, he was on in the beginning.
But not Maddie, unfortunately. I thought we'd get Maddie at some point.
One fun thing you can do though, apparently the other found it very funny, is you go to the 2-hour mark in the beginning, and you probably get to hear my very weird dream.
Very weird what?
Basically, Skyball takes over the world with the help of a scorpion bunny.
Oh, you dream? Yeah, that was really surreal. Yeah.
Just don't do what the original authors of the original Alice in Wonderland did.
Yeah, I don't have enough raw opium to do that.
It wasn't.
Well,
I think so. I think that was the big drug of choice for those kind of authors. Was Lewis Carroll.
For those who may or may not know, the original Alice in Wonderland story was written by 4 to 5 people, and literally they would take a hit of the drug they had. I almost want to say it was acid, but anyway, they would take a hit of the drug they had in front of them, and then they would write a bit of the story, pass it off to the next person, and literally it would repeat from there. The person would take a hit, write the story, pass it along, hit, story, pass along, and so on and so forth. And that's how we got Alice in Wonderland.
Okay, so question. Since my dreams, and that's one of the more normal dreams, are kind of Alice in Wonderland, what nightmare would I write this if I ever did something like that?
I don't know. What kind of nightmares do you have?
No, not like a nightmare, because my nightmares are horrible. But, like, if I were to write something Alice in Wonderland, but I wouldn't be fine doing that without any drugs. What kind of monster would I create if I did take drugs?
I think it depends on the best monsters like that for like a surrealist story is the monster has to be a manifestation of some kind of emotional problem. So like a lot of Alice in Wonderland creatures are those kind of like manifestations of you're afraid of public speaking, or you worry that you're a failure in life, things like that. Like the Queen of Hearts was like Alice's was it like her like place in social society, and like if she didn't conform to her standards of the time, then it would kill her, with this card soldiers. So it's usually those kind of like meta concepts that are given a characterization.
It was the thing that you were always needed to be on time, because if you were ever late, you would also probably be killed.
Yes, exactly. So like let's say if you're afraid of heights, then the villain would be like a very, very tall character, like a giant maybe, and they're always threatening to pick you up and put you in like a bird cage. Like that would be one kind of concept.
Hey, quit reading my mind. That's exactly what the heck I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of heights either. Or if you're afraid of the dark, the villain would be something with a really big mouth that's always swallowing you, like Pinocchio in The Whale kind of thing.
Or just some kind of actual living darkness that consumes the light and makes everything dark to where you can't see.
No. The darkness gets attached to you, and every time you do something that the world does not approve of, it eats you a little bit more and more and more until you're covered in darkness.
Yeah, those birth. Yeah.
If that scares you, never see my nightmares.
It's a different kind of surrealism, I guess. Those are more like not Narnia, Neverending Story kind of fantasy, whereas Alice in Wonderland is much more zany's not the right word, but like trippy. Trippy is the right word.
Final Sight says, reminds me of Silent Ponyville.
Oh, I remember reading that. There's some great old brony music about Silent Ponyville.
Silent Ponyville.
Yeah, it was a quick fanfic copy of Silent Hill.
It was a crossover mix between the series Silent Hill and obviously Ponydom, My Little Pony, and
I guess that's Scary Stories.
Yes.
Goosebumps or something.
It's not too
It's
scary.
a video game. Silent Hill is a video game series where the protagonist you're playing as ends up in a place literally called Silent Hill, and they're either having to find someone or try to find something, and as they're going through, they're trapped in this place covered in a light fog where they can't see too far, and then at certain times the place they're in will change. It'll go from being from looking how it is now, like a city looks like all clean and lived in, to suddenly decayed and rusted and nasty. The best thing I can do suggest for you, Flitter, if you want to, is to look up the original Silent Hill game.
Nope. I don't like scary stuff. I have enough of that when I sleep.
It is scary. I haven't played any of the originals. I've seen the original. I want to play the original because I have played a bit of the original Resident Evil, and everyone says Silent Hill's good, and I want to play it just to see and experience the story for myself. But all in all, each Silent Hill is different because of the person you're playing as. In a way, Silent Hill, the place Silent Hill, has the character you're playing as face different variations of their personal demons. Like for instance, one guy who has a wife who's been stuck in the hospital, he ends up facing like different demon variations of his emotions or his frustrations. Like, obvious one. This monster, which is literally a torso with legs on both ends.
Oh yeah,
and is like a representation of his sexual frustration because he can't do anything with his wife, and the nurses are a representation of his desire of what was it? It's been so long since I've seen it, but needless to all right. Long story short, Silent Hill makes the character, the protagonist, face quote unquote personified demons of his or her internal struggles.
Okay, maybe I will watch a playthrough because the psychological part is interesting.
I'll find an old if anything, I'll find an old video of it and I'll shoot it to you on Discord.
If you want like a simple of the story concept, I actually really liked the movie from 2003, which got across a lot of those themes in as far as video game movies go. It was pretty good.
That movie was okay. But a lot of the enemies they had pop up didn't really fit the main female character because they brought in a lot of the Silent Hill enemies like the nurses and Pyramid Head, but story wise, the Pyramid Head, which is a giant guy with a literal pyramid hat on his head and carrying a giant sword, he was more of a representation of what was the guy's name? Josh? I think his name was Josh, of the male character from the first Silent Hill. But it was a good movie. It gets the point across.
Is he able to move around if he has a giant pyramid on his head?
He's very
buff. No, actually, he muscle tone wise, he's svelte. He's svelte. You know, he's tall, skinny, but muscular. But don't let the fact that he's carrying a giant sword behind him fool you. He is fast.
So how does the pyramid stay on his head?
That's a question a lot of people have asked, and a lot of people are like, it just does. It's his head.
It's Pinkie Pie, don't question it.
Hold on, I'll shoot a picture of Diamond Head of Pyramid Head to you.
That's the new one. Okay.
Oh geez, that would be kind of a slightly terrifying enemy. You come around the corner and there's either a me or a bipedal creature with a head literally made of diamonds, like a rough cut diamond.
Well, that depends if you want a diamond or if you want to run away from your life.
No, yeah, true, but I just mean like, well, we're talking about like horror creatures and personifications, like how you said the darkness monster that eats away at you.
I was thinking physically, like it attaches itself to your little finger or little toe or something. And for each time you do something bad, it grows. And grows and grows until it has eaten all your toes.
That reminds me of this little animation I came across a long while back. It's a short film about this fox that comes across this shadow mouse, and the shadow mouse ate its shadow and ended up quote unquote eating away its presence, the fox's presence, where it just almost became a ghost and floated around until a skeleton dog came around and saved it.
Yeah, but my dearest showed me that animation. That was so cute.
It was. First time I saw it, I'm like, what's going on here? It's like, oh, I'm interested. I'm gonna keep watching.
Yeah. No, the thing I was imagining was more like the more the shadow eats of you, the bigger it gets, but you lose that part of you.
It kind of sounds
So
like
if
that
it
game, The
eats-
Darkness, where the guy had the 2 darkness snakes on his shoulders.
All right, I put an image of
Ah, that kind of pyramid.
Yeah.
I was imagining like a pyramid
Like
hat.
ancient Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not the only one. The first time I heard about people talking about Pyramid Head, I'm like, Pyramid Head? What? It's like, yeah, Pyramid Head's this monster. This Pyramid Head's this monster with the pyramid on its head and carries a big blade. Da da da. I'm like, okay, how's that scary? And then when I was at school and I had access to the internet, because for a while I didn't have internet at home, I looked him up. I'm like, oh no.
You are not gonna end up in the alley when I go home. Nope.
It's like, oh, that'd be funny. You go down one alleyway and then there's 3 paths. The alleyway behind you, the one to your left and one to your right. And at the end of the alley, each alleyway is a monster. Which one do you choose?
Which monsters do I have to choose from again?
Well, let's see. Pyramid Head's something behind you. Since you asked, we're doing this. Skybolt without his makeup appears on the left.
Wait, what now?
Kidding, guys. Just making sure you're still around.
I take Skybolt.
And then Freddy Krueger on the right.
Guy with a stripy sweater and chainsaw?
No, he's got the claw hands.
He's a dream demon.
The knife fingers.
Ah, the thing that my brother once wanted to be. Okay.
Yeah, all you gotta do is yeah.
For the longest time, I did not know Freddy Krueger's story because I never watched Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, I've heard of it. My friend has talked about it, and so on and so forth. But I never took the time to really sit down and watch it. But
So what is the story?
Freddy Krueger. Long story short, he was a bastard child who was born to a sister who had been left, who accidentally got left in an insane asylum and had been raped by 100+ criminally insane men. When the child was born, when he was born, he was put up for adoption, and the family he ended up in, the father was as abusive as can be, and ended up kind of twisting him more and more. And then Freddy grew up and pretty much became a killer. He first killed his dad, or his stepdad, who had been abusive to him most of his life. And then he got married. Yeah, he later on got married. Got married, had a child. You know, made himself look like a normal person, and so on and so forth. But secretly, he was going out and kidnapping children from the neighborhood and killing them in a secret secret killing room that he had at his house. And he was twisted. He created different instruments of death. He had different claw hands and so on and so forth. In other words, Freddy Krueger, he was bad. He was bad from the get-go.
Yeah, so anyway, he killed the children of the parents, and so they all got together and burned him alive in his house, which is why he's all scary Scarman in their dreams.
And then before he died, though, literal demons actually came up and said, "Hey, we've been watching you. We like what you do. Do you want to continue? This will give you the power." And he said yes, and then he became a dream demon.
Okay, so I know how to handle him. Nice. Exorcist.
Well, actually, there is a way he can be defeated. And the way that can be done is if everyone literally in that town that he's in forgets about him. Like literally, if like a decade goes by or a generation goes by, literally he could be forgotten, and then he would never kill again.
It seemed temporarily stunned by the shots.
That's his lore anyway.
Oh, I have the pyramid with butter knife guy, this scarred child of a demon, and Skybolt without makeup. I think I take Skybolt.
I always go makeup free. I am naturally beautiful.
Long enough to see the orange smoke wasn't coming out anymore.
Insert a random ugly image of Skybolt that was created from the Amazing World of Gumball artists.
A Gumball is such a crazy show. It's like not only mixed media, it's like 10 different kinds of animation blended together. I still can't believe that they can hold a whole show like that.
I wasn't too fond of the Amazing World of Gumball at first, and then a few episodes I watched actually got me interested. I'm like, okay, I understand what this is now.
The first 2 seasons are slow. Once they get into their own with the kind of humor, it's a lot better.
Didn't they make fun of shippers?
Yeah, they comment on a lot of like modern stuff, which is where the real core of their humor is. There's also a great arc with Gumball and the peanut chick. What's her name? His little girlfriend. It's very sweet. The little like middle school romance.
Wait, she's a peanut?
Kind of. What? Damn it! What is her name? Penny.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
she looks like
sight.
a peanut, and then she cracks out, and she's like this ghost demon thing.
Final Sight. Silent Ponyville was written by the person who did Motherly Scootaloo. I did not know that. That surprises me.
I don't know what Motherly Scootaloo is.
Motherly Scootaloo is a Tumblr blog, which is a story about Scootaloo ending up being pregnant during her time at school and end up becoming a young mother.
Oh no!
It starts off very darn rough for her, but it does it's quite the ride. I seen Motherly Scootaloo. I followed it for a while, and then
that's one of those delicate stories to tell. It's like the Juno movie. You're like, okay, how do we get across teenage pregnancy without it getting weird?
It actually did turn out pretty good.
That's good.
Don't get me wrong though. I did think it sucked that story happened event wise, but it did turn out well.
Well, there you go.
Sure, it was him.
Chris, you've gone silent.
Dull gray mane, green.
Did we
Silent
scare?
There you go. The other great thing about the Silent Hill movie is that it references the real life story of Centralia, Pennsylvania, which is almost like twice as interesting, in my opinion.
That's the cult. That was the cult.
Exactly. I want to drive through there so bad because you don't even it's not like blocked off per se. Like they say you shouldn't go, but you can just drive there if you want. You know, you should probably wear a mask so you're not breathing coal fumes, but you can walk around and see all like the gutted out buildings and stuff.
Isn't that place kind of like a ghost town?
Yeah, basically. I think like 3 or 4 people held out in the 70s and 80s when it first got abandoned, but I think they left eventually too, so now it's completely abandoned.
I spun around and bucked the back of his
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you can't really do a whole lot. You can't really do a whole lot in a place that's abandoned. I mean, obviously the economy's shot, and
yeah, modern times are completely different this particular stretch of time. However, in like classical ghost town, like Western ghost towns, one of the best in California is this place called Bodie, which is over by it's between Yosemite and Mono Lake on the border. And Bodie, it was like there was gold there, but their main mine was in mercury, like mercury mining, and it's this really big, spooky, empty town. But there's so many of the old buildings around; it's a lot to like see and do there. So, if anyone's in the area of Bodie, California, it's kind of neat to see. It's a state park now.
Chris, where you live, is there anything like that?
Yeah, are there ghost towns in Norway? Is that even a thing? I've always thought it was a more American Anglo kind of like phenomenon.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone on the top of my head because I think around 60% lives in Oslo, but the rest is kind of scattered all over. So you can find towns where there are like maybe 100 people, or 60 people, but there will always be people around.
So there's no truly deserted towns or anything like that.
Not that I know of. And if there were, it would very quickly be populated because people like, whoa, place without people, yay.
So like even like ancient like rune towns or like old really ancient settlements, they still end up settling there and living there.
Yeah, but they are restricted to, of course, try to keep the town intact because it would usually be what's it called?
Historic landmark.
Yeah, something like you have to keep it as it is, but keep it alive-ish.
That kind of reminds me of some of the buildings I've seen in South Carolina when I went and visited my brother. We drove through one of the nearby historical towns, and literally, as you went by, you've seen these historical buildings or these old buildings. Some were in good shape, others they were sagging in on themselves, and sad part is the ones that were owned that were sagging in, the people that owned them couldn't really do anything to maintain or repair them because the historical society pretty much you have to go through them. It's like, hey, this place that I own that's that is of historical value, it's starting to crash in on itself. I'm gonna repair. I need to repair it. May I have permission to repair it in this way, this way, this way? And this historical council most of the time has said no, just leave it as is.
Yeah, it's one of those weird snafus with historical preservation. Like, I know with Monticello, which is what Mircell was based on, the President Jefferson's house mansion. They little by little over the years they were forced to make changes just to maintain the building structure. Like they had some fire in like the 60s or whatever, and they're like, okay, we actually need to put in a sprinkler system now. So they had to like very carefully lay a sprinkler system through the house so that, you know, it doesn't burn down the 300-year-old estate.
Any historical sites near you?
Near me?
Either of you.
Does rock formations count?
Yeah, I mean, are they like carved by humans, like with runes and faces or whatever?
We have a few. Don't remember their names on the top. It's late. I don't remember names of things.
Oh yeah, it is late there. I totally forgot that.
Yeah, it's like two in the middle of the night.
Oh
yeah.
Damn. Well, thank you for sticking around.
Wow. Thank you, Chris.
Nothing to say thank you about.
We'll send more coffee in your care package.
I don't drink coffee.
You don't drink coffee?
Nope.
Well, it'll drink you. Suddenly, a giant monster cup of coffee follows you.
Coffee
Yeah,
keeps me
that's gonna
alive.
be in my dreams now. That
Oops,
coffee
sorry.
cup. No, it's not gonna be. It was just trying to make a joke. Like, yeah, now the coffee is gonna follow me.
Like, I will to drink you, but I have no hands. I have no mouth. I'm a walking cup of coffee. It's like, okay.
I live in Philadelphia. The whole city is historic. Oh yeah, Philadelphia is. I believe Washington. Most of his presidency was out of New York, but there was a lot in Philadelphia with the Continental Congress and everything, which is really a big deal. Yeah, Sacramento has a few sites like that because we are a bit of a historic city. You know, all things relative. Historic for North America. But yeah, we have some cool like old town stuff and stuff about like Fort Sumter and some from the Spanish days. Like I said, Bodie is the really famous ghost town, which is kind of like 3 hours away, I think. Those
I know there's
historic.
historical sites near where I live, but I can't recall them at the top of my head.
Yeah, Sutter's Fort.
I want to say I know we have a museum here in town that has historical buildings and pieces from different parts of the county and the neighboring counties. I know they have like a house that belonged to a famous country singer, and
My darling, no, my darling.
and a few other places. It's been a long time since I've been out to that museum. I guess I'm gonna have to go visit it.
The only famous country singer, if you can call it country, house I've been to was Graceland, Elvis Presley. That was a really neat mansion because you forget that he died in the 70s, so all the decor is like super 70s. And it's neat to see, but it's like, yeah, it's a really interesting place. If anyone's ever in Memphis, it's a neat place to visit.
You have a house in Hawaii or something?
I have a great aunt that lives in Hawaii.
Betraying the guardianship to get revenge for his mother. Staring at my sickles, both dripping.
Would you move to Hawaii?
I don't know if I would move to Hawaii. That it's a little bit. It's like the island problem. Like it's no longer a paradise if you live there, and also I would feel a little bottled in. Like, even because the big island, ironically, there's not as much living space because it's all volcanoes that still erupt pretty often. California's kind of as, like, tropical as, like, it's satisfactory for me. There's a lot of beaches, but I can hop on a freeway and drive away if things get crazy.
Chris, would you ever move to an island location?
Maybe.
I guess we should ask the question, what's the smallest size island anyone would be comfortable with living on? For me, it'd probably be something like New Zealand. It's got to be like a medium to larger size island. Or maybe if it's like really close, like the UK, how close it is to the mainland, or what is it with Portugal? The Azores, maybe something like that.
For me, island-wise, I guess the best way I don't know exactly how to explain it, but I guess the best way I can describe it would be. Have you ever seen the old TV show Thunderbirds?
Yes, yeah, I saw a few episodes of that reboot that they put on Netflix.
Oh, that was pretty good. Wait, it's on Netflix
or Hulu, whatever one of those streaming.
No, it was Prime. But anyway, point being,
yeah.
In the original Thunderbirds, series, or in all the Thunderbirds,
I still had no idea where TikTok was.
It's called Tracy Island, and island-wise, I would say an island of that size is what I would go for.
Oh, there we go.
It's big enough to weather any kind of storm that would come through, and it would have smaller rocks and islands around it to help hold off the the waves and whatnot from.
Well, around Seattle, the something sound.
I do not know.
Back.
Puget Sound, that's it. Puget Sound around Seattle. Those islands would be fine for me. Or the Florida Keys, maybe. But they get a lot of hurricanes. I'm not sure if I'd like that. Same problem with the Outer Banks.
You live on an island? What building do you live in? See that bunker over there? That's where I live.
Yeah, it's like then make everything out of concrete. That's what Guam had to do. They got hit with so many tropical hurricanes that, like, after World War II, they're like, let's just build shit out of, like, reinforced concrete. And they're like, okay, guess we're gonna do this.
Yeah, I think for me personally, like if it could have like a big forest, I would just live in the middle of that big forest on an island.
Does Norway have any major islands? Like, you control the Faroe Islands, right?
I think that is us.
I don't think it's Denmark, because Denmark has Greenland. I think the Faroe Islands are Norway.
They are actually their own country.
Are they really?
But they speak Færøysk and some speak Danish, but they are their own islands.
Nice.
And it's actually closer to Scotland.
Oh wow, they're an autonomous territory within Denmark. Okay, so I guess Denmark controls them too.
Nope.
That's what the Wikipedia says.
Well, Wikipedia is not always right.
That's true.
Are there any forests near you, Chris?
Huh? I have one in my backyard.
Yeah, it's all taiga, right? It's all Norwegian spruce.
We have forests here and there, but we had more before. So, like, we don't name all the forests because we would run out of names.
Yeah.
That is true. and then you have to like constantly re-outline the maps and whatnot. It's like, okay, new forest section. This itty bitty section is now
Oh wait, what am I saying? Norway you have the Svalbard Islands. That's your major island chain.
Yeah, that's the cold one.
Yeah. It's like way the heck up north.
Yeah, that's where you basically see the sun maybe for 2 hours.
Yeah, that's your protection from sunlight.
Yeah, if I ever get allergic to sunlight, that's where I move. So
for the longest time, I never knew anyone could ever be allergic to sunlight, and then I found that out. I'm like, wow, that sucks.
Yep, and water, and plastic, and
metal allergies make things hard because there's so many metals used in everything these days.
Yeah,
nickel
and plastic.
Yeah.
You would have to literally become a plastic person. Or just constantly wear gloves.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Shooting star?
Around 2 a.m. I saw her
I mean, now that I think about it, there are people that that I've met on and off that they say, "Oh, I'm allergic to this." I'm like, "What? How are you allergic to that?" I don't know. I just am.
If I eat it, I will die.
Yeah, or if you're really unlucky and touch it, you get such a hurtful rash that you rather want to chop off your arm. Yeah, a friend of mine is allergic to plastic, and she gets that if she touches anything with plastic in it.
That's wild.
Because just like metal, there's a lot of things with plastic.
Yeah, luckily she can handle plastic made out of plants, so I guess it's only the oil-based one.
Yeah, that would make sense. Plastic does words I know how to use.
No, no, we don't.
Plastic. I remember watching how plastic bottles and containers were made, and plastic itself is oil-based mainly. Final sight. I got a shower gel for Christmas this year. I turned out to be allergic to.
Yeah, I get some problems with those aluminum-based like deodorants and stuff sometimes.
The only thing I know for certain that I'm allergic to is dust mites. Literally, it's just those little dust mites. I guess what was it? Long time ago when I was little, I got tested for allergies, and it's like, okay, we're gonna see if you're allergic to peanuts, and they said some other stuff, and the way they did is that they had like a little card with some circles and names on it. It's like, okay, they applied like a droplet of different little liquids that replicated certain allergies. They dropped it onto my skin, and then the only one that had any real reaction was the dust mites.
Yeah, a blood test.
Thing is, though, dust mites are like itty bitty bugs, almost tinier than gnats. So, and with all the dust and whatnot flying around, you think I'd be running into them, but so far, no, not here.
That's
not
where
here
certain environments can really come in handy. Like if you have a big like plant pollen allergies, then you move yourself to a desert or a taiga, something like that.
Are you trying to tell us something, Chris? With the picture of the kitty, of the kitten in Discord?
I saw it. It was cute, and I wanted to share it.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't it cute though? It's a baby kitten.
Yeah, my third cat looked like that, had that color pattern.
No.
We called it Tiger because it was close enough, tiger stripes.
What about what Dr. Greenshift is doing for the ghouls?
Final sight. I was at work wondering why I was so itchy. During break, I took my shirt off, and I was covered in rash and hives. Ooh, that sucks.
Ouch. Sounds like me if I get close to rats.
That's a good allergy. Rats are evil.
No, rats aren't evil.
They are
They're
evil.
adorable, very smart creatures.
The devil birthed them onto the
No.
shore.
Don't you dare.
Well, it depends. Well, in fairness, it depends on what rat you're dealing with. Most of the domestic rats, they're not too bad. I mean, unless you have a farm, and then it's time to go hunting.
Then you get domestic cats. That's like the story of the cat island in Japan, where they like brought in a bunch of cats to protect the mine or whatever. And then eventually they started breeding so much that now the whole island is just solid cats.
The cats took over.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for any chihuahua that lands there. Not a fan of chihuahuas.
No, it's too close to rats on the dog spectrum.
I mean, I tolerate them. I like words.
If they have a decent owner, they are nice. If they don't have a decent owner,
then
they can be the spawn of Satan.
Yeah, they have the Napoleon complex.
Then they are yappy and annoying. But it again, as you just said, Chris, it depends on how the dogs are raised and trained and so on and so forth. But one chihuahua by itself is annoying. A pack of them are loud, annoying, and you do need to be careful because a friend of mine had actually seen like a small pack take down a big guy before. Like a couple of them ended up, literally biting his ankles, causing the trip, and then they went straight for his face.
It's usually how they operate. Well, at least before.
The guy survived, obviously, but it is that whole idea of strength in numbers, and so so forth.
Yeah, and luckily or unluckily, the thieves of Chihuahuas has been pretty much destroyed by the breeders. So I'm not surprised that he survived. Even though they can bite, they don't have much of thieves left.
In which case, I would pull out the shooting star.
And
They enjoy cookies, so.
yeah, they do. And yes, final sight. There are no bad dogs, only bad owners.
Unless the dog is feral, you know, and never had an owner.
Yeah, but then again, that's the bad owner because the dog must have come from somewhere. Or that
Okay,
dog must have come
example-wise,
from
in
somewhere.
China, they have wild dogs. I mean,
Yeah, but those dogs must have come from somewhere. Or are you referring to those who are like coyotes and stuff like that type of wild dogs?
no, like literal wild dogs. In other words, dogs who were born and never raised without owners or people.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, aren't they then just defending themselves?
I mean, it's almost the same thing as like feral cats or cats that never had owners.
What if all the feral dogs in China were pugs? How awesome would that be? Just are like big waves, like herds of pugs running around in the wild. That would be awesome.
Well, then it's just to wait until it gets warm and they won't be able to go anywhere because the breeders have been evil and destroyed their faces.
True.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Dog.
Zizerna the zebra. She means ancestors of wild dogs must have come from somewhere. All creatures must have come from somewhere. I mean, that's a given.
Well, I mean, yeah, all dogs are just derivatives of wild wolves, so.
Wolves, coyotes, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if it is an ancient wild dog breed, then I understand. But if it's like with stray cats, then even those have come from a family at once. And those owners were the bad ones that just, I don't want this dog anymore and throw it out in the woods. And that's where the bad owners start. That makes the wild dogs go around.
That kind of reminds me of.
Silver?
I mean, this is a different animal, but it kind of reminds me of the time when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first movie, the live action movie, came out, and because of how popular that was, people went to the pet stores and bought turtles as pets. And then as years went on, a lot of those turtles ended up being flushed down to the sewers. Like abandoned, straight up abandoned.
Yeah, poor babies.
I had to get close enough to the shoreline itself before I found out what was hidden.
I forget who told me that. I don't know. It might have been something on Animal Channel. I don't remember.
Not a monument.
Probably.
Anyway, what were we talking about again?
I don't remember either.
Did anything of Confessions ever get covered?
Yeah, we've talked about it a handful of times.
It was significantly smaller than an actual city.
So how far? What part of the overall the cover story are we on?
We're in the end of Red Reaper, and it's covering a lot of those kind of segments.
Chris's debut.
The set was definitely worn down, but it hadn't.
I am edgy and dark. Rah.
You are also angry at the world because the world says, "Oh, we're gonna screw you over."
And I'm just like, no. I'm gonna kill you.
She was unarmed.
I'm not gonna lie though. Like Sandstone said to Carmina, I am a little jealous that your character got to fuel rod first.
I know, isn't that great?
I made him pay double, so.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
He ain't getting away from it lightly.
He didn't get away from it at all.
Nope.
But
so I guess I think Skybolt put a little bit of Viking in her.
The characters evolve with the actors. It worked out well.
Let's see. There was something I was gonna say.
Before I even had the chance to ask her about her
The bit about Fuel Rod, where he finally the one to the last one of the few last questions Carmina asked him. She asked him, "So, was your betrayal worth it?" And then he straight up says, "No, it wasn't." That right there is reminiscent of real life. Everyone has done something to someone or something else in their lives where at the heat of the moment it's like, well, if I do this, and this, I'll get even and I'll finally have a better life, and then it's just business as normal afterwards, and it's like, oh, I done something stupid.
Yep.
I mean,
that's life.
I would ask the question, what have we all done something like that? But I don't think there really is
half of high school. the first,
So-
specifically the first and last year of high school.
Had dropped from the realization that the little robot had been followed.
So I did something in the heat of the moment because I thought it would make me feel better.
Yeah.
I stated that I was fast.
Because I was angry.
Angry, sad, not even feeling anything at the time.
Said no. From there, I was pushed out of the conversation when the leading hippogriff, Sparrowtail, began yelling at the doctor for his recklessness. At some point, the group won a battle against one
When I tried to take suicide?
parties. There was
You what?
one arrow that was still breathing, despite
When I tried to
having
kill
been
myself.
shot in the head.
Oof.
I thought it would be better if I ended everything, but luckily I didn't.
The leader of the
Yeah.
raiding party
We're very glad. We're very glad you didn't.
in a circumstance like this,
Me too.
they would just
But
finish it
I
off.
think
But
that's
Dr. Whitecoat, one of the newer
like
additions to the group,
when I have acted in anger, it's normally been to defending someone else or
then he
an
said he
animal.
wanted to try to save her, to see if he could get her
It's
to
never
come.
been out of
Dr.
I hate
Whitecoat
you
picked
or
up the story at this point,
something like
saying
that.
they
Not that I
rounded
can
up
remember
their
at least.
encampment where he
And
created a sterile operation room to the best of his ability. Then, with
yeah,
only
I'm
Sparrowtail assisting,
So
I might
as far as you can tell, and as far as you know, you haven't acted out of anger and done something that later on you regret.
This is why I stick to turn
Tanzanite, who of course had chosen a seat next to me, was pulling back her mane to
Not
show
that I
me all
can
the
remember.
scars. They found the bullet still lodged in her
Hmm.
head, and they found
Like I've
something
done things when I've been sad that I
large part
regret,
of
but
the left side of her brain was missing, but it wasn't because of the bullet.
I mean, as far as I know, obviously none of us have done anything along the lines of Fuel Rod.
Nope.
Betraying
Your whole civilization.
well, your whole civilization, family, friends, even yourself.
To grow over these symbols like vines cling to the side of a building.
What the
Nope.
fuck?
Not that I
The
can
crystal
remember at
seems
least.
to have grown tendrils of its own, which
I
rather
accidentally
than
killed my
provide
old civilization once, but you know, there was no survivors, so they couldn't come after me.
Yeah, like oopsie doopsie, I did a whoopsie.
Whoopsie doodle.
Oh darn! I hit this big red button. Why is it so big?
Why does it have to be shiny?
Nothing specific about her life,
Two things in the chat real fast. Final sight. I once had pineapple on pizza.
Betrayal.
Hey, pineapple does belong on pizza.
If you like it, have fun. I don't.
Doesn't Sweden have like the strawberry on pizza thing? I've heard of that being a thing.
I did not know of this, but okay.
I'm gonna Google
That's
that.
fine.
I know I heard that
Yeah,
somewhere
do that.
during the Pineapple Wars.
Have fun.
Okay, another one. Chuck feet. I need to listen to everything, but Terminal Secrets the first time. lol. I'm starting a Fallout Equestria audio drama, so I wanted to see if I could glean tips.
Eventually, they discovered Metropolis and settled down. Some of
Figure out your story first. Figure out your characters, where it is that you want the events to happen, and how it would fall into the Fallout Equestria universe, or just make your own alternate version of it.
Remember to have a good villain also.
Yeah, a good villain really helps make the story.
And have fun. Just have fun with writing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing about Fallout in general, both the Fallout Equestria and the original stuff, is that there's always a good set of villains, not just one villain. You have the raiders, which are literally survivors who have devolved into killing and doing drugs just to numb the pain, or just because they want to. And then you have the different cults and clans, and the monsters. The monsters that were created by people of the post-war, or the pre-war, before the bombs dropped.
Saying he was paranoid and used the sprite bot to monitor the area of the Great Arrow's activity.
What was it? Fallout 4. One of the villains, which I came across in the game, was what was it? Hexgen, that one company that made that was trying to make a dangerous gas.
From the Ice Mare? The chemical core?
No, the game Fallout 4.
Who were the chemical people in Fallout 4?
They literally they were trying to make equipment for the military, although one of their devices was a quote unquote cloaking field, but all they did was incinerate everything, and the way they pulled that off was with literal smoke and mirrors.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hexgen, Jinhex.
I responded by asking who I thought I was.
It's been a while since I played Fallout 4. Shame on me. Oh well.
I wasn't what he thought I was.
That reminds me, I need to get back to play. I need to play the last of my other PlayStation games. There's some games that I haven't touched in a long while.
Some of the others even had children in the process. Most of them thought.
Yeah, good antagonists can work too. The key to like not having villains per se is then to just have them on very strongly opposed sides of a spectrum. Like the Marvel Civil War was a pretty good concept in that, where they had one side of the coin, which was we need to have a check and balance on the superhero power, and then the other side, which was the freedom to be accountable for ourselves and the freedom to choose the right thing, because those systems of power may force us to do something that we know to be wrong. So something like that, where it's more of an ideological divide, whereas rather than true villainies, so to speak.
Yeah, so Skybolt, how about pre-story before the current DJ Pone 3 got his job as DJ Pone 3, and he had to battle with his nemesis in school in the Twilight Society Tower before he could be picked as the next DJ.
What are you talking about? Like Skull and Bones? like they have to like haze each other to see who's going to be, the chosen for this cycle?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Homage, or the person before Homage, just like, I'm gonna be the next DJ or something like that.
It's like Eyes Wide Shut.
And then, like, it has, like, a best friend or something, but it ends up that both of them are candidates, but they have to find out which is who. But since they did, like, a pact as kids, they can't really hurt each other. So they just have to annoy each other out of this world and try to be the best at stuff and things like that.
That's an interesting concept. I like it.
That was basically what popped in my head when you talked about having an antagonist instead of a real villain.
Yeah, that works, like a rivalry kind of thing. I'm trying to think of an example of that you just mentioned.
And I haven't played any of the Fallout games, so...
They can be real scary sometimes. There's some parts of the game where, like Fallout 3, for instance, there's a few vaults that I remember exploring for the first time that as soon as it started getting real scary, I had to pause the game and like, nope, walking away.
Nope.
10 minutes later, I come back. It's like, okay, let's get this done. I want to see what else is in here. The one, okay, Fallout 3. The one vault that I know a lot of people are creeped out by, and especially me, is dang it, I can't remember the number, but yes, Final Sight. You know what I'm talking about. Gary.
Oh, there you go. I think it's 106.
Yeah, 106. Anyway, that vault, literally, it's a vault full of clones of one guy named Gary, and all they say is Gary. They're
they're basically a Pokemon.
Maybe. But yeah, literally, it's a vault full of clones of one guy, and all they can say is Gary. And they're violent towards outsiders. And first time I explored that vault, it's like the first Gary that I came across was like, Gary. I'm like, okay, it's a person. It's a vault dweller.
Ha, Gary.
I'm gonna walk up to this. I'm gonna walk up to this guy and see if I can interact. Oh God, he's attacking.
I think I almost heard a little bit of Stygian in your voice there.
Of who?
Stygian. You know, from
the Pony of
Shadow
Shadows.
Pony? Yeah, you almost sounded a little bit like Stygian when you started yelling.
Cool. Let's see.
Probably do his voice pretty good.
Another vault that was straight up spooky, was the Hallucinogen. That was the name of the company. Hallucinogen. Anyway.
Oh yeah, I remember that the Gunners were going for. Yeah, that was a small plot line.
Anyway, yeah. All right, back to Fallout 3 real fast. The vault that had a hallucinogenic gas in the air, where as you're walking through, your character starts seeing people that shouldn't be there, or starts getting attacked by things that aren't there, and so on and so forth. Chuck V, what about the Puppet Vault?
Oh yeah, that's 77, I think.
You never find that vault. It's not in Fallout 3 or Fallout 4. It would be Fallout. Yeah, Fallout 3. The Puppet Vault is mentioned. They do talk about it. There's even a suit from that vault, and but you never find the vault. And I've heard that story about the Puppet Man.
Yeah, because they did it with the Penny Arcade comic, but it was like an official comic.
And that right there is a bit scary. I feel sorry for that one guy in the vault.
For me, by far the greatest vault story is Vault 11. That inspired all my writings for Terminal Secret and stuff was all from Vault 11. It was such a well executed, like everything that the vaults were as a concept. It's the most boiled down horrifying that they could be.
All right, remind me, what was Vault 11?
That is the one where you vote for the overseer, or once a year you vote for someone to be sacrificed to the vault in order for it to stay running. Otherwise, they shut down the power and water and food and everything.
Oh, right.
And then at the very end, when there was only 5 people left, they say no more. We're not sacrificing anyone. And then the machine like triggers this like, congratulations, you've made the moral choice. Your vault isn't going to be shut down. We just wanted to prove, you know, the best of humanity. And it's like they were all gone.
I hated that vault. Not just because of the experiment, but because of the freaking power politics that was going on. And quite effectively taking power away from certain groups in the vault.
Lovely. Not much different than a spell matrix you'd find in a terminal.
So let's see. The Crimson Commando. Yeah, Vault 106. There's a room that spawns upside down, then reverts to normal as soon as you look away from the window.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I don't think I ever explored that one. Which game was that one?
I think that's Fallout 3, and it's like the drug vault where everything is like a purple haze.
Oh yeah, that's right, the hallucinogenic one.
Think of them almost like batteries.
Man.
Yeah, Vault 69 and 68 are fun, because 69's the one with the 1 man and 99 women, and then 68's the 1 woman and 99 men.
I feel sorry for the woman one.
Yeah. We made that a joke in Terminal Secrets, where Stella was talking to her and she's like, I think you'd enjoy Stable 68 instead. It's such a complicated way of calling her a slut. It was so great.
Yeah, I heard about those 2 vaults. I remember hearing about them, and I'm just like, how the hell would that work?
Not well. Not for very long.
Well, I mean, the guy in a way is having almost every other man's dream of being part of a harem, but at the same time, it's like I can see all the complications. You know, all the women, some of the women in that vault would probably be disgusted by the one guy, and it's like, nah, I'm good. I'll be without children. I don't need to be married. I'm good. I'll end my family line here. Like,
yeah,
how?
I don't think that would be. It really depends on the ladies, because they could also easily just, okay, we know that we need to have this and this many kids, but there's only 1 male, so it's gonna be nasty in a few years. So the youngest ones would be the one waiting for children to grow up and try to save whatever was possible if you go by the scientific stuffy. So I don't think it would be a dream, and especially not for the opposite one.
Yeah, the one with the 1 woman and all the men. I mean,
that's not going to end well.
No, especially since it for the woman, definitely it would be terrible, because you know, say she finds the one guy she wants to be with and has a child, and then it's on her to keep the vault populated to an extent. And then the one with the 1 man and all the women. All right, let's say for SCGs.
Wait, real quick, we got $2 from Roy Mustang Eagle Bucks. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We notice you.
Your senpai has noticed you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 woman vault, they would either have to get it open, or like if they want to try to stave off, like, I mean, you couldn't even fix the inbreeding problem, because it's like, yeah, it just wouldn't work. It immediately.
The thing is,
yeah,
if they had the proper medical equipment, they could make like 2 babies.
Yeah, that's true.
So both Volt could survive.
Zazerna Zebra. What if the woman came in pregnant? You know, that is true. They never did say that. They never did say that if the woman was already pregnant or not. And okay, the one with the 1 man and all the women, I can already see one major problem is that let's say, for the sake of survival and population and all that, all the women who are of age and are able say, okay, we're gonna let you make us pregnant so we have children to possibly bring in a different population. The one problem I see is it's literally the one man and all the women and their genes. It would be diluted as time would go on, and like say the other women had boys and other women had more women. As time would go on, the genetic code would be diluted.
It would already be diluted because all of them would be half children.
Yeah, everyone would be flippers.
So basically, those vaults were doomed to die.
The Crimson Commando mentions the Vault 53 where things break down every few months. That's basically what Stable 50 was in Terminal Secrets 4 Tinned Mint. It just breaks down real quick, you know. No one cares.
Final sight. I believe 7 mating pairs are the minimum number to prevent major inbreeding in a 200-year period.
I thought it was 12 or 8. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I haven't really done population studies on stuff like that. I remember there's that blurb during the Gears of War game where you need a population of at least 2,000 in order to have like a thriving non-incest, like, you know, a new population.
You didn't recognize the sound? I thought you said
But
yeah, that's the best numbers.
Yeah, but there are places where that hasn't really been the thing either, like North Sentinel Island, the real isolated island there in the Indian Ocean. They've only had a population of like 60 for hundreds of years. So
maybe they were really careful about who was who.
It could be. Somehow it'd be fascinating to study them because they've been isolated from like the greater, you know, connected civilizations for like 40,000 years. I think it's something insane. It's like whatever language they have, whatever culture they have is such a like a pre-Stone Age isolate. Like it'd be almost alien in a lot of ways.
So they could just hack
Very true.
spell matrix within range and
Isolated an isolated area finally coming back into major populace. It would be different because of different settings and scenarios.
Yeah, if only they could send in like, I don't know, invisible drones just to you know, documentary it. But
have a looky.
Yeah, because the problem is then there's the disease immunization problem where it's like when they like stole some of them from the island, I think 100 years ago, and they immediately got sick with diseases and died because they have no immunity from 40,000 years of separation. So it was, so that didn't work. You can't even like talk to them and figure it out over time for that very reason.
Yeah, that reminds me of what you're saying. Somehow it reminded me of an episode from Star Trek Voyager where Chakotay, 7 and 9, those two, they end up trapped inside a force field on a planet where within that force field is a group of for lack of a better term, people that have been stuck in the past or living a certain ways of living off the land for years and years and years. And finally, with the help of ship parts and whatnot, 7 and 9, and it was able to bring down the force field. And then some of the modern day people came in to the area to explore, to quote unquote explore and examine their ancestors, and they're like, this is interesting, we're gonna bring them back to our place and we're gonna, you know, modernize them. And now that I'm older, I can't help thinking, it's like, wait a minute, whoa, I mean, it's one thing for 7 and Chakotay to be there, but you people coming in, you're bringing literal diseases or whatever bacteria from the outside of the force field.
Yeah, there was a great video on what's his name? CG. What is this freaking name? CS Gray. I don't know. He's one of those like education science YouTubers, and he did one on why there was no Americapox, and it was about the disease exchange of the Columbia Exchange, and about like why one population had all these weird disease immunities and why one didn't. And yeah, it's those kind of like metagenetics that can really like mess with your head when you think about like all the deep like. You know, how in a lot of ways the human body isn't really one organism. We're an amalgamation of a lot of smaller things, bacterial colonies, even on a cellular level, there's the whole mitochondria theory, that's how multicellular life came up in the first place, was that mitochondria just become a symbiote with an individual cell and started energy production, so... It's really neat. It's one of those freaky things where you start losing yourself as a concept of a self, of one person, when you have that many disparate parts inside of you.
For sanity's sake, I keep myself as self. The Crimson Commando. Oh, here's another two. Vault 55 and 56. 55 had no entertainment, and 56 had one. And its actor was unbelievably bad. Vault Tech was wondering which one would last the longest.
I think 55 would last longer because it would be a total vacuum from the beginning. So right from the start of their containment, there would be that vacuum of creativity where all of the people in the vault had to start getting really creative to fill that social void, so you'd have artists and singers and things like that popping up much more quickly, whereas 56 is sort of like a slow bleed. It's like, because there's the one guy, there's some kind of provided entertainment, you don't have that vacuum right away, so rather than all of it happening right when the door seals, it's like a much drawn out, you know, slower, painful process before they start having spontaneous creativity. So I think 55 would last longer, in my opinion.
Same here, because as you said, pretty much it's clean slate. They can come up with whatever. As for 56, they have one actor who is like completely bad.
To be honest, I don't think that makes much difference. Like, you have one bad actor, okay, you probably have some adrenaline competition people like, I can do better, and they pop up immediately.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I see your point now.
Yeah, functionally it probably wouldn't be too different.
That is true. With the unbelievably bad actor one, 56, there would be competition. It's like, man, this guy's terrible. Okay, I'm gonna watch him. I'm gonna learn what not to do, and then I'm gonna do the opposite.
Yeah, or you have like, oh, I want to try too, and then they start working together, and maybe the bad actor actually gets better.
That is true. Roy Mustang. I came here for radiation horses, and I get genetic diseases and inbreeding.
Well, speaking of which, if you want to enjoy our inbreeding episode, that is Terminal Secrets Chapter 3, Hunger.
Oh, boy.
Where we cover that in great detail. What about the vault with 30 people and a panther? I know, it's like... It's a fun concept, but it's another one where it's like it resolves in like a few weeks. Either the panther eats everyone, or one group finally locks it a place it can starve, or they kill it with, you know, a tool or something. It's funny, but it's like, that's not really a long-term social experiment. That's what I really try to focus on with my stable stories.
Unless the whole point of that vault was...
to entertain Vault-Tec.
Yeah, there's that. But what if it was to see, is like, okay, are the people going to straight up kill it, or is the panther going to straight up kill them, or will they be able to domesticate it? Will they be able to, or will they end up saying, "Oh, this panther is our god now," or something like that?
Once we reached the top of the stairwell, I triggered the detonator, and they surged into a white hot.
I don't know that. I can kind of see some reasons for doing that, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, they all did.
The coordinates were indeed
And now in my head I hear, somebody once told me.
What?
I need to go to bed.
Yeah, okay.
My brain. No.
No, hey, you know what? At least it's a good song that you have playing in your head now.
Yeah. Oh, no, not a waffle story.
I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Crimson Commando. Let's see. Crimson Commando. Oh no! What if Vault-Tec was responsible for the cabin in the woods? Oh god.
See, I always thought of Cabin in the Woods as basically an SCP movie.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of that one, and its advertising did not do it justice. So like it was literally advertised as a horror movie where you had someone pulling the strings, and to an extent that's true, but in the end the movie was mainly sort of like a commentary on every single horror movie cliche. You got the brainy guy, you got the athlete, and so on and so forth. It's like, oh, well, we got all the stereotypes from every single horror movie, and we're going to see how they die off in one way or another.
So I don't have to wear a helmet.
So it's kind of like a simulation, but it's a movie.
Yeah. All right. The plot of the story is that literally you have a secret organization that has literal monsters locked away, and they bring a small group of people who each fit a certain characteristic, like the genius, the fool, the virgin, and they have to be sacrificed in order to keep a giant sleeping titan asleep. And spoilers for anyone who hasn't watched it, but at the end of the movie, the two remaining survivors pretty much say, nah, forget this. We're just gonna let the giant wake up. Humanity ain't worth saving.
So I guess if the giant wakes up, it's doom time or something.
Oh yeah, no, the giant wakes up at the end of the movie and the whole world goes kaboom.
It's like the old ones. It's very Lovecraftian.
All right, well, I'm gonna get going myself too because there's some stuff I need to take care of. So, but,
sounds good.
I'm glad I was able to get back on and catch you guys.
Absolutely.
So,
hope you have a nice day.
And I hope you have a good night, Chris. Get some sleep.
Yes, I will soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Skybolt.
Bye.
Goodbye, all you lovely people, ponies, and everything in between.
This was the first time I was seeing anything like this. I was just happy I had the armor person.
All right. Well, we're in the last hour, home stretch. We have another question from I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. I can't read Cyrillic. What's your favorite pony?
I've spoken to a few robots.
Which we kind of talked about. I guess what was your did you say what your favorite pony was from the show, just in general?
There's a difference between who I think looks like my dearest and what's my favorite character in the show.
Just favorite character.
Yeah, that's Sakura, all the way.
Oh, there you go. Is it because of the rhyming?
No, but that helped.
Within the main TV show, I mean, yeah, Rarity was in general a favorite pwn. I'm trying to think of it like who would I watch the most episodes of. I gotta say, I really started liking the Student 6 at the end. Silverstream, she caught me by surprise by how much I loved her. She was like Pinkie Pie without the flaws. So yeah, if we're talking like non-ponies, I would say Silverstream.
Okay. Yeah, I do like Yona quite a bit, but Sakura is still my favorite.
They can perform surgeries, diagnose diseases.
Yona has like
a number of different tests,
common sense.
Kind of. They can even attach prosthetics.
I love the tough love between her and Sandbar.
Nope, that one's new to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Jonas Mash.
They were pretty easy to talk to, though.
Jonas
They could do psychological evaluation.
Yeah, and then the Pillars were fun. Having just done the Pillars big opera last year, I'd say, who was my favorite
Web
of
shooter,
them?
Sakura all the way.
Yeah. What's her name? The Egyptian one. She's always great. Somnambula.
Somnambula.
Series
Yeah.
5X something model.
She is based off, actually a villain from Generation 1.
I know. Yeah, that was the weird thing.
Yeah, I was just like, what? They turned her good?
You know what's crazy too is the zombie virus in Zombie Survival Guide and World War Z was called Somnambus or something like that. Obviously, it's like the ancient Greek root word for like sleep or something, or sleepwalking.
Exposing the inside of her skull. Something about the flesh or the way the crystals were enchanted.
That's true.
Allowed them to hide.
I don't know. I would love to see more of.
Although that is probably.
Yeah, I would actually love to see more of any of the pillars, to be honest.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
Wasn't fleshed out. Like, suddenly Mistbane were shipped off to Crystal Empire? What?
Yeah. More of the Pillars and more of the Student 6 would have been great. Like if they had rolled them in like season 4 rather than season 6 and 7. 7 and 8.
All we found was yet another sand dune. We scaled to the top, and both of our wayfinders were blinking. I guess we dig, Whitecoat said.
I need to go do something real quick for a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh boy. Okay. Random Chris time again. Okay. Any guys? Anyone? Any girl? Have any questions? Like I said, I'm not good with solo stuff.
I made a second cut.
Pancakes. Okay, I really like pancakes. They are. I've actually tasted the Americans. You know, Americans has very thick and fluffy pancakes, according to, at least according to Norwegian pancakes, because they are a lot thinner, kind of like crepes. But for me personally, it tastes a lot better. But the fluffy pancakes, very similar look to what we call lapper. Laps in Norwegian, which also tastes very good with jam or brown cheese or something like this.
An airship.
Any
half of the bottom was covered in a
Ska vi se. Any film fiction printed edition?
Had they been
The two ones I get on the top of my head already have printed editions, which is, yes, the Fallout Equestria Dead Tree, and one that is called, let me check vad den heter för noe. I can really recommend it, but it's currently getting translated over to English, so please be patient. Arthur, which I know personally, has given birth not long ago, so she has a little kiddo, and he's very cute, and he already has a zebra plushie. It is called The Chronicles of Captain Sebastian. I will post a link in the chat. So it's basically pirate zebras, which I think is really cool, and was one of the stuffies that made me wanting to write the backstory for my zebra OC, which I had back in the day, before I thought I was allowed to have zebra OC. So it was basically the OC I had before Flittercris. But when it comes to I'm not really sure. I haven't been very much on that website and looking around. Mostly been busy with work. So, but I guess there are a lot of good works out there, and I would love to see more. Especially if they are, like for me, if they are logical and close to canon, at least what they are supposed to be represented. I would really love to see books of that, because great work deserves great praise. Good job. Okay. Math or science? Definitely science. Math is okay, but it can really be troublesome. What do you think of the passing of the torch between the main six and the Studio Six, and the Studio Six becoming the elements of harmony? To be honest, I think there can be, as we saw in the ending, I think there can be more than just one set of elements of the harmony. But I really liked it. It kind of continues the circle of life and circle of what's supposed to be. So I really liked it, and I think they did it in a natural kind of way, which I'm very happy about. Which ministry is your favorite?
Okay, I'm back.
Hey. What's your favorite ministry?
Of the ministries? I don't know. Wartime technology is too straightforward. They build stuff. Ministry of Image is all, sensory. Ministry of Morale is all Big Brothery. Ministry of Awesome is too dumb. I'm almost at the end now. What do we have left? Ministry of Peace is Fluttershy. God, no. Let's go with the Arcane Science. Process of elimination.
Yeah, for me, it's still a hard choice. Like, I understand that Fluttershy tried to do nice things, but she could have done it in a better way. So I feel kind of conflicted, and it's like, I don't really know if I have a favorite ministry, to be honest. All of them had good things and bad things, so it's hard for me to pick a favorite. To be sorry. But also, what is your favorite new species from the movie / post season 5?
Oh, hippogriffs. Hippogriffs, oh my gosh. The hippogriffs are amazing. Oh, so amazing.
Yeah, I was actually quite happy to see the Kirans. They were interesting.
They were neat. If they had more episodes to flush them out rather than yaks, it would have been more fun.
Yeah, that's true. But I did really like that they brought back the sea ponies. I actually liked the Generation 1 sea ponies. I thought they were cute. Weird, but
Shibbity-wop, shibbity-wop-wop.
Shoo-be-doo, shoop-shoop-be-doo, shoo-be-doo, shoop-shoop-be-doo. Call upon the sea ponies when you're in distress. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, my sister was big into G1 back in the day. She's about to Lauren Faust say, mid-40s.
Nice. Ska vi se. Yeah, that was all the questions. Basically, I panicked and just like, guys, ask me questions. I don't know what to do.
Oh no, that works. Yeah, I have to say the colorful changelings, the rainbow changelings, they did grow on me, mainly because Ocellus was a good character, but before that, when it was just Thorax, it was a little bit of a, it wasn't quite selling me, but then later on when they had like the deranged Chrysalis arc and stuff, that was pretty funny.
Actually, I liked them from the start, because for me they were logical designs, even though they looked a bit weird in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
So I was just like, okay, they are self-love driven scarabs, basically.
You need to teach them to love themselves.
Yeah. So now instead of they have to eat it and take it, they are constantly giving it to everyone around them because they are giving friendships. So now they don't have to. Unless they want to fill their bellies, and then that's why they eat other food.
They become auto-cannibalism, but with more steps. But yeah, no, the hippogriffs were great. Classical griffins aren't really my thing, so that's why I never got into them, like, way back in the day. I know there was, like, a handful of fandom people that really went hard on, I'm gonna have a griffin OC, which is cool and all, but it's like, it's not my little griffin, so. However, if they were there from the beginning, maybe I would have had a hippogriff OC, so.
I was really surprised when they didn't have cutie marks.
Their butts aren't that cute, I guess. That's a lie. Obviously they are.
Yeah, they're adorable. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just my G1 fan, but I'm just so happy they brought back the sea ponies.
I know, they are great. In the chat, Skybolt, what fics have you read that you feel deserve to have a printing? I haven't really read a lot of fanfics. However, the Upheaval series by Visidane, those are really great. I would probably buy books of those, because I started listening to Forrest Rain's readings of them way back in the day, and I really need to catch up now.
It's allowed to have that kind of OC because I'm a white girl. So I thought people would just be angry and angry at me because I had a zebra OC.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I didn't dare, but after Flitterchris was accepted and I learned that, okay, yeah, people are free to have whatever OC they want. So I actually commissioned proper art of her, and after talking a lot with the author of a story I have been reading is the Chronicles of Captain Sebastian. She is from Russia, and she already has the printed book in Russian, but she's now started to work to have it translated into English, which is basically Zebra Pirates.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it in the general.
We are the pirates who don't do anything.
Yeah, not all of them rhyme though, but still.
Oh, that's sad.
Nice.
Or it's the what was the other pirate song? Hey, hey, figgledy-dee.
Being a pirate is already to be.
Yeah.
Because a pirate is free.
You are a pirate. You are a
Yar,
pirate.
fiddly-dee. Yeah. So this one already has a printed version, so I don't know if that counts. But English printed version would be nice.
As Skybolt, what do you think of the passing of the torch to the Student 6? What elements do you think they would have if they each inherited the various elements? I think obviously, okay, so Silverstream would have laughter, and Ocellus would have the kindness, because they're both, like, purified versions of those two characters. I think
Yona is honesty.
Yona would be honesty, Sandbar would be loyalty, Gallus would be generosity, and then I guess that makes what's her name magic? Smolder.
Yeah, Smolder is magic?
Magic fire. I think if you could swim around in lava, you're magic somehow.
I don't think the last element actually is magic. I think it's more that it's the combination that the person who is the magic element is basically the one who is able to unite everyone. That is able to bring all of them together. And I think Gallus actually does that pretty good.
That's true. Through tragedy, Gallus does that pretty well.
Yeah. So I think Smolder is very good for loyalty, yes. And Gallus would more be the quote-unquote magic one.
Sandbar would be wet.
I don't think that's an element.
Yeah, he is the element of surf. He's just he's the HM pick. They just give him all the HMs. Congratulations, Sandbar. You are surf and dive and cut. Sorry, that was a Pokemon reference. I immediately thought surfing Pikachu.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh, that's fun.
Even though I'm an Eevee fan myself, Pikachu is very cute.
Eevee it's become a more highly rated over the years now that they're pairing off Eevee as a complement to Pikachu with those games and stuff. That was smart.
Ah, is that what they're doing?
Yeah, like in the same way they used to do red and blue versions or red and green, they had that one, was it Hey, Hello Pokemon or whatever, Pikachu version and then an Eevee version.
Ah, I just thought like, yay, finally Eevee gets some love.
Yeah, Sandbar is the element of Amazon companionship.
Okay, that was random.
Yeah, Silver is definitely laughter. Silver Stream.
Yeah,
She's
laughter.
so amazing. Oh my gosh.
It was a scientific revolution.
They were all mostly good. They all mostly filled out their place in the story. Like, there were the great Smolder episodes with Spike. And Spike is getting older.
He almost forgot leg day, though.
Yeah. You had Yona and Sandbar as a couple to give them both something
that
to
was
do.
cute. I was so happy about that after that prom episode.
Ocella, she had her place as being an ambassador of the new changelings. Gallus being the very tragic character from A Loveless World.
Yeah,
it's so
poor guy.
sad. They don't really have Christmas where I live. It's so cold there and no one loves you. So I want to make all my friends stay with me at school. It was so sad.
The thing I found really interesting about the series, the end episode, is that the ones they introduced at the same time and the ones who got introduced scene by scene was something peculiar, specific. Like how you see Applejack and Rainbow Dash being introduced at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
And like Fluttershy and Discord being at the same time. But Pinkie Pie comes alone, Rarity comes alone. Where's the last one? Yeah, she is already there. Silly me. Twilight is already there. But when you then go and get introduced to Sandbar and Yona, they both come out almost at the same time. But then
of the same house.
Yes, that too. And it was Rarity's old house.
Oh, was it really? I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, there was a carousel boutique.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
You need to go and rewatch that episode.
Yeah, I only watched it the once when it came out, to be honest.
Yeah, Little Cheese is adorable. He's so awesome.
Yeah, they should have put... He didn't have to say anything, but they should have put Cheese Sandwich in there. What is he, dead? Like, come on.
Yeah, he stayed home, apparently.
I guess. I don't know, it seems weird. But yeah, we all know Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie had the first kid, so there you go.
Yeah, I think that was nice.
The punk
But
continues.
then you had Ocella's. She was introduced alone, but then she flew up, and you saw Smolder. For me, that tells me that they are close friends, but not actually a couple, since they weren't introduced in the same frame. But then you also see Starlight Glimmer and Sunburst, they being introduced in the same frame at the same time.
Hell yeah.
And yes, I also approve of that ship. I'm very happy about that.
I don't care what people say. Yeah, Sunlight is the best. Starlight almost killed the whole world over Sunburst. They better end up together. He just needs to wake the fuck up. This goofy, dense moron. Just date the girl already before she kills again.
Wowee, that's quite a sales pitch.
She almost destroyed like 100 different timelines all for one guy. Come on, man, you gotta get with it. Give up your year in college and go freaking take her on a vacation to the Bahamas, the horse Bahamas.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was quite surprised that Trixie didn't end up with anyone, but she seemed to be quite happy working at school.
Trixie's married to her job.
Yeah, basically. And when you talk about it, it actually does not surprise me.
No, actually that would make a lot of sense for her.
Yeah, and Crusaders, I guess, are now in the main Sixes age, so I understand that they didn't find anyone yet.
I really liked how they handled that with the Age Up episode. That way we saw a leap of them into the future and spent a whole episode with them, and then they dialed it back.
Yeah, that was really nice. I felt it was kind of like a filler episode, but I really liked it. Because, I don't know, I still wanted, like, why is the Cora here? Where did she come from? Why did she go? I want backstory. Blah! But then we got the comics, so I'm happy. Hello?
Yeah, no, it's really great. I liked just having the whole Sweetie Belle and the song in that episode made it all worth it.
Yeah.
Velvet Remedy and Calamity. Yes, that's right. Polyship. Yeah, there you go. Trixie's just the side piece in Starlight Glimmer and Sunburst Worlds.
Polyship?
Yeah, polyamory. That would be it. Sunburst accidentally like having having a harem. Like, oh wow, I should have opened my eyes earlier. So screwy.
As long as everybody agree and they don't hurt anyone else, be happy.
Rather than through EAST Corp's communication network.
Thank you.
The others were feeling the same way. But
I don't know. I think I may be too old school.
she looked like she was
Yeah, I couldn't do a polyamory relationship. It was like it's hard enough keeping a normal relationship stable and whatever. Like, ugh, so many moving parts, so to speak.
I would more say like you would have to try to keep all of them happy.
Oh yeah, that's a thing too.
And the time and some want to do that, some want to do that, and then if you ever get kids into the picture, that's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm gonna go a little bit personal, yes, be happy, love the people you love, but so I wouldn't recommend multiple couples having kids unless they decide on front hand who is gonna be the one with kids. I've seen some. When I did my studies to become a therapist, I also had different things I needed to study and like watch documentary about, and one of them was with like guys who had multiple wives, like even up to 10 wives.
Oh dang.
And yeah, how that affected the kids, how it affected the wives, the husband, the friends, or the school that was involved with the different ones. And it caused a lot of drama. So, like I said, have fun, do whatever you want. But if you ask me very personally, I would say do that before you have kids. Or if you're gonna do it when you want to have kids, decide which ones are gonna be the ones with kids.
Yeah.
Don't go willy-nilly.
It seems like at the very least it's ideal to have two parents in a household with kids, because a lot of like very troubled people as adults grew up in a single parent household, and it's really unfortunate.
So,
Like,
that's what that was all about.
you have having kids on its having kids, like, just because you want to have kids is one of the most self-centered choices you can do.
Yeah, they're not a dog, or it's not like get a doll. Then if you're gonna be like that, you got to raise them thinking of their life and their future, because especially those first years, like so much brain development happens between age 0 and 7. It's critical that they are cared for and fed and not traumatized by something weird and all this stuff. It's like those are very critical brain development years.
Yeah, and I don't like poly people can be very nice people. I'm not saying that they're not. The thing I'm trying to say is just that think before you do something. Think how it will affect the ones around you. Even though they are very, very nice people and can be very good parents, still try to think objectively how it can affect others that maybe don't understand it. Don't really know what to do. Because
Anyway,
when
so
it comes,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Too serious. Sorry.
No,
Never
no,
mind.
I was going to slide out with a joke that everyone is in Spike's harem. That's how the series ends. So I did like how they showed Spike and Rarity together in that one scene, and she's like looking up at him. So I don't know if that was, obviously it's all meant to be super unsaid, so people can play with their own imaginations on how everyone worked out. But it was so sad how Spike just for the longest time had the crush on Rarity, and it's like she kind of uses that to toy with him and string him along. That's why I really like that one episode with Gabby Gums. I'm like, yeah, she's closer to your age and she actually respects you. Like I like Rarity in general, but that was the right decision. You go with Gabby Gums.
Yeah, that I would really like to see him with a partner that actually respects him and love him. But there were also a dragon in one of the comics that was named Mina.
Oh, there you go.
She and Spike really hit it off and became friends very, very, very quickly. And for the longest time, she was like, if Spike were ever to get a girlfriend, I was hoping it would be her. So that would be nice, but Gabby would also, I think, would be a good match for him.
Yeah, I only read the comics up in like very beginning, like the first 13 or so, and I do remember the one where I don't know, it was like Luna going around doing different stuff, and there was a small like 3-page bit where it was what's her name? She has a lisp in the show. The Fleetfoot, and she like falls in love with Big Mac like instantly because he saves her from like a falling amusement park ride or something. Anyway, it was a very cute like 3 panels. She envisions their whole life together, getting married and having kids and like vacations and all this. It was really surreal, like just this flash before her eyes of a whole
that's how
life.
teenage girls work.
It was really cute. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I actually really liked the red and white, which turned out to be Carmina.
Uh-huh.
So that was really surprising when I saw her design. I read the comic first, and then I got the part, and then I saw how she looked, and I was just like, yes! Because but I also think it would be very cute with a blonde and blue pony too.
I agree.
Which we already have.
I know.
Wink. So
yeah,
that was really fun. Like feeling those actually came to life for some reason.
Yeah, Carmina's colors were easy because I already knew I wanted some kind of pun name on Red because as like just the character is like there's the blood and the anger and all that, so I'm like, okay, let's look for fancy names for Red. And there's a kind of red called like Carmine Red, and that's what her color palette and name come from. And I thought, okay, white on top because I don't know, it looked good, and then the green eyes. So there you go.
It was just some name, wasn't it? Code names or vague terms. I didn't really give any clues. Things like installation.
Yeah, so we're at the very end. It's it's amazing. It is surreal looking back on like all the episodes and all the story and writing over the years. It's been very encouraging just for myself. I wanted to see it through to the end, just to see it through the end, commit to something like my biggest single creative project to date. So I'm very encouraged for the future, what can come about.
Stumbled on him during those earlier years where he spent most of his time
Yeah.
in the mine, and
Like,
they would be the only ones to know.
going back to my own also,
However,
I never thought we're actually gonna be decent at anything, and
was able to pull from
I just
Valencia's
like
airship was where
look
it was going.
where I am now. I am
Of Narangivia.
lucky enough to be included in all these amazing projects with all these amazing people. And had somebody told me this like 7, 10, 15 years ago, I would have thought they were trying to scam me or just be mean.
I had known
It's really amazing how time can help you. Bro.
Oh, absolutely.
I took a few shots.
No, you've been great, and it's crazy. It's not even your first language. You become a major actress in. So there you go.
Thank you very much. We also have questions. Have you read the Fallout Equestria, the Chrysalis? Chrysalis?
No, is it about Chrysalis, like herself? I haven't, but that sounds fun. That's one of the weird things about Fallout Equestria is it was written between season 1 and like the first half of season 2, so there's so much official story lore that's not in there, which I think has helped foster the side story community, because then every time there's something new in the show, people synthesize it into the greater fan fiction. What was your favorite villain from the show, of all the villains in the main show?
That's a hard one, because I usually don't like villains.
I know. Chrysalis is fun. I liked Discord originally, but I don't quite like how they handled him after Reformation, personally.
How do you mean?
I think he was a little bit too whiny, and like he was a little bit too codependent with Fluttershy, where it would have been much funnier if he were like more of the prankster resisting his urges rather than like the petty child acting out. It kind of undercut his like, zany nature at the very first episodes.
Well, for me, I thought that was pretty logical, because he went from totally independent and suddenly, oh no, something's happening, change, and since he doesn't have a lot of social interactions and social experience, I saw that's very logical for him to kind of turn out to be a child with Fluttershy as something that he looked up to, like a big sister, mother, role model,
mommy,
whatever
girlfriend.
you want to call it. So for me it was quite logical, but I can see how somebody who was a fan of Discord as a villain would think that that was sad that happened, so I can understand that. But from the mental side, I appreciated that they did it that way. Even though it did take some of the fun of Discord away, but it did come back in the end. Or at some of the last seasons.
Yeah, he plotted well by scheming against the others. That was really good concept for an initiating action. I think if I were gonna go with favorite villain for purely self-centered reasons, I'd say Sombra, because then I was able to write him into Fall of an Empire with my own backstory for him, and I was very happy with how that turned out.
Yeah.
That's going to leave scars, all right.
Finally, when she spoke, saying simply, that's... I turned towards Whitecoat.
Oh yeah, this scene. I was really happy to work this in too, where we had characters actually talk to the oranges in Naranja Via and see, like, are they really like ghost people, or are they ghouls, or what? And I tried to communicate, like, it's just really tragic how they've just been like tormented, like just cut to pieces, so now they're like operating on the bare minimum of their brain power. Very tribal.
I could see a bit of pain in her eyes while she realized I wasn't.
I guess it's just hard for me to like something that just goes out of their way to be mean to others.
Yeah, that's why the complicated villains are usually the most liked or remembered.
Yeah, because like if I'm gonna choose a good villain, I would say both Starlight and Discord has been good villains to the main cast.
That's true. I should have mentioned that Starlight was a great villain for season 5. I actually thought the season 5 closer is one of the best of the show. The two-parter going through all the different time, like, she almost destroyed several different timelines. She's like really all over boyfriend. Like, damn, Sunburst must have been a heck of a guy. She's
yeah, you gotta give the shipper something to live up.
Yeah. when she's denied her husbando so much that she decides to become a dictator.
Oof.
Oh, Glim Glam, so amazing.
Yeah, I do think she's a very good character.
And yeah, and then of course using her as an excuse to bring Trixie back was genius. Late season Trixie was an amazing part of the show.
Yeah, and I really adore when they're going back to the village and she just picks up the saddlebags in her mouth and has that adorable face.
I know. Their little
That was
road
just
trip
like,
episode where they get all mad and she sells her carriage. It's so...
Yeah.
She was a villain in that one. Trixie was totally in the right in that episode.
Yeah,
she just wanted
was.
her she just wanted her Greek food.
Yeah. And like that episode actually made me like Trixie because I didn't like her
know.
before.
She
So-
didn't have anything but her little carriage. She just wanted her wagon back.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's tiny. She's a tiny pony. She's
It was
not
all
the
she
subtle
could
Arabian
afford.
horse.
It's like having your only car and then they like sell it for like no reason. Like, come on.
It's like it was not yours to sell or exchange.
And then yeah, that next morning then she's wearing this like really like a robe, like so like a Hugh Hefner robe. It's like just very villainous.
I was just thinking, Leah, you're looking quite fancy there. Are you proud of yourself? You're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
get quite a
Self-satisfaction.
surprise. Yeah. It's like I really love what the show has done right. I really love, but I know they could also do a lot of other stuff better. But I really love what they did.
I'm just glad they had a proper ending. I would have hated it if the show
Yeah.
just stopped and there was no real resolution or like end arc for all the characters. I'm glad that they
Yeah.
actually did wrap everything up.
Yeah, I'm also very happy about that. Like, I don't think I would have felt the same if we didn't have the last episode.
Oh no. No, yeah, that was important too. I'm glad that they
Yeah.
did that.
Very important.
And what's sad too is Luster Dawn, she had a really neat design. I actually almost wish we
Yeah.
had more of her.
Yeah, she was like, I wouldn't mind if Gen 5 is maybe when she's on the throne.
I
if
know.
she is. And maybe other stuff happens and we get, I don't know. Or maybe, baby Celestia, baby Luna.
Baby Celestia.
Oh, that'd be so cute. Like, see how, like, if there really was an alicorn race, or if all of them are made? Like, we don't know that yet. Nothing has been confirmed or non-confirmed. So that would be really, I would really love that. Like, maybe we start with, like, their father, and he's a kid, and how he grows up with, like, the alicorn race, or something like this. And it kind of ends with his wife giving birth to Luna, and he
Well, guys,
like, has
it-
little Celestia on his back, and that's kind of where it ends. So we get to see how, like, the world became more stable, how the alicorns worked, if they were alicorns, or I don't know. So much fun stuff could happen. Like,
Became more
does this-
stable. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, sorry. Pun not intended.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do for season 5. It looks like they're just completely resetting everything, which in some ways is smart. Like, I think they want to kind of reset and be like fresh start from the Brony fandom at large. Because I'm sure
Oh
it was
my
a very
gosh.
complicated relationship when that became a thing.
Yeah, I just got a little bit funny idea. What if they redid Generation 1?
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
They made him with the cow heads
Megan,
again.
Timmy, Sarah, all those like other stuff that happens.
It would be
Youth
interesting.
signs. Ah, I want to see that now. Ah.
They led us
Oop.
into one of the small houses around the courtyard, where they had
I have to say, the little claymation sorts were actually kind of neat too. I liked those. I wish they had those like over the last couple of years, just in between episodes.
always lost. Then sometime later, the
That would have been
dragon
nice.
the others. Frustratedly, they couldn't
That was the sad thing too, is how quickly Lauren Faust got, like, I don't know, removed from the show. I still feel like we never got a full story on all that, like, drama or whatever.
As far as I know, she actually quit it because the Hasbro took too many I am the boss stuffies and started turning the show into something she didn't want it. She wanted them to be like teenagers going on an adventure almost every episode.
I know.
Type of thing. So
I that's what I would love to see, is how would the show have played out with her at the helm for the whole time.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly great arrows.
That would have been interesting, but then again, then we wouldn't have had what we already have.
I know. They finally found their own, like, fresh footing with Starlight Glimmer, I think. Like, in my opinion, the bottom of the show was season 4 for various reasons. That's why I consider it the bottom.
They were getting more hostile. This is when a
So
distraction.
yeah, what they're asking what got you into Generation 4? Mine was MLP movie and reading fan fictions on Scootaloo.
Scootaloo. What about you? I've told my story a few times, but what was your? How did you discover all this madness?
I've always been a Generation 1 fan, so, and I saw Generation 2 was like, oh boy, no, they're turning them into teenage girls. No, thank you. And then I saw Generation 3, which we don't speak about. And
no,
then
I
it was
know.
like, okay, number 4. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. So I was like, okay. I saw a few episodes, like Bridal Gossip. So I saw Sakura, so I was like, okay, animation is decent. They don't treat them like stupid teenagers. But it was like nothing sparked. So I just put it off. But then season 2 came around and I actually dared to introduce a friend of mine to the series, and that was when it really caught on fire.
Season 2 was a good season. They started getting into really deep lore in season 2.
Yeah.
With the heartwarming backstory and a lot of things like that. Changelings and alicorns. It was neat season.
Yeah, so that was when I made the Zebra OC that I didn't dare to show to anyone.
Aww.
So she kind of got like hide her under the pillow or something.
Yeah.
And when I then started the voice acting stuff, I didn't think of bringing her up again because I also thought, no, I'm a white girl, I can't have a Zebra OC. But now I know better, so now I basically just to also better my English, I try to write a story about her backstory. So, but it's pretty dead for now since I'm working so much with all the voice stuff.
No, I know. I had a actual, like, fiction idea in my head for my character a long time ago, but I just never wrote it down. I've kind of explained it in odd podcasts and stuff, so yeah, but I just never actually, like, wrote the story. So.
Well, if you can take short terms.
Just telling you what he told me.
Say again?
What was it about, if you can say it in a short...
yeah, so it was just, like, the origin story of, like his cutie mark is supposed to be, like, it's basically magical automail. Like, he could build, like, parts out of almost anything, like rocks or metal or whatever can, like, function, and you stick it on, as a prosthesis. And then it's sort of like, there's this movie called Iron Fist where he, like, extends his soul into the iron gloves to make them, like, his own new hands. And it would have been a similar kind of thing where it's, like, stitching his soul into that new artificial part so that they can control it with their own bodily magic, the magic of themselves.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, so there would have been a spooky plot line where basically he has a nightmare and he thinks that if he dies, his magic shuts off for all of them, and he thinks like they're gonna fall from the sky if they have wings, or their legs stop working, or things like that. And so then it's sort of a whole story of him like trying to figure out like is he connected to it somehow? Like, are they all gonna lose their ability if he got in an accident? And so he's like super overly careful for a few years, and like university would have covered like a short term through his life or whatever. And I don't know, something like that kind of carried the plot line forward of testing it and how far he goes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. Is a very loose idea, which I didn't yet develop to put to paper.
Yeah, sounds interesting. If you ever write it, let me know.
Yeah. I do have a loose idea for a one-off FOE story too that I might write for this fall, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not. It would be a short little like our Twin Terrors kind of thing, but I don't know if I'll do it. We'll see. I'm just glad to be finishing Confessions. Honestly, that's been the big finale that I've been working toward for so many years now.
Yeah, let me know if you're ever gonna start writing Dr. Chris episodes.
No, those have to be live. We have to improv those.
Yeah, I know, but that would also kind of be funny to see how that therapist would survive with all the random people just dropping down her shaft or something.
I can be the Dr. Phil to help support you as Dr. Chris.
Yeah, I just like, dude, Dr. Phil, hey, join me. We're just gonna talk with delusional ponies.
Now listen here, you need to take her advice because you would be making a big mistake if you don't.
Yeah, now I just imagining Dr. Chris and DJ Pony from the tower having like a shared radio show.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it could be like a Frasier thing. Oh, that would be fun. A pony, Wasteland pony Frasier Crane? That sounds amazing. Oh god, I have to go back and rewatch those episodes now. That would be a fun idea, actually. Yeah, I know. Hank Hill and Phil are very close. I'm sorry. He's from Texas too. It's a similar accent. And they both have that sort of drawl, you know. Okay. And it's Mr. Mackey from South Park, because he was a parody of him.
Jump in, web shooter.
Yeah, you can hop back in. Oh, we're wrapping up. We're at the end of the thing, but we'll probably go a few minutes after it's over.
Come on, jump.
Yeah, Pony Frasier. I like that. Does that mean James Vermont would be Niles then? Oh God.
The mind got changed up, so I'm back.
Oh, we can have Dr. Wolf as a guest star. That would be so cool.
That would work.
We could have a lot of fun with that as a concept.
Who's there? What is this?
Dr. Phil and Dr. Wolf and Dr. Chris, your first patients here. Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh.
Wait a minute. 3 doctors, 1 patient. That's never a good scenario.
Nope.
That means you're in a sanitarium.
Oh boy.
2 of them are strapping you down to the bed. All right, it's the grand reunion.
Would Tin Pony Tower have an insane asylum section, or would they just be like, nah, you go outside the shed?
I guess they'd have like some rooms that they could lock you in, like they move the locks to the outside of the doors or something. Like I guess they would have to have some kind of like jail cell or like temporary like a brig for people that did something bad but not bad enough to be kicked out of the tower.
True.
They would need something like a psychiatrist, therapist, or something like that.
So we're almost to the end of the overview, huh?
Yeah, I love the little battered blade line there. It was like, oh, that was a long wait. I need a cigarette.
And not only smoke.
Then you wouldn't have to go so far.
Batter is definitely one of the best characters.
I loved all the extant battered parts from the later episodes. So great. That's why I had to make that battered blade compilation. I'm like, I need to distill all of these down into one thing. People need to experience this together.
How did you do this?
The reunion.
How did you do this? Oh, I killed a friend and then ate this other guy.
What?
Ah, dang it! What was the robot's name again?
Which robot?
White coat?
White coat? Yeah.
Yeah, white coat. I kept thinking it was something else.
Dang it, white coat.
It's like, hey, white coat, here's sandstone. Assimilatum.
Oh yeah, you become part of the Borg.
Oh geez, alternate ending. Hey, he's here. Door opens up. Supposed to be sandstone. It's
Pony Locucius.
Both Carmina and Chris are like, what the hell?
Excuse you. More like that, I think. At least if it's me. Carmina would more be like, what the hell?
Yeah, you know, that'd be a funny comic idea. It's like it shows like the background, or it shows like the recording booth, and Chris is like, "Wait, this wasn't in the script before."
What happened? Betrayal!
Betrayal!
Betrayal! Betrayal!
How dare you pull this stunt?
How dare you play with Carmina's heart, you monster!
Carmina, Chris pulls out her secret weapon, bags of McDonald's, and attacks her.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. That's when you know you're in trouble, when you hear that.
I'll never get over that. That is the craziest. Like, that's a movie, like after school special love story.
I'm a bit jealous that you got the fuel rod first.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's fun.
Hey, Chris, you know, if you want,
Outpost Sigma.
I don't know. I thought about trying to draw that little story out in a comic, but I'm sure there's other artists out there that are far better than I that can do it justice. Make a little mini comic or manga out of it.
Out of what?
Horse manga.
Are you kidding me?
Don't they have an official MLP manga now? I know when they started releasing episodes in Japan, they were doing something like that.
I don't know. I know that there's a lot of manga style fan works. Hold on, I'm gonna look now. Got me curious.
What did you mean by making what story into manga?
You and your beloved meeting.
Story to tell or not, but that's basically what I've been.
Oh, here's the big finale.
I don't even have words left. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have given me my life back.
I could never repay you for this.
You are both very welcome.
You're both very welcome.
Definitely a good time to end things anyway. We've gone plenty long enough for this evening, and
DJ Pumpy
we can
taking
bring
all
you
the
both
credit.
back in another time.
Yeah, we need to let you two go to get reacquainted.
I couldn't have said it better myself. So everyone, after another incredible life story from a humble wastelander, we now have 2 lives that can pick up again from where they left off. Hopefully not too worse for wear. And it's another testament that, rather than being a weapon, the radio has immense power to bring ponies together. If tonight's episode teaches us nothing, it's that we are all deeply connected with the souls of each other. So give a tug on one of your own wires and see who you find on the other side.
I love you so much.
I've always loved you. You never truly left me.
So thank you for joining us, listeners. Next week we'll have our Rockin' Winter Solstice Ball.
Rockin' Winter Solstice
Ball.
Ball.
We'll kick off the new year with another exciting episode
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Confessions of a Wasteland.
What is it?
We've got a problem.
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiO.
What was that?
Bar those doors!
Better!
But
What's
yeah,
going
if
on?
anyone were to make that a
Amber,
manga, I
what's
would
happening?
be very honored.
I
And
don't
like,
know.
why?
We
need
are
to
happy
go
with
now.
any fan
Stay
art made of
close
our
to me.
stuff.
Yeah, even if it
Until my dying
is my
breath.
real life stuff.
And
Better!
there's the
Amber!
explosion.
Pew.
Somebody say something! Say something! No! No, 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 no!
Imagining Carmina
Yay!
and Sans blasting their guns.
I remember reading this in the script, and I was a bit floored, but then when actually hearing it, I was like, this hit harder than I thought.
It's so many years waiting to have that big penultimate horrifying silence. I had that white noise written for the longest time. So, fantastic. We did it. We did it, you guys.
Yep, this is where it all ends. The last episode's not coming out.
Excuse you?
It's like, yeah, Skybolt was bought up by Hasbro. Hasbro bought the last episode.
I kind of had a weird feeling after it came out. I'm like, if I die before the finale's out, that's like a lot of work that no one sees the end of. The whole coronavirus thing really messed me up at first, but it got better. Because I had a lot of uncles and stuff die of the Spanish flu. Like half of the men who went to war, they came back, they survived the Somme, and then got freaking Spanish flu and died in the hospital. That messed me up.
That is messed up.
Yeah, there's one thing I'm wondering about, and you don't have to answer if it's not appropriate yet.
Uh-oh.
But what is actually TikTok? Is he a dragon? Is he a pony?
Uh-oh.
Okay, cannot answer. Okay. I'm still very curious because in my mind, he's a dragon.
Ooh.
But at the same time, it would also be logical for him, I don't know, being a pony or maybe a griffin. Like, he can be anything, but dragon or pony is like my best bets.
Interesting.
I still think I don't think he's a dragon. I honestly think he is a pony, and I think we already know who the TikTok's true identity is. From
Plot twist, he's the DJ.
Oh, interesting.
that was a thought. Trust me, that was a thought. So it's like,
Yes.
wait a minute, DJ Pone 3 is the one pulling the strings here, but the question is why.
Why? And then it turns into a the detective episode instead.
Yes, that's right. It becomes an episode of Dick Tracy.
Final Sight saying he's an Oreo, and then Serena says he's the crumbling.
The crumbling sadness. That sounds like a great villain for like a cartoon show, actually.
Yeah.
Instead of the
Saturday morning
nothing, it's the
cartoon.
crumbling sadness. Does anyone in the chat have any other theories they wanna shoot out now that we finished the kind of listening to the Overstory?
What are you talking about? I've been listening all the time.
I know, very intently.
I'm sorry, what'd you guys say? I wasn't hearing anything. Okay. Before I've already talked to Skybolt privately about like who TikTok was. It's like, from what you put out so far, I think it's this, and this. But before I go reiterating it, all right, everyone in the comments, come on, please put your ideas out. Who do you think is TikTok, and what are your ideas of what may or may not happen next?
He's a goat. You know, if I had come up with the story after season 9, there might have been a possibility. I've always been weirded out by goat eyes. It's very creepy. There's
think
the
they're
devil
cute,
inside.
I think they're cute though.
That is the worst thing about the finale is that now the villain, instead of the whole Kieran thing, now my villain shares a name with a Chinese, spy website that everyone posts videos on, which is just great. Thank you, China. Should have just left it as Vine. It was fine as Vine. You didn't need to rebrand it to TikTok, damn it.
Oh, so that's what TikTok is. It's the redoing of Vine.
Yeah, TikTok is Grand Premier Xi Jinping. There you go.
Final Site is asking if he's a red and black male alicorn.
No, then his name wouldn't be TikTok. It would be like Edge McSteelstorm.
Yeah, that would be
Edgy McEdgeface.
I'm thinking back to that fanfic we read. My name is Ultra Satan, or
yeah, that's right. Ultra Satan.
Ultra Satan or Crimson Shadow, whatever. This is one of the fanfics. It's a character from one of the fanfics we read after you left, Chris.
Oh yeah, she wasn't there for that. That was so funny though.
and oh, forget that fanfic.
I love those that are so bad they're not quite self-aware. That's why the classics are important, because it's before fanfic writers became more aware of what was cringe.
I'm gonna make an ultra powerful character, and he can do this and she can do that and da 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 da. It's like, okay.
Original character Donut Steel.
Actually sounds cool. Donut Steel.
He is cool. Just Google Donut Steel the Hedgehog. You can see his amazing fan art.
Okay, let's see. Zerna the Zebra. It would be fun if he was like Diamondback.
No.
He would have a much sexier voice if it were Diamondback.
All right, I'm just gonna read what they posted so far, and then real quick, then we can react real quick. Crimson Commando, both comments. TikTok's real identity is TikTok.
Tactic.
Oh, Tactic, right? And then Crimson Commando says, honestly, I don't want to guess.
That's
okay,
good.
fair enough. J1M Bob Wee, ponies actually have the same eyes as goats in real life.
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, I knew that.
I think you killed Skybolt.
I don't think that's true. I think horses have round
do.
pupils.
They
don't.
They're more oval. They're more oval.
Yeah, they're oval.
Okay, final site. He's a red and black male alicorn. Chris already read that. No. Actually, no, you're wrong. I know for a fact that he's actually a black and red male alicorn. No, I'm kidding.
That is true. Red Eye almost qualifies in the Edge territory.
I don't know. Anyway, Chuck V. Me not knowing anything about this, TikTok is the same character from Ponies with Pockets. Oh.
Is that the one where they all wear pants?
No, Ponies with Pockets. Wait, Ponies with Pockets. Are you talking about the Doctor Who's production? Ponies with Pockets?
I'm not familiar with that. Or am I?
All right. Chuck V. No, it's the one where they don't wear pants. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, Botombo Rat. All right, Crimson Commando. TikTok is John Henry Eden ponified. Skybolt?
No, I don't know. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Let's see. It's Red Eye. Maybe. Vital Sight. He's Glow.
Listen to that, maybe, guys. Ooh, implanted stuffies.
No, like half dragon, half bone.
No, he's Cozy Glow.
Oh God! I knew someone would get it.
Sorry, it would be funny if Final Sight was actually right. Is this true, Skybolt?
It's Cozy Glow. Now listen here, mister. You need to sacrifice your brain to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you know what? I don't think Carmina would have any trouble killing Cozy Glow. To be honest.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to cut up that child.
That sounds wrong. Oof.
Nah, she would use the Morning Star.
Golly gee. That's true, she would. Golly
Yeah.
gee, mister.
Definitely.
I've been working so hard to control all Equestria, but then those meanies went and blew it up, so now I gotta pick up the scraps.
That is just like, Queen shot to the head.
Maybe there's multiple answers. Maybe it is a dragon, but inside is a little control station and it's Cozy Glow, just like the one MIB character.
You go, Scooby-Doo Scary Island now.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Cause it's terror time again.
Zoinks! Like, I don't like this, Scoob.
Like, gee, Scoob, they recast me.
Oh no, Scrappy Doo. Oh yeah, sure. The inside of TikTok is actually Scrappy Doo from the movie.
Puppy power.
No, go away.
I unironically liked both of those movies. Those were great movies.
When I was little, Scrappy wasn't too bad. Scrappy Doo was actually kind of okay.
The CG animation made it that much more horrifying. I don't know why people don't understand this.
I'm talking about the original Scrappy Doo, the 2D, the 2D drawing.
Also horrifying.
Yeah, okay.
They're all
right.
evil.
Starts singing the Hex Girl song.
Oh yeah, how does the Hex Girl song go? I always forget that one.
Guess we'll have to look it up later.
Yeah.
Or,
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Yes. Yeah.
Chris.
He will not divide us. We will all be part of the unity.
Chris, did you already put your guess out?
I was the one starting it. I said it was a dragon or a pony.
That's right. Or both.
So my guess as to who TikTok is.
He's the big brother of Diamondback. Dun dun dun.
My guess is it would be oh come on. It was Orange Blossom. Because the one who abandoned all the ponies at the casino / safe island place for all the rich people ponies.
Noranavia.
Thank you.
Noranavia.
That because there's no such thing as coincidence. It's just it all lines up in one way or another. Why would the Great Arrows be looking for his wife's airship? Why would he disappear all of a sudden? Where has he been?
Oh, see, someone's trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah, that starts to sound logical.
I've been putting the pieces together since you first introduced them. And then
Sandstone is on the case.
Sandstone dressed up as Sherlock Holmes or Holmes.
Does that mean I'm gonna be the angry Dr. Watson?
No, you're gonna be
I'm the spy girl who works for the evil one.
Yeah,
like the Totally Spies.
You're gonna be Sherlock.
That would make you Sam, definitely.
You're gonna be Sandstone, Sherlock Sandstone's evil / good girlfriend.
Oh boy.
I see someone has brought up, Canterlot ghouls. Maybe he's Steel Who's uncle.
Possibly. Totally Spies is hilarious.
Totally Spies is one of the best shows of the 2000s. Don't even miss me with that. You can watch the movie online right now. It's just on YouTube.
Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't like the newer stuff because they messed up the origin of how they became spies.
It was bad when they changed Jerry's voice actor. That's when it got bad.
Yeah, that really messed me up too.
Original Jerry is all that matters.
Yeah, he was the best. Oh.
Who was the best Totally Spy?
Alex.
Oof.
For me, it's Alex.
There you go. I like me some
Yeah.
Sam. It's them redheads, and she's smart and quirky.
It's a toss-up between Sam and Alex.
Yeah, Clover is too high maintenance. No one can stand
Well,
that.
Clover is like an even higher maintenance than Rarity.
She does get better later on.
She gets
does
better
get-
later.
Yes,
she gets
she does.
softened. Her spiky, prissy edges.
She's a bottle of somewhat fine wine.
I have to say though, if Mandy weren't such a an antagonist, she looked good in the blue outfit. They needed someone in that color blue outfit.
Yeah, if she had been nice, I would have liked to see her as an addition to the team. Or the other girl that joined them. I think she were purple. That really got along with them.
Yeah, I remember that vaguely.
Yeah, I don't remember her name, but I really liked her. She was like a good harmonizing element to the group.
Also, yes.
Earth, wind, fire, and air. We may look bad, but we don't care.
Yeah, I know he's going through the whole song now. We played a short bit of it on the stream, just enough where I don't think we'll get tagged. But yes, I remember it now.
No, I think Warner Brothers is not as copyright heavy
as Disneyland.
Yeah.
But yeah, they what else with Totally Spies? Oh yeah, from the movie, they introduced me to the band Metric because they play a Metric song right at the.
Actually, I think someone already made an audio drama.
Sure, Clop Pones.
Yeah. What's her name again? I actually auditioned. Brooke the Book Horse.
Oh,
I'm not familiar.
She has made. Come sure. See if I can find the stuffy.
Can't decide if Calamity or Steel Hooves was my favorite. Why not have both?
Mine was Steel Hooves. Damn it.
Why was?
Oh, have you not finished Fallout Equestria?
I'm shamefully still only in the first 3 chapters.
Oh, okay.
If you don't have time to read, I can recommend
audio.
Yeah, it's all about what's his name's recording. Crazed Rambling.
Actually, Pony Wolf Productions have the whole audiobook out.
Oh, do they?
And have done. They also done Project Horizon, Poppy Smiles, and a lot of others.
Oh wow, that's cool.
If you'll link that to me in Discord, I will definitely take time to listen to it. But at the same time, I want to actually do my own reading of it. So but thank you, Chris.
Beat up.
Let's see. What the heck was I gonna say? I forget. We have so much fun. I forget. Oh yeah, Orange Blossom. That, as I said, that's who I think it is because of some of the snippets from the past episodes.
Interesting.
And TikTok's new partner in crime is called Interesting. Sorry, being smartass.
It's gonna be great. I think people really enjoy it. It's for the long time fans. It's gonna bring back a little bit of everything.
Question: Are you gonna make a scene where suddenly Batter Blade's a mother-in-law?
Wait, mother-in-law? What?
Remember, her daughter was dating one of the guards.
Oh!
Wedding.
Oh my gosh! 4 weddings and a funeral? No. No, Emerald is. I don't think Emerald and Nameless Boyfriend are gonna get married yet.
No.
They need to find themselves a little bit more first. It's just still, early stages.
Okay. Well, all right. Before then we'll just go ahead and have Batter Blade and Diamondback get married first.
Yeah.
Dang it, Shadow! Why aren't you here? We could have like a back and forth on this one.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have her here too. No one could show up. I'm gonna have to plan it better next time. See if we can get some more people.
Yeah, I kind of want to have hear that conversation between Batterblade and
Diamondback.
Yeah.
There was a few good bits with them in the 5th anniversary show last year that they did a little bit of razzing back and forth, but we could do better. I want to do better.
I'm just like, yeah, you two just get married already.
Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Oh, shut up, you.
And then you see she gets all red in the face and stuff, and so just like, you know you want to.
She walks out and it's like, I need a smoke.
It's gonna be great. There's a lot of great parts.
I'm just imagining, okay, I don't think Carmina would have done it, but I would definitely have done it. I would just have pushed Diamond back after her, like, go!
Carmina would be too occupied with her own relationship.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see, how many relationships we got? We got Freezy and her eternal love. Carmina and Sandstone. That's 2. Oh, the ghoul doctor and his beloved.
That's true. We have a lot of long-lasting relationships.
Well, then we have the possibility of the DJ and the Baroness, if I remember correctly.
Duchess,
that's the one. They seem to have quite a good chemistry.
You guys are assuming a lot of these people live, which is really funny.
Dude, no!
Well, I guess Amish has to take over the radio station somehow.
Yeah, but... Aw.
Hmm.
Would be nice. I don't know, I could retire. That's decent.
What? Wait a minute. What happened to the original DJ Pwn 3? Homage, do you know? She pushes the blade to the side. I have no idea what happened.
What if it's like Vault 77, where it's just Homage and a bunch of sock puppets?
Oh, no.
Oof.
That would be interesting.
The Cryptic Commando. Skybolt is George R.R. Martin killing everyone.
Well, if he does that, he's definitely not getting any chocolate.
Oh wait, wait a minute. Doesn't James Vermont hold the highest body count record still?
No, I killed everyone in
Yes?
Thunder Valley. That was like 20,000 people. Courses.
True.
And all the characters James killed were my characters, so they don't count. They're still mine.
But
you're not the one killing them.
Filthy monster.
And I think does it really count when, you don't really plan it? It's just a mass murder. Does it still count as one?
Yes. Yeah. One is a tragedy, but many are a statistic.
I feel so bad for making that joke now. I'm sorry.
My gosh.
Chris is the innocent one, but yet secretly she's plotting the end of everyone.
Oof.
And how were I supposed to do that? You guys are on the other side of the world.
I was talking about the characters, but okay.
I know she's in a strategic position.
Yeah, just excuse me. I'm gonna send a bomb into the volcano, Stuffy. Nobody knows if I'm joking or not.
Dark humor is not like food. Not everyone gets it.
Oh.
Relax. Do you know how many animals that would have killed? Heck no.
Yeah. That was like when the coronavirus first started and you had all the takes of like, we are the disease. Like, oh man, those got old fast.
Suddenly I'm imagining the coronavirus looking like the Borg. We are the corona. Resistance is futile.
There was so much great Corona art when that first began. Like when I had my Corona stream, there's like all the pony art, and then there was all the anime art. Is like, oh my gosh, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's Ebola-chan all over again.
Final sight. It ends on a meta note. The whole Confession series is actually a radio play written by DJ Pwn.
And he was just lonely.
That would be a twist, wouldn't it? Like one of the most famous radio plays of all time, Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, where people thought it was real, but then it wasn't.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just something to entertain everyone.
I listened to War of the Worlds, and I could see how people thought that thing was real.
It was great. It was very well performed. Yeah, there's Was it one of those? I think it's Pathé, that old news company. They have a good recording up on their YouTube channel. Are you telling me the Terminal Secrets wasn't real? That's a good question. That would be the ultimate way for me to get back at Vermont, was to make it so his story is all a dream. I'm gonna Saint Elsewhere the shit out of you. All of it was a dream in Carmina's head when she was in a coma.
She wakes up in old Equestria where there's no war.
I like the idea
she
of
her sandstone. She's happy.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
Sandstone's just the doctor that attends to her.
Hey,
that would be meta.
I guess doctors are nice people.
That's like a reverse
Dr.
Nightingale
Stone.
effect.
Dr. Stone.
Dr. Bones.
More like Dr. Stone, am I right, man?
Oh, jeez.
No, it's the Aqua people band. Dr. Jones, not Bones.
I'm not familiar with that band. What band?
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
Plot
like
twist.
a childhood stuffy.
Aquabats?
Give me a second.
Wait, Crimson Commando. Little Pip plus show Equestria equals lots of soap in her mouth. What?
Bones was a
Bones-
good show.
It is.
My medical drama was always House MD, but Bones was pretty good.
House kind of faded out for me. Like towards the last few seasons, I just kind of tuned it out.
Yeah, the last season's a bit rough. I think they could have done the last season a lot better.
Let's see. Oh, plot twist to Confessions of Wasteland Pony. DJ Pone does the whole meta note thing, and it turns out that his or her world is actually inside a stable that's still being watched by Stable X.
That's right. It was all the dreams of one young autistic horse. That's the way it ends. We're all part of the Tommy Wiesenthal universe.
I posted the song in the general chat.
Okay, Aqua. Oh, Aqua is the band, and Dr. Jones is the song.
Yes.
Video unavailable. Uploader has not made this video available in your country. Well.
Oh yeah. Whoops.
I'm not on a VPN, so yeah.
Give me a second.
You just hate America.
That's wrong. That's very wrong.
It happens, unfortunately. Whoa, what happened?
What's everyone's favorite medical drama? That's like its own question into your like personality.
I know when I was younger, my favorite was Diagnosis Murder.
Ooh, neat. That's a lesser known.
It was both a murder mystery series and medical. When I was younger, I know my mom and I watched Dudley Do-Right or Dudley
Doogie Howser.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Doogie Howser.
yeah. Neil Patrick Harris had to start somewhere.
Let's see.
Yeah, Bones is a crime drama. I guess it's a loosely like it's forensic.
Yeah, that's the only real medical drama I remember. Let's see.
There's like Grey's Anatomy. There's ER.
Okay, boys.
Yeah.
I love you both, but I need to go to bed. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, no, we need to wrap up anyway. Thank you for everyone. If how much you watch the stream. Obviously, we kept the time codes up. You can go back and rewatch the Overstory for real if you want sometime. But thank you, Chris, and everyone else who was able to attend for some amount of time. And
if you want to hear that weird story about the dream I had about Skybolt taking over, you go to the 2-hour mark.
yes, please
welcome.
do. It was great. And as you can see on stream, the finale comes out Monday, June 15th, the 6th anniversary of the original release of the X-Raider. It will be starting at 3 p.m. Western Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern, and then we will be... wait.
So everyone...
It'll be that day at some point in the U.S. I need to figure out the timing. It'll be coming out at some point.
choke fee. Wow, 6 years. That's long. Yes, it has been long.
It has been a long, long time. So glad to be wrapping it up. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us, and we will see you then for the live premiere of the Confessions of a Wasteland Pony finale.
Goodbye, everyone. See you in the future.
Stay safe.
And we